Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmak, and welcome to Dr. Speak. Today's subject is very interesting. We would like to discuss something which affects everyone, whether you are what color you are, what caste, which country you belong. It affects everyone. So, before I spill the beans, let me invite my friend, Dr. Pooja Bedi, to talk about this subject. So, welcome, Dr. Pooja.
Very good morning, CK. Hope you are keeping all fine.
We are fine so far. We don't know what will happen tomorrow, but I think today we are very good.
Right.
So, doctor, we want to discuss about something related to vitamin D. This is something which is not present in our food, and it has to be generated within the body. I think it is affecting the entire human race, and the deficiency of vitamin D is a big issue, and we would like to discuss this today. What is your opinion? How we can first of all, you can explain, how vitamin D helps us in our day-to-day living.
Yes, of course. So, actually, vitamin D is a component which works as a nutrient as well as a hormone. So, it is also called as sunshine hormone. So, you can say it's a happy hormone to a certain extent. I'm not saying that more you sit in the light and you produce vitamin D to such an extent where it produces the toxicity. So we need an exposure of 10 to 30 odd minutes. And specifically, actually, the noon time is the time, as per the research, which says that if we expose ourselves during the noon time, but not to a very high temperature outside in summers, so that much exposure is well enough to produce this beautiful sunshine hormone, or you can say vitamin D, which is very, very important for so many physiological functions for humans, not only including the mental health but as well as the physical health. Let me share one study, CK, that I went through, that people in the hills, specifically in Himachal or anywhere, people who are living in the hills, they are less exposed to the sunlight somehow. So there was a study that was conducted in the school in which it was found that almost 80% of the children in Himachal Pradesh or any hill city or state are actually suffering from the vitamin D deficiency, which is such a crucial nutrient for general growth of the bones, muscles, and other physiological functions. But since we are only aware that it helps in the growth of the bone, muscle, and for the teeth, but there are many other aspects of this beautiful vitamin. Yes, you are very right in mentioning that we don't get this hormone from the diet, but there are no fortified supplements that are available, to compensate for the deficiency. So we can go for it. Or maybe the people who are actually into marine produce, so they still get the some form of vitamin D. But the best form is to expose yourself to the sunlight for 10 to 30 odd minutes, specifically in the noon time. There's one more point that I would like to recommend. Since the elderly people or the group or the population, they are more uh, into early rising, so if they can do the sun gazing, when the sun is rising, that is the right time to do the sun gazing, where you have to look at the sun for say 30 odd minutes. You can blink your eyes, but the more you expose yourself, specifically the elderly group, it is very, very beneficial to improve many physiological functions that are related to vitamin D. And it helps in building immunity, you know thank god, because of the COVID, people are now more aware that vitamin D and zinc and there are many other elements which play crucial role in the immunity as well. So in day to day life, I would say vitamin D is very crucial in children in the form of growth of the bone, muscle. It helps to prevent the tooth decay and many other functions. So but as we grow, if you talk about the middle age group or the ladies specifically who are undergoing the menopause, they tend to suffer the osteoporosis more. you know so it is highly recommended that they should either be taking the fortified supplements or maybe calcium, expose themselves to the sun for the better bone strength later on in the life, where they become less fragile for the fractures and other manifestations that comes along with the age.
Doctor, what I guess is that uh, most of us are vegetarian. I mean, if you look at India, and now the veganism is also is on the rise, and vitamin D usually is not found in the plant, so there are no way the vegetarians will get it in their diet. They have to expose themselves to the sunlight, as you rightly mentioned out. In the olden times, there used to be a lot of outdoor activities. For every small thing, people have to step out of the house, and even being a vegetarian, there was not a dire strait with regard to vitamin D, because you have to step out in the sun and your body will generate. With the lifestyle now, we have to stay indoors, and if you're vegetarian, and it's a question of principle basically. If you are a vegetarian, you really don't want to go and change your diet just because of vitamin D. I think that is multiplying the situation here. What is the what it causes? I mean, if suppose you don't have vitamin D in adequate amount in your body, what are the effects that you see as a normal human beings?
That's such a right question you have asked at the right time, CK. Because of the lockdown, as such, we are less exposed because we are staying indoors. That is the one factor which is producing the deficiency of the vitamin D, which is directly related somehow to the mental health care, which I keep on talking a lot about. So, vitamin D, if we are less exposed to the sunlight, it's very obvious the vitamin D level will go down. Once it goes down, it somehow causes, or you can say the study was conducted where it was found that many mental health issues, depression, or people suffering from anxiety, they tend to have extremely low level of vitamin D. Even if you go to any psychiatrist or clinical psychologist these days, specifically in this past 1 year, the cases have risen to a greater extent. And if the blood test is performed, you will get to know that vitamin D is lacking tremendously. And second point that you highlighted, that vegetarians, yes, they tend to suffer a lot because we don't. I myself is a pure vegetarian, so yes, vitamin D deficiency is something that we should be monitoring about. So how we can compensate it is the mushrooms are very good source, almond milk, soy milk, but these are not to you know such an extent where they will compensate for the daily needs. So we somehow are required only to get exposed to the sunlight for 10 to 30 odd minutes, maybe a walk, playing some sort of sports. So these kind of things can really help you to come out of vitamin D deficiency. Now, coming to the second part of the question, where you asked that what vitamin D deficiency can lead to. First is the considering the present scenario, mental health issues, definitely depression, anxiety. There are so many cases that have popped up. And if I myself have a patient, I got his vitamin D level checked. It was, matlab, when we say that it is to a lower extent, it was to the lowest extent in his body. So I recommended him sachets of vitamin D along with calcium for 6 odd weeks, and he improved a lot with exposure to sunlight for sure for some time. So the deficiency first can lead to mental health issues, which we kept on ignoring for a good long time. Second is it depends on the age wise. Specifically talking about the children who are going to school, if they don't get the vitamin D's in the sufficient amount, their muscle and bone strength tend to suffer. So they are definitely required to have a good source of vitamin D. Maybe cereals they really add on in the breakfast time. Kids are in hurry. We ourselves are in hurry. But yes, cereal along with milk can really help a lot. A fistful of nuts, as I always recommend, because it's not that vitamin D is only related to the absorption of the calcium. Magnesium and phosphorus, they are such crucial minerals which are absorbed only because of the vitamin D. So in kids, it can lead to rickets, like there's a disease in which the bow legs are formed, and the IQ can also be brought down to a greater lower level. As we proceed to age group of ours 40s, we are talking about this age group, we tend to suffer from bone density disorders. And later on, as the female progress to the menopausal stage, it can lead to osteoporosis to such an extent where they become more fragile and vulnerable to fractures and bones related issues. So this actually more or less depends on the age we are talking about. In the elderly age group, as we progress, not elderly, older age group, then too you tend to see the fractures more, and in kids also, because bones become more fragile now. So it's so important that vitamin D levels should be kept in check. Exposure to sunlight is a must. Supplements, if somebody is deficient, then one can have supplements, and fortified food in form of cereals, soy milk, almond milk, where the additional vitamin D is there. So somehow it tends to compensate for it. So it's not that it only affects the bone, it affects the immunity, it affects the how we overcome any kind of injury, because immunity effect is there. So it's very important that we should keep vitamin D in check. In turn, it will keep the check on calcium, magnesium, and phosphorus. It can indirectly actually lead to insomnia as well. It's very surprising. People will, if you go for more detailing into it, so if vitamin D is deficient, it's very obvious that the magnesium absorption will be troubled. In case it happens, magnesium is one of the factors that actually leads to sleep disorders, along with melatonin, which is a hormone. So that's a different aspect of it. So yes, vitamin D can actually lead to somehow uh, sleep disorders, insomnia as well. But there is a one good factor that I want to share. Vitamin D can actually lead to weight loss. So if somebody is uh, having a very good, adequate amount of vitamin D, it somehow leads to one hormone is there, it controls it. So if it controls, when it controls it, automatically effect is there. We get into habit of nibbling. So that nibbling habit is somehow controlled because the appetite is controlled by this particular hormone. So yes, intake of vitamin D and calcium actually help you reduce the weight as well. So it's a good news for the ladies who are working a lot these days to get maintain their weight. So it can be a good solution. But I again recommend, please be aware about the toxicity of the vitamin. So all the vitamins, in case they go or the minerals goes into excess, they can affect the kidney function and the other functions of the body.
Dr. Pooja, I think nowadays even the men are worried about the weight gain. I think it's a good news for both men and women that if you have adequate vitamin D, you can keep your weight in check. And like yourself, I'm a vegan. So you mentioned some of these things like mushrooms and milk. I think for the vegan diet, even these things are ruled out. So the only option we are left with is sunlight, I guess, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. You're very right.
So, what are the activities we should, at what time? In fact, you already mentioned that the morning hours, maybe half an hour, do some exercise to replenish your vitamin D in the body. But if the vitamin D is very low, I mean, if the tests are done and vitamin D is very low, how they can replenish that? And while they change their lifestyle of getting up early and exposing themselves to the sun, is there some sort of medicine or something which is available?
Yes. Coming to again to two, there are two parts in the question. So dealing with the first part of the question, since I mentioned that the requirement varies with the age, kids require more because they are in the developing stage. For them, in case they are vegans and vegetarians, and if the daily requirement is not meeting up, they should ideally be sent to play outdoors in sun. So I'm not saying send your kids around 1 o'clock in the summertime. I'm not recommending that. But around 5, 4:30 or 5, so we can definitely send. I send both my kids around 4:30 every day. Let it be extreme winter or whatever the summer time is there. So 4:30 is such an ideal time they should be out playing in the sun for maybe for 1 hour. that will just meet the requirement of the vitamin D that they require. But as we age, the physical activity also gets down. This is why I highly recommend somehow the sun gazing. So, in case the elderly people who get up early, so it's so good if they do the sun gazing early in the morning. So when the older age group is sitting outside early in the morning, they can have a sip of tea along with the newspaper reading for half an hour. That is fair enough. Ideally, they should be sitting and with the very mild exercises or the yoga that they do every day. For our age group, we are pretty much aware that since we are the one who really exhaust our body a lot in mental and physical aspects, so if we get the time to expose ourselves, that is the first preference to sun. In case we are not able to for some reason, then the supplements are there to compensate for it. But then you have to keep a check on it. As I mentioned, the toxicity should not happen, so we have to regularly keep check on it. One recommendation from my side, if we diagnose or somebody gets to know that they are deficient in vitamin D, they are required to undergo blood tests frequently or maybe often, not frequently but often. Maybe after 6 odd months to 8 odd months, when they start with the vitamin D supplement, they must get a test done again just to monitor if they have reached that level. If they reach that level, then try to get exposed to the sunlight so that your requirement is met. One last point, please. The older age group, when they come, how we get to know is they keep on complaining that they feel the pain in the sole of their, you know, feet. So if this is the strong indicator that either their pain in the calf is there, or when they're complaining something related to the pain in the feet, so we must consider it and let the vitamin D test done. So it is very, very crucial.
I think you have given a good tip today, and the best solution for bringing the vitamin D levels up is basically exposing yourself to the sunlight. But just in case you are a vegan or a vegetarian and you are still deficient on vitamin D, you have to take the supplement. And that brings me to the last question, which is a very vital one. These supplements may not be vegetarian, so it creates a dilemma for the vegetarian people to go for these supplements. Is it not right when I'm asking that these supplements are coming from the animals?
Well, see, vitamin D is a fat soluble vitamin. All right, they are water soluble and they are fat soluble vitamin. So, vitamin D specifically is a fat soluble vitamin. And even if the byproduct, if we are having it, there's nothing wrong in it. The ice creams, they have animal products. So, if I would highly recommend that one should actually have supplements, or if they are so strict about the diet, then please go for fistful of nuts. That is the first recommendation. Second is to have a lot of soya milk and almond milk along with mushrooms. If you have one fistful of nuts, one section of nuts, along with one full glass of warm milk every day, it will suffice the need somehow. So I recommend this thing to vegans. They are so strict for supplements. So please don't be so strict, because body is something that we should cater for first. And there's nothing wrong in taking the supplement as well in case you cannot expose yourself to the sun.
So I think it's a great tip, doctor. It was my pleasure talking to you today, specifically with regard to vitamin D, which is largely ignored by everyone, whether it's India or outside India. Everyone seems to ignore vitamin D, and they focus on other things. So there are supplements for any other thing like protein and carbs and things like that, but this thing is totally ignored. So we thought we'll discuss this with you and bring to the world how important it is, and how it helps you in leading a very healthy physical and mental life. So thank you very much once again for finding time and coming on our show and discussing this very important aspect.
Pleasure as usual, CK. Thank you so much and have a very good day.
Thank you, and we will catch up next week again on something very interesting. Until then, bye bye.
Bye bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Mac Technologies, and welcome to this edition of Branding for Beginners. And why this subject is so important, and why it is relevant to learn what is branding. So, we are bringing this course for the benefit of the young budding entrepreneurs who are basically trying to set up their company, or to orient them in terms of what they should do when they set up a new business, uh, especially when the business is being set up, but we don't have a frontline strategy to promote it. So the idea being is, when we set up our business, we should also think about how we will generate business, what will happen to our promotion strategy, what will happen, how customers will perceive us, how future employees will perceive us, how we will make money. So all of that is very very important when you start your business. And often this aspect of doing business is ignored, because people tend to focus most on their offerings and their product development, or solution development. And then once the solution is ready, then they start thinking about what is to be done in order to promote ourselves to generate business. So this is the course meant for people who want to learn how to do branding, how to set up their business, and this is for beginners. We also have an advanced course, but the advanced concepts are not covered in this particular workshop. So this is basically going to help people, give them directions, give them idea about how to set up your brand in terms of when you set up your business. What is the right timing? What are the different kinds of brands? What is the best branding method for me? What I should do to set up my business and also generate revenue. So I think some of these aspects we will be covering in this workshop. To start our discussion, let me take you uh, to the definition of the branding. So many people say that branding is A type or B type, but I think let's understand the definition of the branding itself. The branding, as it is basically nothing but it could be associated to a name, it could be a term which is used in the market, it could be a design, it could be woven around a symbol, it could be any other feature. Even perception can create a branding impact on the society. And the brand is then attached, so you have a branding which is separate from your offerings or service offerings. It is then attached to the product or services that you're selling. So the definition is much bigger. It creates a much bigger ecosystem. When you start your company, I think you have to think from that point of view. Even though you're doing something very small, but I think branding plays a very important role. As the definition itself suggests, it is a perception that is being created in the in your target audience, whether they think that this is a very good quality, or they drive some value. The beginning of all that starts from the branding. And When we talk about branding, then there are different methods of doing branding. Um, One of the method is direct branding, where you say that, hey, this is my product, this is my service offering, and this is my logo, this is my company name. So this is your direct brand, which is getting associated uh, to your offerings. There could be indirect branding, and we will cover all of this as we go along in detail. There could be indirect branding, and there could be a brand which is influenced by something else. So there could be influence branding, where and this is very interesting because you don't talk about your product, your company, yet it get influenced by an event or something that goes on, and it is neither direct nor indirect, but it is influenced, and people don't even think that your branding, your brand, or your popularity is growing because of something else which is happening in the field. So let's discuss about different types of branding. Uh, and I've taken some pictures out here just to give you the idea of what you can do, what fits your business, where you are, and you can draw then inspirations from some of these examples. So let's look at the individual branding. That's the first subject that we want to discuss today. The individual branding is something that is your own branding. Say, for example, if you are a well-known professional in the corporate arena, or you are a very good trainer, so you have built a brand of yourself, and then you want to leverage that and run your own your own business or your own college or something like that. So your brand becomes an integral part of running your business. So the brand is also very important, the personal brand. What is the person behind this company? So I'm trying to draw the inspiration from Mr. Amitabh Bachchan, where you can see that his personal brand is so powerful that when he talks about a product, he is actually attributing his own brand along with that product or that merchandise that he is trying to advertise. So his brand is much bigger than he himself. Amitabh Bachchan, as we call it, Big B, is such a big brand. So many times when you start your journey as an entrepreneur, you must think about how much is your brand value, your personal brand value. And if it is not, then you should strive to make your personal brand into a reality, so that at least 100, 200, 300, 1000 people start knowing you by your first name, last name, and they trust on you. So then this personal brand will play a major role in basically propelling your business forward. So that is one type of branding. Second type of branding is directly associated with a product. So we know that Mercedes cars are one of the best automobiles. So it does not matter which company manufacture Mercedes. Uh, the brand, the company which is behind producing Mercedes is not very well known, but Mercedes car is it is equal to the just like quality of the car itself. So they never break down. If they break down, there is an entire support structure. They're very robust. They can go for very long distance without failing. They provide ultimate comfort. They are the marvel of engineering. So like that, there could be many other products which are brand by itself. So Mercedes can be one brand, iPhone can be another brand. So there are several examples like that. So the brand itself is attached to the product. So when you say, hey, if I buy an iPhone, all your problems are solved. That's how people will say it. If you buy Tata, it is going to be quality product, and the company will treat you nicely. So things like that. So there are brands which are associated with the product directly, and it is not a material thing that the company has to build its own brand. So many times when the product becomes very popular, it becomes a brand by itself. So there could be product like that which has a brand. Then there could be branding with regard to regions. for example, there is one region which is safe for doing business. So once it is safe for doing business, people are honest, the law and order situation is very good, and this all is branding. Somebody has to say that, come to my region and do business, because I provide you rule of law, I provide you clarity of thoughts, I provide you safety, I provide you workforce, and hence, that becomes branding for popularizing your region. So for instance, India could be one region, EU can be another region, United States can be one region, and that is why these brands are associated with this region. Now the fourth example is the analyst. So the analyst job is basically to study what is going on in the industry and make forecast. So they basically talk to a lot of people, a million companies, and they understand what is going on. They apply their formula, they apply their brain, they apply their knowledge, and then they will come out with a forecast for next 1 year. And about 80 to 90% these forecasts are always true. So when an analyst speaks about the trend, in the industry trend, the industry tend to believe them, and hence the analyst makes a brand for themselves. If analyst says something, it is going to be true. So for example, Gartner, if they make a business prediction, it is going to be true, nobody can dispute it. So it's a brand by itself. It's a branding exercise that Gartner has done for themselves. It is a different kind of branding. It's about predictions, it's about knowledge based assessment, data collection, what is the type of footprint they have when they make these predictions, and so on. So which cannot be copied by any other company. It is different. It is a separate segment of branding activities that Gartner will take up. The Gartner, as a analyst, will have a marketing team which will develop all of these infrastructure and create the brand which is relevant for the analyst. Then there could be a different type of branding services required for just services. So if there is a services vendor, then you need to be able to convey to the customers, your clientele or your consumer, that if you take this service from me, it is going to be top notch. So things like Just Dial. If you dial Just Dial, you can get number of anyone in India. That's a service order. So they have given a branding color for themselves, which are very, very specific to themselves. They have built their name and their fame, and hence that drive their business. So if you call Just Dial, you can get number of anyone. So this is a service oriented example of service oriented branding. There could be other examples as well, where service can be sold with a brand. For example, if you look at Reliance, they provide telephony services. So when you say Reliance, it is good quality telephony, it never breaks, you have engineer always available, and things like that. So there could be, now Reliance may not be a good example, but there could be other examples which are similar to this. So services can be branded in a certain way. Similarly, a country also requires branding. A country can have a bad image, can have a good image. All that is created by the branding for that company. And there are people who actually build a country's brand. The country is safe, it is not safe. If you come as a tourist, what will happen to you? Will you be taken care? Will there be hospitality? If you come as a businessman in that country, what will happen to your investment? Will you get the money that you invested with profits? Will there be any regulations? Will there be any clean practices? So there are a lot of other issues. It is safe, you can travel in night, is there going to be entertainment somewhere, and so on. So even country requires to build their brand, and they need to propel themselves. So if the country is very popular globally, then obviously somebody has done the branding activity to build the name and fame of the country. Now a company can also have a very strong brand name associated with themselves, just like Tata. Tata is more than 100-year-old company out of India, but they have built a brand over the years. You know, the Tata brand has become so powerful that whatever they do, their brand has an impact on the product. Even though if they make salt, so it's simple thing like salt. If you put Tata, then this salt is going to be the best salt which you can buy, best iodized salt. So it is better than other products which are salt. A simple thing like a salt can also have a carry a brand of Tata, or a very large machinery of which are used in mining, etc., can also be built by Tata. So when Tata build a product, whatever they do, the brand of Tata is so strong, it is going to be good. So there could be examples of other similar company branding. Um, for example, when you say India Inc., there are very few companies brand that comes to our mind. One is Infosys, other is Tata, um, then Adani, uh, and Reliance. So some of these companies are there which are doing ground-breaking work and lot of work in India, a lot of pioneering work they are doing. So they are ensuring that the brand value, if somebody says, "Hi, I'm working with Reliance," that means they will have a clean practice, they will get the right product from that company, and hence, because I'm dealing with Reliance, I'm dealing with Tata, I'm dealing with Adani's, uh, I'm dealing with Kirloskar. The brands, has a lot of weightage, and half the battle of basically selling your merchandise, your product, is one if you have a very strong brand. So things like that. Now branding is also required for things like forums. For example, NASCOM is a good example. Now NASCOM has to um, also promote their services for the sake of selling, helping their partners sell them outside India, and the partners which are in other countries to sell and find uh, IT companies out of India. So IT companies need to sell to other countries needs to buy from India. So that is the activity NASCOM does, and it's a forum. It's a forum which will make two businessmen meet each other. Now, what is the advantage if I go to NASCOM? What will I get if I pay their annual fee? What do I do? Will I get new business? So that is a question of any member joining NASCOM, and that is a basic question. And in order to establish themselves being a forum where people can buy and sell, they also have to establish their brand. That if I go to NASCOM and not anybody else, you know, uh, there is always a competition between different NASCOM and other agencies which are doing pretty much a similar work. So why people basically go to NASCOM? Because they get the best outcome out of it. They will be able to find buyer in other countries quickly, faster than any other forum which can provide. So they have to also ensure that uh, when they provide all these services, they have to also do branding. They have to talk about this data point that, hey, we do these for you. If you come to us, we will help you grow better and faster. So this is what the branding will bring to NASCOM. And last is the website. So if you have a website, you need to do branding. For instance, Naukri. Naukri is such a powerful brand because it provides employment opportunities to so many people. But we don't know what is the company behind Naukri. We know Naukri will give you, if you go to Naukri, register your profile, there will be a call from a employer. There might be a situation where you may get a job, but there is a company behind this website. So nobody knows the company. I mean, I'm sure many people will know what is the company because it has been there for a very long time. But nobody knows the kind of work the company is doing to build Naukri as a brand. So Naukri has become a very big brand on its own, being just a website. And the company behind it is Info Edge Private Limited. So you see that Naukri brand is so powerful as compared to the company behind it. Now I'll give you another example. Google.com. It is obviously much bigger than Naukri. Google.com is such a big brand globally as a search engine. All it does is it gives you search engine capability and other things which are associated with it. Search, you can search pretty much anything on Google. But the company behind is it's called Alphabet Inc. So people don't know what is the company, but the Google is such a big brand today, controlling almost like 30 to 40% of the global businesses, and the company behind it is Alphabet. So the Google brand is much bigger than the company which looks after that brand. So you see, the whole objective of having this discussion was that branding is absolutely important. Everyone needs it, and if you don't do branding, you are not going anywhere. Whether you are a forum, you are a website, you are a company, you are a country, you are a region, or you are an individual. So you need to work on your brand first. I mean, when you start your company, even if you are a trainer, you need to develop your brand. Very, very important point that I want to drive by these examples. So now we will understand what is the importance of branding. See, if you do branding properly, then you will actually gain a lot of customer awareness. So why we do branding? See, branding is that you establish yourself, your company, your work should be displayed in front of people, in front of your target audience, and so on. So when you actually brand your company, your work, it is the customer awareness that you achieve. And when I say customer awareness, see, it's like this: if 100 people watch uh, your advertisement or some information about your work or your company or your website, the chances are one or two will come back and like to show interest in what you do. 98% of the people will keep that in their memory, and probably in future they may become your prospects. But the thumb rule is, say for example, if you start your branding today, the thumb rule is the conversion of percolating your messages out in the field will result in a certain percentage of gratification. However, you have no control on uh, who can be your customer. So one of the activity which is a mundane activity of increasing your customer awareness all the time, but who can buy from you? Many people say that, hey, I will send email marketing, I will do digital marketing, I will do XYZ reach out plan to the client. The problem there really is that all of this will not work if you have not worked in developing your brand, because people don't know you. If you try to reach to somebody who's not aware of what you do, he's never seen your face, he's never seen your logo, he's not even seen the website, he's not seen any advertisement about you, the chances are they will not be attracted to what you're saying. And if you try to reach out to him, uh, it will result in a something which will become sort of an exercise where you actually end up telling him what you do. So you can actually bridge the gap by increasing the customer awareness. You start advertising early in the life cycle based on the branding techniques that we will discuss later on in our workshop. But I think increasing customer awareness is one of the critical tasks, and that is why you need branding. And don't think that if you do customer awareness campaign, you will get thousands of leads coming out from there. It is a constant activity which you have to continue doing, keep increasing the customer awareness all the time. And even though if you are like 100-year-old as an organization, you still need to continue doing your customer awareness, because the customers are X number of customers which are limited in the market. And then you have to keep on telling them what you do, what you are, what is the company logo, etc. Once you have garnered certain X amount of customers, then you have to also ensure that the customers who are now buying from you, are not going in any other direction, because uh, the market is such that there is always competition. And then uh, you know when you are doing business, there are others also, 100 other people who are doing similar business, and they will find innovative ways to attract the customers, because everybody is trying to do innovative branding and also customer reach out plans. So the chances are that when you are doing your branding and customer reach out, uh, you have to ensure that the customer loyalty is also maintained with you. So you have to keep doing what you're doing, any customer success, um, anything that you are extraordinary innovation that you have done, which will bring advantage. And what is the reason that the customers stick around with you, that you offer something which nobody else can match in the price and performance. So, branding is a very good exercise which will ensure that the loyalty is maintained with you. For example, if you buy a car from, let's say, a Japanese car, people know that you don't never have to open the hood of the car. It will never break down. It will give you comfort. It will keep running for 10 years without any flaw, and after 10 years it will attract a lot of resale value. So that is why people buy Toyota cars and any other Japanese or Korean cars, because they run. You see, by virtue of branding themselves on the basis of their product, they are garnering the customer loyalty, right? So whatever happens, the customer is not going to go away to any other brand, because the cars that they buy, the product that they buy from this car, they have complete faith on the car. It will never break down. They have got very good service, value for money, and hence the loyalty is maintained. So that is one example of increasing customer loyalty. But the point I'm trying to make here is, you have to do branding to ensure that your customers are sticking with you. And why this is so important? Simply because that there are X number of customers which can be counted. You cannot keep finding new customers every day. You have to ensure that whatever customers you have, the growth is only 20%. Say for example, suppose you have 100 customers, the new customers that you will find will be only 20. It cannot happen that you have 100 customers and next month you will have another 100 customers. It is not going to happen. So that is why keep that in mind, that if you have a continuous business from existing customers, you are better off as a business rather than thriving on finding new customers, because finding new customers is more difficult than maintaining the existing client. So that is why you have to ensure proper branding to make sure that you have done something to increase the customer loyalty. So you may have a survey, you may have advertisements, you may have innovation, that you are adding new features to your service offerings or your product for free, whatever, it can be anything. But you have to think, as an entrepreneur, as a startup, or as a small medium enterprise business owner, or as a leader, you have to think about this aspect also when it comes to branding. Now we come to the third subject. The branding will be driven by the quality of the product that you provide. If you give a product which is not up to the mark, then obviously with that just one instance, your branding will go for a just go down. It will go for a toss. So the whole point is that you have to ensure that while you're talking about XYZ, you are also translating your brand in reality into your products. So when you come out with a new product, uh, make sure that there is a saying in English, walk the talk. So when you are doing branding and you are saying I am best quality, and then the product comes out, it is not as good quality. So you have to keep ensuring and keep thriving that your brand is actually translated into your product, the quality of the product. So in fact, if you keep saying, hey, I have the best product, and your product is not so good, then actually it will bring down your branding itself. So it will not be sufficient to just keep talking that hey, I have the best product, I have the best innovation, I have the best price performance, and in reality it does not happen that way. It will actually spoil your branding. So you have to ensure that whatever you're offering is very good quality, and uh, it is up to the mark, so that you have customer loyalty. So going back to the previous slide where you will talk about customer loyalty. So by ensuring that your product branding is similar to what you're talking about in your advertisement, in the field, and to people. Branding will also bring competitive advantage. So even though you have X number of customers with you, and there are prospects which are which you want to engage with, but everybody is looking at the alternatives. Everybody is all the time, it's like this. If you are a consumer, you'll always look at an alternative. Suppose you have a car from Toyota, but then if you get a similar equal product from Hyundai, then you can shift there. So you have to ensure that the branding is perfect. You keep telling your client or your prospect that this is the advantage if you buy from me. So you have to completely keep ensuring that the competitive advantage is always maintained in your favor. So you see, this is not a easy task. So far we have discussed that you have to do branding in order to find new customers. Once you find customers, you have to do branding to retain them, so that you have customer loyalty. Then you have to also provide good quality product, so that customer feel satisfied. They feel that they have paid the right amount of money for this product. And now you're talking about also doing branding to ensuring that you have a competitive advantage as compared to other players in the market. So your branding strategy should encompass all these aspects. You cannot ignore one and just look at the other one. So your branding strategy has to be consistent across the landscape. Branding can also be developed by introducing new products and services. So say for example, suppose you're already providing one side of product, you can then after 6 months you can uh, diversify and have a similar product but of a different kind. So that say for example, you're selling a fountain pen, and that fountain pen is purchased by certain set of people, and these people will never buy anything else. They will like to have only fountain pen. So you have found 100 clients which are using fountain pen. Now you have exhausted your uh, client list by selling 100 fountain pen in last previous month. So what will you do in the next month? You know that I have exhausted the list. There are out of 1,100 like to buy fountain pen, and they have purchased from you and they are happy with it. You have done the customer loyalty branding. You have done everything. So as a growth of the company is now stopped. You have developed, you have reached the market cap. In that market area, you have 100% clientele for fountain pen. So now what you could do is you can then launch a ball pen, because now you establish yourself as a good quality fountain pen, and then you can now address the other segment of the market who don't like fountain pen. They can buy a ball pen from you. So if you keep diversifying into similar areas, slowly finding clients by introducing new products and services, then your branding will also keep increasing. And slowly I picked up example of writing instruments. You can develop fine art pencils, and then you keep growing like that. Similarly, there could be a car manufacturer. They can start with tires, and then they end up after a couple of years producing the full car. Similarly, let's look at example of electric vehicle manufacturers. They can start with a moped, then they can come out with a scooter, then they can come out with a bike, and then they come out with a three-wheeler, and then they come out with a four-wheeler. So this is how they can progress. And this is very important to keep running the business, because if you produce only one idea, the chances are that idea has a limited shelf life. So your branding exercise should be complete, should encompass that activity where uh, you have to ensure that you keep launching new product and offerings. Very important, to grow you need funding, and the funding will only come if the people invest in your business, and the investment will happen only when you offer them a growth path. Say for example, if there is an investor and he has a lot of money, $1 million with him, and he is looking at making $2 million out of his investment. Now what are his options? The easiest is he go to a bank, and he will give it a fixed deposit which will give him 10% or 8% yield. Now with that kind of investment, he is not going to make 2 million. I mean, he can make 2 million, it will take him 10 years. So you have to offer something which is better than what the bank can offer. So obviously you have to give some very attractive figures. If you give me money, I will give you return on investment like this. I will make sure that in 2 years you will double it. So now this is very important. If your product sales are also branded, that hey, you have grown like this, you are $100,000, now you are $1 million. So obviously you're growing, and this kind of branding can help you find investors. So when you get investment capital, the chances are that your company will thrive, and then you can look at new avenues, expanding markets, opening new offices, hiring new people, uh, building a infrastructure for manufacturing. There could be endless supply of capital. And if you don't do this branding around the growth element of your company, innovation, growth, customer loyalty, the chances are the investors will not come to you, they will find some other avenue. And that is where the problem is. So you should always look at investment for growth as a business owner, so that your brand is very strategically strengthened, and people are willing to fund your brand, so that there is a growth in the brand. We have the funding now, but who will work for us? So now there is a different kind of branding that you have to do in terms of the human resources, human capital. Because if you have the funding, you have the capital, you have the clientele, now you want to grow, you want to set up a new office in a new city, or you want to set up a new office in a different country. So who's going to work for you? So people are very smart nowadays. They like to see what you do, how people uh, rate you, and so on. So now you have to look at branding which is related to how good you are in terms of treating your own people. So now you're treating your clients, you're treating the industry, you're treating the analyst, and you have to also focus on how you treat the people. And to give an example, some of these IT companies, they actually do branding only about their subject, how their human capital is, how good their HR department is. And so it's a question of demand and supply. So you have a demand, and the supply is the people. So if you have people, then only you can fulfill the demand. There is no point in having demand and not having the supply. So you have to look at that you are sending the right message by doing the right branding, so that people are attracted and join you. And in the end, by doing proper branding, if you follow all of these ideas that we are talking about today, you can become a market leader. And the idea is that it's not the fame that you're looking at, it's basically looking at how do you capture the maximum amount of business. When you get into any business, the hunger for revenue should be there. If you don't have hunger for revenue, the chances are that you will not succeed in the business. So if you want to do some business, you should always have hunger for revenue, and you should always look at how what will give you maximum revenues. So a branding around becoming a market leader is also very important, and that will propel more uh, business for your company, more growth for your company. So that is why you may have heard about people talking about, hey, I'm the best in the industry, best product in the industry, and so on. So I think these are the things that people have to do in order to build their company. And I think the law of doing your business is the same. You have to start with branding. You don't set up uh, your business without doing branding. Many times people commit a big mistake. They don't actually build the name and fame of for themselves, um, the branding for themselves, and they start the business, and then they start investing in doing branding, and they are then after 6 months they lose a lot of money, and they run the company without any business. So I think the branding is such an important aspect. We discuss all these things simply because to drive that point that branding is such an important aspect of business where people tend to ignore this. They focus more on building their company, building a product, not knowing how they will promote it. Once the product is ready after 6 months, who will buy? And many times you don't even get the feedback from the field. Say for example, today you decide to buy, you manufacture something, and you feel that there may be a lot of requirement for it. But when you launch after 6 months, the chances are that the market may have changed, regulation may have changed, and people may not like to buy that product. So the feedback is also important. So if you're not doing branding, there is nothing coming back to you from the field itself. So you may talk to a lot of gurus, but everybody has the same problem. Until unless you do your own branding, the direct feedback, direct gratification will not happen from the field itself. And that is where people go wrong. The reason for covering the branding subject in such length is to drive the point that you start your branding even before you establish your company. So here, friends, we will stop for 2 minutes, and this is a quiz that we want to run. So welcome back. I'm sure you have noted down these questions. You can write to me giving your answers, and we can have a one-to-one discussion later on. But I think let's move on to the next section, which is about different branding techniques. So you see, each category of activity will define that you know each category will be a different type of branding services, which will be a different activity altogether. So just give me a moment. So a product, suppose you are coming out with a product, the branding for the product will largely depend on the type of product that you're developing. um, Now if your product is sold in retail market, then your branding will be about the consumers. Your messaging, your marketing messages, your branding, your logo should be more should talk more about how public will benefit by using these products. But then that is not the only business happens in the field. There are people who are doing wholesale kind of business. They produce something which does not go to the market directly. It becomes sort of an input to some other business. Your offering is then used by some other industry and then assembled into something else. So there could be instance where you're actually a product manufacturer, but your market segment is not retail. There could be a market which is meant for OEMs. So your offerings will be taken by the OEMs. They will assemble things, customize it, use it, and so on, and then they will resell it to retail. So it depends really. When you are actually into product arena, you have to ensure that your messaging should be proper and with in line with the market that you are addressing. There could be a raw material manufacturer. The branding for the raw material manufacturer will be different than OEM clientele and then the retail business. So things like that. So it's completely different. For example, if there is a steel manufacturers, the steel cannot be used directly by anyone. So steel is selling to XYZ client, you know. So if you manufacture, convert iron into steel, who's going to buy that? You know, somebody has to buy that steel. So your clientele is the manufacturers who are producing special pumps, um, cars, heavy machinery. So those factories becomes your client. So your branding is related to those clients. You know, you produce highest variety of different variety of steels. So anybody needs different variety of steel, they can approach you and so on. If you actually advertise different variety of steel in the retail segment where people are looking at buying mobile phones and your clothes and cars, the chances are your branding is going wrong. So I'm not saying that people will do that. I'm just using this as an example to drive that your product offering and what segment you're selling into, your branding strategy will be driven mostly by that. um, for instance, let's take another example. Rolls Royce. For many years, it has been known to everyone that Rolls Royce is selling by invitation. So you see, their branding is so strong. You simply cannot go and buy a car. You have to be invited to buy a car. So their branding is so important that if you have a Rolls Royce, that means you have been selected as a client. Right? You see, so their product branding is different than let's say Hyundai product branding. Hyundai, you go to my dealer and pick up the car. Anyone can buy the car. So that is why you don't see Rolls Royce advertisements in any of the magazines. You will probably see in a very selected kind of media, and they have their own method of reaching out to people whom they feel fit for using their car. And even though if you're a very rich man, you're an extremely rich man, but they will not give you chance to buy the car. If you are a god man, for example, the chances are you want to buy a Rolls Royce and you can afford it because you have so much of money, but Rolls Royce will not allow you to buy these cars. So things like that, you know. So each product has a different branding, and when you do product branding, you have to use the right technique to address your clientele. You have to understand what are the clients who are going to watch your, who are a target audience. These clients can be prospects, they can be clients, or they can be future clients. So what are the types of activity you're doing so that you're conveying the right message? Then you're using the right medium to reach out to them. You can use mailers, you can use website, you can use personal phone calls, you can use advertisements, you can use social media. But in all of that, you have to ensure that you're reaching out to right audience, right type of clientele. Now, if you want to promote your company, a corporate, then you have to talk about, you cannot talk about your products. You know, when you say Tata, you want to brand your corporate itself, corporate culture. Then if you keep talking about your Tata Salt and eatables and cars and heavy machinery, it will not build your corporate brand, a cultural brand. So you have to talk about, you know, how good you are in terms of solving the employees' problems. what kind of job satisfaction you give, what are the growth prospects for Tata, um, what is the the place in society you build for your employees, um, are there any health plans, health benefit if you join Tata, any company. So if you look at Tata, they are actually doing a lot of their branding around these activities, so that people now say, hey, if you join Tata, you're you will get growth, you will get job security, you will get money, you will get help in terms of children education, you will get help in terms of your accommodation, you will get health cover plans paid by the company, you will get to see travel the world, you will get paid holidays, and extra you will have nice place to sit, you will have nice colleagues to work with, and so on. So the branding around building your corporate is different than doing your product branding. So I think we need to understand this very clearly, even though this workshop is for beginners, but I think everyone should think what they are doing, and that is why I am trying to bring different aspects of different branding, uh, which can be possible. And mind it, all of this is useful even for a small business. You have to separate yourself, you have to build your own brand as as the promoter of the company. Then you have to also ensure that your company has a brand associated with it. Then you have to also ensure that your corporate culture has a brand, your human capital has a brand, and also your product and services has a brand. So you see, it is an overall picture that you send to the field that will drive your business. Personal branding, your corporate branding, your product branding, your company branding, and your human capital branding. There are more also, we will come to that in a bit. So in terms of personal branding, you have to talk about um, things like you know you are doing some course, you have done your Harvard, you have completed executive MBA from Harvard. That can be a star in your personal branding. Or you've gone on a whitewater rafting, every year you go, so you are a sportsman. That can be a brand. um, Now this brand should not be linked to your company. You have to thrive in building your own brand separately, without any influence of your company, because company will do a different kind of branding. And it doesn't matter, even if you do the same branding, it doesn't matter, but you have to ensure that your branding is differently driven, and it is not the same branding that your company is doing. Even though you're a small businessman and you have you sleep and breathe your company, but you still need to look at what you do to build your brand. And your company will build its brand, which you are only driving it, but it has to be separate branding. So in nutshell, the brand itself on the personal level is very very important, because if you are known if even though your company is small, but if you are able to build a brand of some way or the other, then people tend to have faith in the company. They know that this is a person with this kind of fame behind this company. So they try to bring, when they actually start buying from your company, the leadership brand is very very important, and it's absolutely clear that you need to do that. And that is why don't ignore building your personal brand. You have to ensure that your personal brand is always highlighted. Even though if you're in a company, your brand is very very important. Even if you have grown, your company has grown quite a bit, but your personal brand is still important. To throw an example, you look at Narayan Murthy. His personal brand is so huge. His company brand is also big, but his brand, I mean, his personal brand is that he's the MD of the company. But then he has other personalities. He talks in other forum, and he's indulging in other activities which are related to nation building. He's doing a lot of work in education, youngsters. So we can go on. There are people who are basically investing in building their own brand of different nature and different kind. Because if you actually increase that, then your perspective, your whole area of achieving the proper branding is increased. So you have to ensure that your personal branding is always developed as a leader, as an entrepreneur, or even as a trainer, because then in the case of trainer, your personal branding is very very important. If you are a professor in a with 30 years experience, that is drive your training institute or training online business. So things like that, you have to ensure that you think about these concepts. Now the cultural branding is something which defines you as a human being. So what type of post you like? Say for example, let's say in the today's context, when everybody is on social media, you are liking, sharing certain type of activities on Facebook or on Twitter, etc. That is going to drive your branding in terms of your friend circle or the kind of activities your company is indulging in. So it becomes a culture thing today, and now it's a lot easier to make or break. Earlier, you can you could have ignored it when the social media was not so active, like 10 years back. You could have ignored this aspect, very important aspect. But now, since everybody is on social media, the cultural background of the organization that you are building and your own personal image will be very heavily affected by the culture output. So you can try to make a cultural branding about yourself, that you tend to dislike certain things or you tend to like certain things, and that will stick on to you. Say for example, if you're indulging in too much of a religious rhetoric, then this will stick on to you, and then after some time your branding will take a totally different turn. It depends, what you're looking for. If you're looking for that kind of orientation to build your brand, it's okay, it's fine, but you are the best person to decide. But then your branding will the culture of your branding or your organization branding will be having x number of buyers which are of the same culture or society. So you have to ensure that you send the right messages, you make the right plans to convey the right messages overall by building your branding services. Now, one of the thing which is very important now at this point I would like to mention is, when you have taken all the steps of building your brand, building your company's brand, you have taken the right decision to build your employee capital branding, uh, you have reached a certain level where you have been doing this work for some time, but there is no growth, because it happens to everyone. You reach the certain level and then it saturates the market. So you need to do something else, you need to shake up things, and co-branding is one of the activities which you can take up very easily. uh, what is co-branding? Co-branding is that you tie up with some other brand, well-known brand or similar brand, or a lower brand or a higher brand, doesn't matter. Co-branding basically means that you tie up with another brand, another company, or another person, and jointly come out with an offering. So that is what the co-branding is all about. It doesn't matter that you are a big brand or a equal brand or a large brand, powerful brand. It doesn't matter. You can co-brand with any type of logo, any type of company. The example that I want to give, there are many examples like that, and what I feel as a trainer, that everybody today talks about, hey, let's do collaboration, let's do this, let's do that, let's team up and work together. But the point is that they have no idea how to do collaboration, because if you can't do co-branding, there is no question of doing collaboration. So first thing is that you have to coexist with another brand. When you are doing co-branding, you have to also ensure that you don't think about things like, hey, I will make more money, he will make less money. The co-branding does not define what kind of money you will make. Co-branding is you are just conveying your teaming up together, conveying a certain message, and it is not that you are dependent only on that business. So the idea being that when you co-brand, you shake up market so that you can grow beyond the saturation point. For instance, if you buy a BMW car, You can uh, buy Louis Vuitton bags which are perfectly made for boot of BMW and with the BMW logo. So if you pay extra XYZ amount, you can get the customized Louis Vuitton bags for your BMW car. So it's a very good example of co-branding. It is not that you know those products are not sold. They are obviously sold separately. But then when you buy a car, you have an option. If you want a customized luggage for your boot area, you can get it from the best quality Louis Vuitton uh, you know manufacturer, and with lot of style and stuff like that. You can customize them the way you want. So this is a great example of co-branding. There are other examples. There are many other examples of co-branding. For example, if you look at the today's context in India, there are a lot of co-branding happening which Netflix is doing. Netflix is the OTT platform which is providing a lot of video content for the consumption of Indians by and large. So the OTT is now uh, tying up with all these um, uh, TV broadcast services companies like Reliance or Tata. So if you take their connection, you will get X months free viewing of certain content. So this is nothing but a co-branded where the two brands are coming together and selling their separate merchandises. So this is a very good technique if you are say for example a small businessman. It's a very good technique to start, pull up two small business people can come together, build their strengths together, and then go to the market, and then with co-branded, and then sell under these two umbrella of co-branding. It does not mean that your brand will not sell your own product. You have other offerings. So what you have done is you have defined a different product offering which is co-branded. So it is a very good idea when you are basically setting up your business to also think of tying up with other brands and launching in collaboration. And I think this will give you a chance to even talk to other business people when you start sharing success with others also. Now, the last branding technique is a composite co-branding, which is different from the co-branding what we discussed in the previous slide. The composite is that product that you are using has another very powerful brand associated with it. For example, I am trying to say that if you buy a Dell, you will always see, in fact, if you buy a Compaq, you will see Intel inside logo. So it shows that Intel is a very powerful brand. But then if you buy a certain brand, they are co-branding, but it's composite. It is basically into one product offering. You buy a laptop from Dell or a PC from Dell, it will have Intel inside. So it's a very powerful way of doing co-branding. Co-branding, composite co-branding usually work in a situation where it may not be very good for all the situations, but it is good for a very powerful umbrella brand coming and then helping other smaller brands. So then there is no question of uniqueness or anything. The large brand will influence other brands. So at the beginning of the workshop I talked about Amitabh Bachchan. So it's a very good example of composite co-branding because Amitabh Bachchan has a brand of his personal brand of his own. But then when he talks about Samsung, when he talks about a car, when he talks about XYZ, he is actually rubbing off his brand onto that brand. So Amitabh Bachchan's personal brand is huge. But then when he talks about Hyundai car, Santro, that I go to work driving a Santro, then his brand is influencing Santro. So this is an example of composite co-branding. It may not be relevant for all situations, all businesses, but yet it is one of the tool available for increasing your business. So summarizing this session of what to do when you're doing your branding. First, as I said, you have to look at creating your personal brand also. If you are a leader or if you are an entrepreneur, you are a leader of a team, you are a CEO, CIO, CXO, you have to look at building your personal brand. Many people tend to ignore it, but I think that is not the right attitude. You have to build your brand at par with your company's brand. So you have to ensure doing whatever it takes to build your brand, and that gives the confidence to your client, to your prospect. When they actually deal with a company, they know that this is a person behind as a leader in that company, and they recognize you as a person. So you have to keep ensuring that. Now, in nutshell, you also have to do your company branding. So you have to ensure that the company's logo is visible quite often, because if you're out of sight, you're out of mind, especially when you're a small player. If you're a large player, you will have a lot of budgets, you will have a lot of muscle power in order to spread your messages, um, flyers, and put board outside your branch offices and across the city, multiple offices. So they have more muscle. The problem is when you're small, then you have to ensure that you are visible. So there are different techniques we will talk about after the small quiz. We will talk about what are the different techniques to build your brand being a small business. However, your company has to ensure that their logo, their work is visible. That means the company is always moving, it's not stagnant. Then all of this, so what is happening, you're creating a hype, and then you also have an heritage, because the person's leadership team behind the company is also building their brand, sending their individual messages out, doing something else other than the company is doing, and things like that. So you're building a package, sort of a aura for running your company. And if you don't do any campaign, then the campaigns, how will you reach to the market segment? So you have to continuously keep doing the campaigns, keep running those campaigns to ensure that every second day or third day you're in the news somehow or the other. So we can come up with these ideas, and we can have an advanced course next week where you can learn about these ways of doing campaign. Fourth, very important, you have to keep the field motivated. When I say motivated, it's not only the client which is motivated, it's not only the employees which are motivated, it's not only the investors who are motivated. So when you keep your messages keep going out every second day, people start seeing your logo and your work, your innovation, your white papers, your new activities that you're indulging in. You found a new client, you announce it. You open a new office, you announce it. You come up with a new idea, announce it. Why keep it to yourself? So by doing all of these different activities, you are actually motivating your clients in terms of uh, uh, clients, your employees, your investors. Hey, these guys are doing something, these guys are very active, these guys are very aggressive, and so on. And then by doing all of this, you will be able to connect to new people. You have your own connections, but then you keep building your network. And business today is about networking. So if you have a right network, you will be able to make money. And if you don't have a right network, then you will not be able to make money. So it's like that. So when you do right branding, you reach out to the people, you convey the messages that you have, you keep motivating all these people who are watching you, and then you keep connecting with a similar type of people, because that's the market segment you're working with. Above all, you have to be creative. You have to know exactly how you will do all of this. So you have to do in a very imaginative manner. You have to be creative, and then you have to be strategic, because you cannot keep repeating those things. um, Say for example, suppose you went on a whitewater rafting, you cannot continue that messaging for a month. So you have to at least apply some strategy. What will happen, usually what happens is that these are the activities that are planned at least for 2 months, and then there is a calendar which is produced, a branding calendar, and then the calendar is then followed religiously. So, you as a leader or your employee who's running these campaigns, or if you have engaged somebody to drive this, you have to ensure that the branding calendar is followed, adhered to, and the strategy has to be in place. So with this, we'll stop for some time, for 1 minute or so, and there is a small quiz that you can attempt, and you can write to me with these answers if you like these, and then I can respond to you, connect with you, and we can have a debate on that. So welcome back, friends. We'll move to the next section, which is about the actual branding for small businesses and for beginners. First thing that is required here is you need to have a very strong research based strategy. You see, when you're running your own small business, um, what makes you think that you can run this business? What makes you think that, say, for example, if you open a restaurant, it will run? Because 80% of the restaurants fail. That's a reality. Um, Not everyone succeeds. So there has to be a proper messaging that has to go out. That messaging will not go out properly if you don't have proper, uh, surveying capacity, a research-based decision. Because you know that, say, for example, let's go back to the example of restaurants. There could be vegetarian living in that area where you open your restaurants, and then you open a non-vegetarian restaurant. The chances are that, this is a very simple example, there could be many things to it. You can open a Chinese, and the people there in the neighborhood don't like Chinese, and so on. So there could be many examples like that. I think the net point I'm trying to drive is that the research is the key to start any branding. And then before you start, so I'm taking you one step back from branding. As I said so far, is that before you start your business, you have to do branding. But before you do branding, you have to do research. So I'm saying that you have to have a proper research in a very systematic manner, and the research will be based on various factors in terms of market size, in terms of how much customer will pay for your product or services, um, in terms of how you will reach out, what is the best method to reach out to them, how long you see this business running. If you start today, will you have a 5-year life, will you have a 10-year life, or will you have only 6 months life for that product offering? So I mean, there are thousand other things, I cannot talk about all of them, but I think the whole point is that you have to have research done. If you have a proper research, more data points, then that will help you drive the right branding strategy. As I talked about the branding calendar, you cannot work on a branding calendar if you don't have a research data with you. Second thing is, when you have a research based approach, then that research will also tell you that how the input from the market is helping you. Say, for example, after doing research, you created a branding calendar, and then it's a 2 months branding calendar that every 3 days or 4 days you will publish something or the other, some infographics or some video or something else in various format. So when you do that, the chances are that not many people are engaging with it. So that is one feedback that your research team has to get, or you, when you're doing research for your business, you need to get that input from the market. See, whatever you learn from me, or you learn from your experience, or you learn by talking to other leaders, will be of zero value if you don't hear from the market directly. So when you actually do your business, you have to ensure that the market has to give you direct feedback. You cannot get a Gartner report and apply that to your business. It is a good starting point. It is a good starting point. But when you build your business, you have to ensure that what is the market segment you're trying to reach out to, what is their feeling about you, and that feedback has to be there. That feedback will happen only if you have a proper research document with you. So I think before you start your branding, you have to do research, and this is something that I want to emphasize on. Collect as much data about the product, about the services, about the clientele, about the industry as much as you can. Build a model. I'm not suggesting that you should use this model or that model, but have some data available with you, and then decide what messages you have to send out as a branding, and then decide when you want to start manufacturing your product or services. Having done your um, brand research, then you have also built a branding calendar, marketing calendar. uh, Remember, I was talking about the feedback. Now the feedback will give you this kind of picture. It will be a SWOT analysis about uh, about your business. See, you have come out with an idea. You've done research whether this idea will be successful or not. And today's world, to run different research is very simple. There are a lot of free um, websites which will conduct surveys for you, or using some of these social media you can conduct these surveys. You can ask questions, you can build a survey form and ask the question. So that could be one starting point. I'm not saying it's the best, but I'm just throwing some ideas. So for free you can start doing some research. You can do it for some time, but this research will give you a lot of inputs. What people think about you, what people think about the product that you are trying to launch, what people think about the services. Will they pay for it? I think that's a very critical question which you as a businessman has to understand that. So all of these inputs will give you uh, information to build a SWOT model. So some of you, in fact, everybody knows what is SWOT. SWOT is nothing but, in short, strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So what are your strengths which you will build, and what are the weaknesses which you need to reduce? So until unless you have a research platform, until unless you have a feedback mechanism by doing proper branding, you will not be able to build your SWOT model. So you build on your strength, so you know that these are my strengths and nobody else can match that. And if you identify your weaknesses, you have to continue reducing those weaknesses. And then if you come across an opportunity, you have to ensure that you exploit, capitalize on that opportunity. And if you come across a similar threat in that, try to avoid it, bypass it. So if you have not made a model, you will not be able to come out with a SWOT analysis. So I think it's very, very important, very step by step method of building your business. You first do your research, then you do your branding. The branding will also build a mechanism to get the feedback done, either through polling or word of mouth, or send people, or conduct some actual research survey. Put that data into your SWOT model. That will give you a clear indication of how much money to invest and what to do. So the whole idea is that when you start your business, you continue doing all of these activities, and that will help you succeed in your business. And if you don't do this, then the chances are things will be at luck. The success and failure will be purely on the luck basis, not really scientific in any way. Once you have built all of these models, then you build a branding hub, a branding strategy which will be running for forever almost. So you do your research. It's a continuous process, repeatable process. The research keeps happening. Then your SWOT models keep evolving, and then your branding will keep coming out of it. So usually what happens is that how do you take your messages out in the field? It could be related to the name of the company. Now your product offering is something related to education, but you want to call it your company name is something else which has nothing to do with education, like disco, that's it, right? So their mismatch happens, and that reduces your brand value. So you have to ensure that your name, your website, and your everything is properly designed in such a way that it sends the right message out. for the offering that you have. Then when you decide your logo, it should convey the right meaning again. You cannot decide a logo using your creative license and design a logo which is a mismatch to what you're offering. For example, I'm offering consulting services to startups and SMEs, and my logo is very simple. It's the name of the company. It's a very simple, well spaced name of the company is my logo. So if somebody is using my services, they know my company and they know me, and this is the logo that I have, and I have registered this logo so nobody else can copy this. So things like that you should do, and all of this will uh, be done easily if you have a proper research and proper branding mechanism in place. And how do you reach out to your client? You have to build a website. So your website should be in line with what your business is. And and website is nothing but is your window to the world. So is the flyer. So is the presentation. So you have to ensure that whatever you have done have a consistency across. So you have a logo, you have your company logo, your website, your flyer, your business card, and your collateral carrying the same color, same logo, no difference at all. So make sure that it is talking about the same thing, no spelling mistakes here and there. That basically makes the brand more strong. Now, once you have established the basics building block of doing this, then you come to medium of what you will be doing. So if you are say for example, if you are running a small business which is servicing the close by clients, then you can choose various methods of sending your messages. You can use a banner, you can use leaflet flyers, send out to their houses, or you can also use social media, telling them, hey, I'm doing this XYZ. And there is no second thought about it. If you don't do advertising about yourself, nobody will know that you're here, you exist here. You have to tell the world. I mean, if you don't put a board outside your office, a small office, how people will know that you're doing this XYZ activity inside this office? So you have to talk about what you're doing. You have to ensure that you reach out to the client, telling them, hey, I'm such as a person, I'm providing these services. So you have to ensure that you can reach out to, depending on what clientele you're trying to attack. Choose your method of sending your messages. And in today's environment, you can actually advertise on social media. You can choose what you want to do, what type of age group, and so on. In all of this, since in this subject we are discussing only about the how to start your business and all that, but all of this requires a lot of in-depth analysis and research, because a wrong move can spoil your brand itself. So you have to keep ensuring that you follow the best practices. You don't deviate from this practice. Even if you deviate, there has to be a proper thinking behind it, and it has to be done seriously. So you cannot execute an idea which came to you today. You have to think through. You have to also apply the SWOT model to it, cause and effect. If you convey this message, what will be the effect? All that has to get into your model, and then you keep churning. I mean, you don't do anything ad hoc. Even though if you are a solopreneur, you are running your own one-man show, you need to be very watchful of these things. We talked about co-branding, composite co-branding. That will give you something called influencers. Now, influencers are becoming very, very critical in today's world when it comes to the small, medium enterprises and also the startup. The problem is that the startups and SMEs don't have a reach like a large corporation. So that is why the influencers plays a major role, because if somebody else has bought it, it must be good. And somebody else has conveyed the right message, it must be good. So things like that. So you have to ensure that you have roped in the right type of influencers, and you simply cannot afford to ignore this aspect of influencers, because that is a reality. You have to collaborate, you have to co-brand and influence your brand, because in absence of your brand being visible x number of times, if you don't have influencers, that limitation will stick onto you. So you have to ensure that you rope in right type of co-branding influencers, co-branding people with you, or tie up with other brands, and so on. And then you can think about advertising. You can start thinking, once you have all of these things that we discussed today in today's session, then you start thinking about how much money you want to spend on advertising, and then advertise, because advertisers will take your message far and wide. So you have to ensure that when you advertise, you just simply don't advertise by paying x amount of money in a newspaper, for example. And if you're running a business which is catering to x type of people, because going to a newspaper advertising, uh, what is the point in doing that if people don't watch it? I mean, your target audience don't watch it. So it is important to decide what budget you have, what is the reach, and how you want to advertise. So you have reached to the point where you are thinking about advertising now by spending money. All this will not happen if you have not done the groundwork. And all of this groundwork is ignored many times, because people concentrate on the offerings. They cut short all of these activities, and they straight away jump to offerings. And the problem is that when you start offering, you have to continue doing that, and you will take more time to succeed. So we'll give it a break for a few minutes and come back. In the meantime, you can look at this quiz question and try to attempt it. Welcome back, friends. We will have a Q&A session. If anybody has a question, we can take that up. Or at the end of the program, we will give the email. You can reach out to us. Anything specific you have or any suggestions you have, we can take that up separately with you after this session. So to summarize, the topics that we discussed today is how do we build our research hub that will give us to create a branding strategy that will help us create our company itself. So your research will lead to your brand, will lead to your company. And then after that, you have to do your SWOT analysis. That should become your continuous improvement process. And then once you have done these basic things, then you start thinking of roping in co-branding partners. You can start thinking of roping in your influencers. You can start thinking of building your advertising strategy, and that will take you to the next step of the business. So next steps are much more elaborate, and in the next discussion we will discuss about how do you take this to create your sales strategy. You have built your company, you have built your brand, you have built your personal brand, you have built your co-branded strategy, you have also built your influencers, and you have built your advertising. Now the leads are coming in. How do you convert them? So if the lead keeps coming in, doesn't mean that it will convert automatically. You need to do something else to convert those leads, because otherwise those leads will be wasted. So you have to build a sales activities around those leads which you are getting because of your branding. Um, then you have to look at how do you monetize your brand itself. So that is a high level subject that we will cover in the next workshop. And over time, how you can diversify it into other businesses, because if you stick around to one business, the chances are that your business will go down after few years of success. So you have to keep diversifying and keep doing new things. That is a rule of any business. And then when you diversify, you have to keep building your very strategically driven marketing hub, so that your brand, your personal brand, your company's brand, your product offerings, your advertisers, all are part of that ecosystem. So next workshop we'll talk about that. Business is nothing but networking. So how to become a good networker? Because if you are a good networker, then you will grow, your business will grow, people will have faith on you, and so on. And last subject in the next workshop would be how to cultivate loyalties among employees, customers, and investors. So with this, I thank you all for watching this workshop. If you have any questions, please write to me and I will take them up either in the next workshop or one on one. I will reach out to you, and we will see how we can address those challenges that you're facing. I will meet you in the next workshop. Until then, I like to say goodbye. Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant, and welcome to Akul Mac. Today, we have a very distinguished personality joining us from UK. His name is Mike Bradley, and he is the Chief Strategy Officer of Scale Up Arena. So, we will learn about Scale Up Arena in a bit, but our discussion today would largely revolve around the gig economy. Why we have chosen this subject? Simply because it has been predicted by a lot of gurus and a lot of experts that in 2021 and onwards, almost 50% of the workforce will be part of the gig economy. So even if you are a very senior person like a CXO, you would still be billed by hours and you will not be employed full time. So without further ado, let me invite Mike. How was the weather in London, Mike?
Well, London, I don't know. I'm on the south coast, so I'm in Christchurch. I'm on the south coast in delightful Dorset, or delightfully digital Dorset, which is the nicest weather in the UK, the best beaches in the UK. I like London, but from a distance.
So it doesn't rain that much where you're located.
No, actually, we're in a bit of an igloo, so we have very good weather most of the time. Today is not raining, is cloudy, but it's not raining. And we had a smattering of snow the other day, whereas the rest of the UK was blanketed in snow. So yeah, we're very fortunate. And in the summer, the weather, quite often in the evenings, we get a nice sunny evening, and the rest of the country can be in cloud. And if you go north of Birmingham, it's raining. So we're very fortunate.
So, Mike, thank you very much for coming on the show. And before we start, can you tell us a little bit about Scale Up Arena so that we can straight away dive into the gig economy and how Scale Up will fill the gap which exists today?
Sure. Yeah, sure. Scale Up Arena is an ecosystem which energizes and provides nutrients, the ability to survive and grow for emerge ups and scale ups. Emerge ups are the starting to get traction companies. They're bigger than startups, but not yet at the wonderful spot of being called a scale up with 3 years of 20% growth. We support them through 5 key pillars: funding, joint venturing and partnering, showcasing, training and tutoring, and also expert advisory. And it's a global platform, and it's spawning off other ones. We've got another one now called Insure Scale Up, We've got another one which is in launch, which will be for SMEs, SMEIT, and enabling the great unwashed, about 80% of the traditional businesses who don't utilize tech in the way they could and should, and it's available for them. So yeah.
Thank you for the brief, Mike. And as we progress into 2021, I think the message is very loud and clear that most of us would be working in the gig economy. That means we'll
Mm-hmm.
be individual, we'll be billed by the hour, and there will be uh, deliverables which will be defined at the beginning of the contract, whether you are
Yep.
a senior person or a junior person. So that is how the shape of things that will evolve as we progress, and that
Mm-hmm.
is why platforms like Scale Up Arena plays a major role. Would you like to tell us how Scale Up Arena will help the Indians, and there are quite a bit of in numbers, how we can find out global opportunities using your platform called Scale Up Arena?
Sure. Well, as you rightly say, the gig economy is growing, and is probably going to become, I don't know, quite the norm, I would suggest, particularly within that emerge up and scale up space, because for two reasons. One is the vast availability of gig workers. Those are workers who are independents, as you say. They are on a short-term contract basis, and there's a reason for that has grown so massively is, of course, our wonderful global pandemic has helped to put a lot of people out of work, unfortunately. But those people have got good skill sets, and therefore they're a ready pool of expertise, which is available to the emerging and scaling companies, the emerge ups and the scale ups. Um, and the reason that the gig economy is useful for those sort of companies is because in many cases they can't afford to have a full-time chief marketing officer or a full-time chief strategy officer or a full-time chief technology officer. They need those skills, but they cannot afford them full-time. They probably don't even need them full-time. The vast majority, particularly of the emerging companies, the emerge ups, which could have a handful of people, can be supplying across the globe, but don't actually need to have the full-time staff and the cost, the overhead that goes with that. And of course, in the 21st century cottage industry that we now live in, where we're all working from home, which is what used to happen two centuries ago, we are now able to do these as we are, to discuss globally, support globally, develop globally. So there's massive opportunities because of the availability of gig workers and the demand for that sort of skill set within the Scale Up Arena community.
So a lot of my industry colleagues are experimenting with CXO on demand services, or similar type of services.
Yep.
How Scale Up Arena will be able to help these people who are looking for jobs and can work on project basis? Is there a possibility, or is there an area where Scale Up Arena can help the gig workers?
100%. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of what I call, well, the term silver foxes and silver vixens, who've got lots of skills to offer into the young growing companies globally. I mean, there are a lot of companies through Scale Up Arena, which is global. We had a meeting the other day where we had people from India, we had people from Africa, we had people from Australia, China, UK, Europe, and also, well, it was a bit early when we had our gathering, but we also have people in the States that are engaging with us, but that not many of them turn up on the meetings. But the point is that the there's the ability for these silver foxes and vixens to be listed on the Scale-Up Arena in several ways, because maybe they're entrepreneurs and they've got their own businesses and they want to reach out to other parts of the globe and sell online to other parts of the world. Then there's the ability to utilize their local skills, go global and act local skills, because it's still preferable for a buyer to find a supplier who speaks and is part of their culture. So even if you're a global company, you will work through the local people. So if you're trying to enter that massive market in India, the best way to do that is to engage with people who know the Indian market and live there and are part of the culture. And so there's great opportunities for the Indian silver foxes and vixens to make themselves available. They can have a listing on Scale-Up Arena. There's three ways they can list. They can list their company as a provider of services and solutions in the showcase. They could list their expertise as a mentor, advisor within the expert advisory micro consulting area, which is exactly the gig economy. And then there's the ability to have their expertise projected in terms of a training course, a webinar, a briefing that they create. And as they create a blog or they create an audio or video, they can also list that within the MediaCast area, all of which helps to gain their profile. The major challenge, of course, for the gig economy and gig worker is how do people find them? Because it's like searching for a needle in a haystack. Yes, we're listed on LinkedIn, but how do you raise your profile? And of course, on LinkedIn directly, you can post something, you might share it, other people might comment, you might connect with people, but there's no direct mechanism for promoting yourself. The benefit of being part of an ecosystem like Scale-Up Arena or Insure Scale-Up, or in the near future for Assimilate, means that by associating with these other brands, it's like an online supermarket. So an online marketplace, and people will come there to find other things. They can easily search. I say to people these days, don't bother trying to browse the site. Just do a search. When you're on the site, look for Chandrakant, and up you'll come with Akumak, because they'll find you by searching your text and your entries. It's a much quicker way to find you. Someone might say, actually, I want to search somebody who is a cybersecurity expert or a CXO for a SaaS provider, or I'm looking for a SaaS platform that can take me to 22 countries. We have all of those within the Scale-Up Arena ecosystem.
Excellent, Mike. In fact, there could be instance where the Scale-Up Arena will have like 10 resources available, and in those cases, how the Scale-Up Arena will help viewers which person to engage with. Is there a facility of some sort of a rating available?
Well, no, there isn't. Well, there is and there isn't. I think ultimately, people have to make their own decision. We don't try and give them a preference, but what there is on each entry is the ability for the company to have use cases, to have client quotes. They can have little video clips. They could have the same on a webinar entry. They can have the same on their expert advisory mentoring listing. So there's the ability to have quotes there. And so, you can have client endorsements that way. The other way, of course, is to come along to various of the special interest group meetings or the virtual gatherings. People get to see the face, they hear your voice. It's a friendly, professional environment. We're all geared to the 5 C's, as I call it: connecting, communicating, cooperating, collaborating, and what we all want to do, particularly with that Indian culture, is closing. So It's all geared to that. We're all geared to trying to support each other. It's a tough old world out there, and we have to differentiate. But the way you differentiate is by getting to know people, and the ecosystem is a great way for promoting your wares, social media engagement, but also for engaging with people face to face, online, reaching the other parts of the world we wouldn't have reached before, the likes of Zoom and Teams and Hangouts, which now make the world a smaller place. So, of course, we hear a lot about the negatives of social media, but there's actually far more benefit from a positive angle than a few unfortunate trolls who go around making a bad name for these things. I've worked in communications for many years, and I don't think there's ever been a better time to work together on a global basis, which is what we're doing with the ecosystems, with Scale Up Arena and Ensure Scale Up. It's just we're making that world smaller, more engaged, more positive. It gives the other benefit, of course, is that we allow the gig economy workers. They've all got networks. They've all got people they know. They can get you into the Tata Comms or Tata Teleservices or BSNL or somebody, and those connections are very valuable to other service providers in the ecosystem. So the other benefit for a gig worker to be part of an ecosystem like Scale Up Arena or Ensure Scale Up is their black book. And so part of what we do within Scale Up Arena is allow them to refer somebody from their network for a service that's on the site, or a mentor on the site. And again, because it's come through a third party, a large ecosystem and brand, it's much better than a cold call or just a standard sort of email. It's an endorsement in a way of saying, I will introduce this company. So it's a great way to monetize somebody's black book. So, and what we do with Scale Up Arena, if you become a member of the group and the ecosystem, we ask for 15% generally of your sale or your consultancy, and we then share that with the person who's referred you. So if you've got 50 great contacts and you can sell services to them, you can sell other people's services into your contacts, and you get a share of any success fees. So you can monetize your black book, and it's a virtual sales force.
When you talk about money, it's quite interesting. Always show me the money.
So closing, it's all about closing.
It's all about closing and then finally getting the money in your bank. So
there you go. That's the sixth C, isn't it? It's the cash.
So the Scale Up Arena has a mechanism to get paid, or is it outside the system?
No, at the moment, it's done separately outside the system. We are shortly going to be introducing the ability to do micro consulting through the platform. And what that means is you'll be able to say, I want 2 hours of a comms expert in Hyderabad. And you can find your expert online, say, I want an hour of their time, click the button and schedule a time, and or go straight into a conf call where you basically present your payment. So, your hour may cost, I don't know, quite a few rupees or a few pounds. And then you pay straight on and go straight into the conf call. So it'd be like a rather Uber-esque model, but for micro consulting, for gig economy work.
And do you have a timeline when this will be ready? Why I'm asking this, Mike? Simply because this is the Achilles heel of any network. Because let's say if you have LinkedIn, there is no surety of getting the number one, work done. Number two, after the work is done, surety of getting the payments. So if there is a platform which can ensure both sides, buyers and sellers, come together and exchange their work as well as get the payment done, that will be
Yes.
very good.
That's what's going to happen. I reckon that it will be 3 to 4 months when that's available. And like I say, for now we do that as a back end office resource, and we counter that up. But the model is definitely the Uber-esque model, as I call it. Is you say, I want a chief strategy officer. I want that really great guy, Mike Bradley. They say nice things about him to go on to the global markets and do strategic development. So they say, yeah, I want 2 hours of Mike's time to talk about something. They come in, they pay their 2 hours worth. I do my 2 hours worth of consultancy, and then the back end divvies out the money, and everybody gets paid. Everybody's happy, and then hopefully they'll review me and say, I have my discussion, my consultancy project, my iteration with Mike. He was brilliant. He's helped me to get into lots of strategic partners, or pointed me in the direction of debt-based funding, and I would recommend him to other people. That goes against my profile, and then the next person can find that, and they'll push me up the ratings for, yeah, go to Mike next time because he's a brilliant guy. He says modestly, not.
All right, I think this is all very exciting. But one last question I have, Mike, in case
Mm.
when the matchmaking happens, when the buyer engages a gig worker for a matter of
Yes.
2 hours, and then gig worker says that, hey, I have to deliver whatever you asked me to do it. There could be some communication gap, and after 2 hours, the buyer says, hey, you did not deliver up to the mark. So in those
Mm-hmm.
cases, how Scale Up Arena will resolve these issues?
Well, of course, we hope that won't happen very often. It is going to happen, and when that happens, I think we've got a support mechanism for the ecosystem. So there's an email that you can send to support at scaleuparena.com. If you had to make in that sense, a complaint about somebody, then I think that's how we would handle it. Obviously, these things have to be done properly, and I think if I was the consultant in that case, I would say, okay, you got your 2 hours. What do you want to achieve in 2 hours? Let's agree that at the front of the call, and then you might say, well, actually, this is going to take 6 hours, not going to take 3 hours or 2 hours. So then let's agree that before we go through what we're going to achieve today, and then have another session or whatever. So I think it's all about meeting expectations and exceeding expectations. So it would be, sensible to have a formalized approach. If you're a gig consultant, if you like, or an advisor, then I think you have to be very clear what you can deliver, and you've got to put that in your profile on Scale Up Arena to say, these are my deliverables. If you have 1 hour, maybe we'll just evaluate your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. If we have 2 hours, we might get into ideation. If we get into 3 hours, we might get into a bit of execution discussion. So I think it's all about how you frame your solution, because you don't want people reviewing you badly. So you've got to make sure your proposition is right, your value is right, and it would be wrong to say you can boil the ocean in 1 hour. I think also expectations on the part of the buyer are important. I think it was Bill Gates. I hope I'm quoting him right, but Bill Gates said that you can achieve a lot more in 10 years. You can achieve a lot in 10 years, but you can't achieve very much. You don't achieve quite so much in 1 year. So life is about stepping stones. So I think you have to look at what the stepping stones are, and both the acquirer of the consultancy and the supplier of the consultancy need to agree very clearly up front. What is the stepping stones we're hoping to cover here? Because we're not going to jump the river in 2 hours, but we may just get onto the next stepping stone and help you go somewhere.
I think
That
very
would be
well
my
said.
assessment.
Yes,
on
Mike, I
that
think
one.
you mentioned very well, because the billing can be in 1 hour, but the result that you want to achieve may take 1 week. So
Mm,
I think that is the way the gig economy will flourish and will kickstart, and more people start engaging with each other. So I think
mm,
my last word would be that, since we have just started 2021, I think more and more people who are watching this program can register themselves with Scale Up Arena. I think it's a
mm.
global platform where a lot of people can get benefit. You can be based anywhere in South Africa, India, Singapore, UK, US, and you can
Correct.
then pool your knowledge together, find new client base online, and you can then leverage your years of experience by coming to Scale Up Arena. So thank you very
Absolutely.
much. Yes, Mike, you have any last words?
Yeah, well, I was just going to say the other thing I strongly recommend gig consultants to provide and to utilize on the ecosystem platforms that we have is the ability to run a briefing, because they can, that your service is applicable to somebody, but a lot of people don't recognize that they have a need for it. So it's an education process. And you can use the briefing area, the learning and development, tutoring and training areas, to actually put a briefing together about why your solution and how your solution can support people. And so very much complement your entry on the site. So don't overlook the soft sell opportunity to educate people on their why they need your service, and that can be
Absolutely.
done on Scale Up Arena as well.
Absolutely. I think this is a very comprehensive system that you're talking about, and it's a real help to business people who want to really, spread themselves beyond boundaries, beyond countries, and your client can come from anywhere, from any can trade with you in any currency. So with this,
Absolutely.
I like to say that thank you very much for coming onto this show, Mike, and telling us about how Scale Up Arena can help the gig workers of the future. Thank you so much.
Pleasure. Been a pleasure as always, Chandra. Have a good day.
Thank you, and bye bye.
Goodbye.
Hey guys, what's up? I am Chandrakant, and this is Akul Mac Live, and today we will discuss about the unconscious bias and how does it affect our decisions in our business. And to discuss this, I will be joined by my friend, a very distinguished personality from UK, Mr. Naval Gun. So I'll just take a short break and join back along with the guest. Don't go anywhere. Good morning, Neville. Welcome to the show, and we are looking forward to this great discussion today about unconscious bias. How are you doing today?
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Unconscious bias. 2 words, my goodness, for a Friday. Bit complicated, you might think, but it's things that we do automatically without even thinking. And we do them automatically because we've experienced them time and time again, and that's what we do. What things do you do automatically, CK, without even thinking about it?
Well, I think there are many things, and within my mind, I'm pretty sure that whatever I'm doing is right. no matter what, even if my father tells me to do it, I know for sure that this is right and this is wrong. And that sometimes if I think now loud with you, that it can be sort of not very flexible nature, because based on my experience, I have sort of hardened on those decisions. So this is what I feel, Neville. I take decisions all the time.
I mean, it's good you take decisions, but as you say, it's those decisions have been hardened over time because you do them frequently, and the thing about that is if you do something often enough, you forget what you're doing, like brushing your teeth, like making a cup of tea, like getting out of the same side of the bed every morning. We do this automatically. Let me ask you a simple question, CK. Here you go. Here's one for you. Which sock do you put on first?
Well, that's a good question. Now, if you, well, I have to think about it, Neville, because suddenly I'm blank. Nothing is coming to my mind. But I think one thing I'll tell you is that certain situations are sort of hard coded in my brain. Things like sometimes are related to people, sometimes it is related to countries, sometimes it is related to religion, but those things are sort of hard coded within me, and I think some of the decisions are driven from there, and I have no I'm not shying away by admitting that there are some decisions that I take are driven from these biases that I have.
You're absolutely right, CK. And sorry for putting you on the spot again. But when you wake up tomorrow morning, consciously think about which sock you're going to put on first, and then you'll find out. But is that important? No, it's not really. It's irrelevant. You're just putting one sock on after the other. Does it make any difference whether you're putting the left on first or the right on first? Probably not. Frankly, it's just a futile exercise, but it explains exactly what we're talking about here. And you've hit the nail on the head. Biases. Even having a positive bias could be just as negative as having a negative bias if we're not careful. And let's just focus on networking, because this is a huge subject. But let's imagine now we're walking into a networking arena, and there's lots of people in there, and there's someone you've never met before. But you look at them and you think, I don't like that person. You've never met them, but your unconscious bias has taken over. And you will go and avoid talking with that person. And it's as simple as that. Have you ever experienced that in your... I've experienced that in my life, frankly, until I realised what was happening. Have you ever experienced that, or you seen it happen, CK?
Absolutely, Neville. It happens all the time, especially when you're traveling and then you are very cautious. When you're out of your comfort zone, out of your home, and you're traveling somewhere, you're obviously very conscious because you're not aware of the surroundings and you're not very free and you're observing everything. And in that scenario, you will see some people whom you don't like just because you don't like them. So I think there is a bias right away because you just don't like them. That's it. So it happens all the time, Neville.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Just because you don't like them, you've programmed yourself not to like that type of person. And let's look at the consequences of veering away from that type of person. You could miss a really good conversation with someone who's got a huge amount of experience in a place where you want to go as an organization. They may just be that person that is going to make a difference in your world. But you don't know that because your unconscious bias has kicked in and you say, talk to the hand, don't go anywhere near this person. If they come towards you, turn away and go and talk to somebody else. And these are things we do automatically. And just imagine that happens. And this person that could make a fundamental change in your business, you've now just ignored because you don't like them. Now, that's the worst form of unconscious bias. That's really going to limit your capability, because in essence, it's a limiting belief, and you need to push that limiting belief to one side. This has happened to me in the past. I can't remember. I'd have to go back some time to remember the last time it happened, but it definitely happened to me. Now let's look at a different consequence. I'm going to look at the antithesis of it. Okay. So in the first example, we were talking about somebody you look at that you really don't like. There's something just not right about that person, and they fit into this part of, I don't want to talk to them. I don't like them. They're not very nice. Now let's flip the coin. What about the other bias? About a characteristic you see in somebody. So for instance, exactly the same room, and you look across the room, there's someone new there, and they smile at you. And you think, oh, they're smiling at me. That seems like a nice person. Have you ever been there, CK?
Well, Naval, let me share something which is happening very frequently for past 1 year, because a lot of people are now digitally connected. I have a bias. First of all, let me admit that before I start sharing my experience. There is a bias in me. Now, if somebody, some guy, some man appreciates my photograph and makes a heart around it, I automatically generates a bias. You know what I'm talking about. So I think to answer your question, I'm giving a real-time scenario which is happening so frequently past 1 year, where people are sending you heart and the other person is supposed to be a man, and there is a bias in me. I immediately shut off on that conversation.
Yeah, it's common. I mean, the thing is, it's you. I'm not going to be able to change you. But like anything else, we have all these Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, any of these platforms now, where you can change the heart emoji to just like, thumbs up, or a gift, or a thank you, or something else. So the platforms have listened to you, CK. But the interesting thing is, not a lot of people know that if they hover over these things, that they can change the emoji. So there's a little bit of an insight. But the thing is, just like the unconscious bias, which is very negative, you've created another unconscious bias, which is incredibly negative, just as negative, by someone smiling at you. Smiling is a universal language, and we all adapt positively to a smile. I mean, that's psychologically proven. When someone smiles at you, you smile back. You're a very rough individual if you don't smile back. You've trained yourself not to smile, which you're a sad person as far as I'm concerned, because we should all smile and laugh. It takes fewer muscles to smile on your face than it does to frown, by the way. There's another throwaway. But we're talking about business now, and you've seen a characteristic in somebody that you like, and you flock to them. And the problem with that is it takes away all of the other characteristics that you're looking for. So just because this person has smiled at you, or they've written an article and you see this person, you think, oh, they wrote a fantastic article. It may not have been them that wrote it. Someone else may have written it for them and they just put their name to it. But the point is, there's something that kicks inside that says, that's a smart person, I want to talk to them. And it could be a complete and utter waste of time. And that's why the unconscious bias in that arena, seeing something really positive out there that you relate to in your past, because that's what bias is. You're relating to something that you've seen before, and the more you see it, the more you relate to it, unless you fight it. And today's program, I suppose, in some respects, is having the mechanisms to fight your unconscious bias, because you could be missing out on opportunities. As we said in the preview to the program, it could be your biggest ally or your biggest enemy. So, biggest ally or biggest enemy, CK? Which one do you think it is with you?
Well, I think it's my biggest enemy, and let me narrate another incident which happens very often. And that is, if you're sitting in a meeting room and you come across a presenter who is starting to give presentation. It's a very normal occurrence. It happens with everybody. It happens with me. And now, since I'm talking to you, I'm opening myself and telling you what I've experienced. So now he'll start from acknowledgement, blah, blah, blah. This is what I am. This is about my company. The A, B, C, D. It goes like a very, very, methodical flow. And for me, it's very boring. My mind is already telling me, hey, I've seen these presentations 1,000 times, maybe million times. Come to the point straight away. So that straight away is a bias. When I think of it, it's a bias. I don't want to listen to his background and his company profile. I'm too eager to jump to what is the context. And that could be a bias within me.
You're absolutely right, CK. And the interesting thing is, as your mind is thinking, get to the point, I've heard this before, you're shutting down. You're not listening to what that person's saying, because you're in your brain, there's someone going, boring, oh, get to the point, yawn. And the thing is, I can see you smiling, and the point is, we all do it. It is probably one of the worst things you could do. But we're humans and we've got unconscious bias. So there are ways we can get around this. We can shut down our unconscious bias by firstly recognizing we have a bias. 100% of what we've got to move to is 95% is being aware of what you actually do. And the other 5% is then easy, because you've done the other thing many times before. So if you've got someone out there that is literally giving a presentation and you think you've heard it all before, you can do one of two things. You can switch off completely and go and do something else, or you can listen intently as to, well, even if I've heard it all before, maybe there's a little nugget in here that I wasn't listening to before. Maybe because my brain was saying, boring, heard it all before, not going to learn anything here. If you shut that part of your brain down, and believe you me, it's easy to do when you practice. You can practice it now, I'm going to say boring. And what I want you to do is just to concentrate on not being bored. You ready? Boring, yawn. Said it all before, done this, done that, seen the t-shirt, got the t-shirt, seen the video, cleaning the video. Now, that's all boring stuff, wasn't it? Okay. But if you can actively practice on just listening through it and saying there's going to be something that's going to be important here in a minute, we'll find out what's going on. Now, the interesting thing is, if someone has locked on to that part of this discussion, they may have woken up thinking, what's he on about? What's he saying that for? And that's what we want to be doing. We want to be engaging our thinking brain. And it's as simple as that. We just need to think about what's happening. Have I heard that? Yes. Is it important? Yes, maybe no. Park it. Move on. Keep thinking. We can multitask. Even men can multitask, by the way. It's a myth that men can't multitask, because in presentations, we do it all the time. We think about what we're going to have for dinner because we're bored, and yet we're still listening because we can't shut our ears off. And it is funny, CK. It is funny, and that's the interesting part about this. You can have fun doing this. Do you remember the days of the bingo card in businesses, where there were, 9 sayings or 9 words that someone always says, and then you're actually going to, in a meeting, you're sort of ticking off how many times they've said, you know, this company is futuristic. Oh yeah, another futuristic. We're engaging in our people. Engaging, but that's another one. And we used to play BS bingo, bullshit bingo, we used to call it, because that's what was coming out of the person's mouth. They were just literally repeating something time and time and time again because they liked the sound of their own voice. And the thing is, that's where we've got to get away from. We've got to actually see people for who they are, not who we think they are. And that's where unconscious bias is going to kick in. So the method of today, the moral of today is don't think you know it all. Throw your unconscious bias out the door, and in a networking environment, go to someone who perhaps isn't smiling and get a smile on their face. There you go. There's your challenge for the day.
Well, it's easier said than done, Neville, because you know it's an accumulated thing. You know, it could be valuable sometimes. It may not be relevant. It could be total junk. You don't know, but it is still in your mind. And the way we are calling it today, and the subject is very apt. It is unconscious. You know, things which you don't know that you're doing. For instance, you know, if you you know, I'm an Indian, I have certain way of lifestyle, and if I go to Thailand and I follow my lifestyle in Thailand or any other country, they may think you know, this lifestyle is not what you know, we are looking at. So similarly, when a person from UK comes to India, you know, they can turn into a complete spectacle. So so we are all spectacle if we go to a different culture. You know, all of us can be a spectacle when I go to Thailand, or if I go to US or Brazil, because I think that is something unconscious, and we are just doing it because it's there in our mind. For example, let me give an example. If you're in US, the standard hello is how are you, right? That's the standard hello. They don't say good morning, hello. They will keep saying how are you, and they don't even wait for you to respond. I mean, maybe there is another you know, a person like me like to say, hey, yeah, I'm fine, but the other person has moved on because for them it's just howdy, how are you, howdy, and then they just move on. So it's unconscious for Americans, whereas other national may want to seriously consider this as a gesture of responding. So here somebody asked me how are you, and I am thinking, hey, he's really concerned about my health. I should tell him, oh, I'm fine, or I'm not fine. I want to indulge in some discussion, but this person has already moved on because he has this subconscious method of doing things. So easier said than done, Neville. Any last comments on this?
You're right, it's easier said than done, but you've got to start. I mean, it's as simple as that. You need to, the first thing is be aware. So if you're about to ignore something because you've just seen something you don't like, think to yourself, hang on a minute, is that me just being biased? So you have to be aware of it initially to be able to make the change. And if you're not aware of it, it's never going to happen. So you're always going to do the same thing. Let's look at doing something simple, okay? Because this is about having a habit, okay? Well, let's see how quickly you can break that habit. I wear a wristwatch, and I wear it on my left hand all the time. I never take it off. So here's something everybody could do. If you've got a wristwatch, take it off and put it on your other arm. And then work out when you stop doing that. Hang on a minute. Oh, yeah, it's over here. Just work out, when you actually stop doing looking at the wristwatch on the left hand and look at it on the right, because you have changed your habit. Now, I've got added advantage here because this is pretty heavy watch. This is not light. Okay. So I can actually feel it now consciously. Okay. Unconsciously, I'm still going to do that. But consciously, I can feel this over here. And the interesting thing is, it won't take you very long. Forget about 21 days to change a habit. It might take you a few hours. It might take you a couple of days. But it will certainly be less than a week, because you're going to be now more aware of it. You're going to say, oh, that's pretty stupid. It's over this side. And you can say that to yourself, okay, because no one wants to be stupid. Okay, no one wants to stick out. But the thing is, only you will know. No one else will know. Especially if you're in an open environment. If you go like that and then go like that, no one's going to even notice. Okay, so that's one little exercise you can do that will see if you can change a habit, and then you can say, actually, it's pretty easy to do. So once you practice one thing, you can go and practice something else. But it is a limiting factor in your personal and business development. And that's really the message of today. Unconscious bias could really negatively affect your business and your business growth. And here's the knock on here. Let's just say that person is a dignitary, very quiet individual, doesn't smile much because it's just not, they're shy. It's not their persona. Okay? They're the ones that got the problem, not you. And if you were to go over to them and have a nice, friendly chat, they could be friends for life. And they could open doors for you, even just personally, just to make you feel brilliant, make you feel good, make you feel part of that person's network. But you'll miss that opportunity because of your unconscious bias. So there is a moral here, particularly in the business world. Put your unconscious bias to one side and get on with it. Because if you don't, you're missing an opportunity. Who knows where that opportunity will take you? Fascinating discussion. We tried to wrap it up in a fairly short period of time. There are so many examples of unconscious bias in our life. Listeners can put in comments about where their unconscious bias has taken them, how it's affected them. And the point is, a lot of people don't even know they've got one. But you have. And now to find out is, what is it? What does it do? Is it really helping you? Because it could be helping, but the likelihood is it probably isn't. So fantastic discussion today, CK. It's a huge arena, and it really will tell us more about who we are than who other people are.
Naval, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and giving so much wisdom about this very important subject. I think the message is your subconscious bias can make you a successful person in life, but the same subconscious bias can also make you a failure. It depends on the situation. So I think it is important for all of us to understand what is our unconscious bias. So I think we should spend some time understanding our personality. And I think we are running a series. If you have an opinion, you can share with us and we can come back on the same subject, because this is a very big subject. We cannot finish off in 30 minutes. So if you write to us, we can bring that particular subconscious bias as a discussion point in future. Naval, thank you so much. And I will catch up with you next week, same time. You have a nice weekend.
Hello friends, my name is Chandrasen and today I am going to talk about the sun. So our sun formed 4.5 billion years ago in the Orion spur when a cloud of dust and gas collapsed and formed our sun. Our sun can fit all 8 planets 600 times. It's 100 Earths wide, and in terms of atom count, it's 91% hydrogen, 8.9% helium, and 0.1% heavier elements like carbon and nitrogen. So, our sun can be divided into 6 layers: chromosphere, corona, and photosphere, convective and radiative zone, and the core. In the core, temperatures reach to 15 million centigrade, and in the core fuses two hydrogen molecules together to create helium. This process is called thermonuclear fusion. This is a enormous form of electricity, solar wind, and radiation. So I will tell more about the sun in the next episode. Bye bye.
Hello, welcome to Akulmek Live, and I'm Kanchan Verma. And today is Awesome Wednesday, and today we have a very profound musician, and she is Dr. Shambhavi Das. She is a great singer and a great teacher. So let's welcome her first. Hello, welcome to the show, Shambhavi. How are you doing today?
I am good. Thank you so much for inviting me, Kanchanji.
All Wednesdays are awesome. And so today, what music trend we are discussing? Are we discussing something different?
Yes, as we know, Indian classical music is full of different topics and different cultures. So today we will discuss how you visualize music. That is, back during 17th century, there is something called Rag Mala paintings, and we will be discussing that today.
Well, great. And it is quite remarkable because how really we can demonstrate music in painting. So I'm really eager to hear what we will be starting and how these paintings are depicted.
Definitely. So during 16th and 17th century, maybe during medieval period of India, Indian culture and Indian music, what happened was there was a lot of arts, poetries, classical music. Like that day we discussed that these Mughal emperors were so much fond of music, art, and poetries. So what they did was, see, music is all about creativity. So the art, poetry, literature, music, everything got entangled. So basically, Ragmala paintings are the amalgamation of art, poetry, culture, literature, philosophy, classical music. So for example, if we discuss Amir Khusro, he was a poet. Now, obviously, he wrote the books also, but he was a poet as in just the poet. But there was certain musicians also. So what he did was he started putting the visualizations of his poetries and arts into the form of the paintings. So we have certain ragas, and in the latter episodes we discussed that there were five prime ragas which were made by Lord Shiva. So in Ragmala paintings, these five ragas, Bhairav, Megh, Shri, Deepak Rag, and Malkons, these are depicted a lot in the form of so many. So visualizations can be perceptions. Like if I'm singing a rag, I'm getting a different perception. And similarly, the other poets, the art lovers, have different perceptions. So so the ragas were depicted in the form of the paintings, and it is also called rag dhyan paddhati. So rag mala is one term, राग ध्यान पद्धति. व्हाट इज राग ध्यान? कि राग को ध्यान में लाए, जो आया उसको पेंट कर दिया. So that is one form, and it's very interesting. Would you like me to show something in this?
Sure, I will be eager to really see what kind of these paintings are, because that's quite unique and I have not seen anything which when you are talking that perception and paintings are always perception, but then painting rag on any canvas or any other material which is paintable, I think that is awesome. Definitely I would like to see what kind of painting these are.
So as of now, those paintings are not the unique one, because we find it in the form of Madhubani paintings. I think you might have watched. Just for example, here you can watch that there is something called, so clouds are there, and in that rainy season, obviously clouds, and you see the garjan, the thundering is also there. Okay. And uh, all the ranis and all these gopis and all the ladies are dancing. So what do you get from this? Rag Megh. Okay, or Rag Megh Malhar. Now Megh means badal, so this is Rag Megh. Sa re ma pa ni sa, sa ni pa ma re, ma re ni sa. So there are so many songs in this. गरजत बरसत भीजत आयो रे, गरजत बरसत भीजत आई लो, तुम्हारे मिलन को हमरे बिछड़े बलम बार, सखी गरवा लगाए गरजत. So garjan is also seen here. So this is a perception. This is rag mala painting of Rag Megh. Now, this is rag Todi. Todi is a very minor rag, and you can see it's a day rag. So they have painted the day. And Hiran, that is the deers, normally they appear during the daytime. And this girl is actually feeding them. And they have come because of that. She was singing rag Todi. Since it's a minor rag, so it's showing a little bit of peacefulness, gambhirta in this painting. So like people can perceive it the way they want. Obviously music and it's all about human mind and emotions. But this they might have perceived this, that it's a very dull मौसम, दिन है लेकिन डल है, और वो लड़की अकेले बैठी कुछ कुछ हिरन को, मतलब इट्स अ वेरी पीसफुल डे. ये राग बसंत है, बसंत भी बोल सकते हैं. कर्नाटक म्यूजिक में वी कॉल इट बसंता. Vasanta means Basant as in spring. You can see the blossoms, the flowers are actually dancing. And by Basant is such a beautiful rag that all the hirans, the deers are collected over there. If you see over here, it's greenery. Sa, sa, ga ma dha re sa ni dha ma ga sa ni dha pa ma ga ma ga ma ga re sa. तो थोड़ा सा, so this is a called of blossom. So this way you can find so many ragas. Now if we speak, we have already spoke about rag bhairav, ki this is a morning rag day. So morning that depicts like this is very common ragmala painting in Google. Every time when you will type ragmala, so bhairav you will get that Saraswati ji in the morning time, the lotuses are all in its peak, and Parvati ji is worshipping Lord Shiva, and it's a very serene kind of atmosphere, very, and a little bit of sun. It is just going to rise. A red sun is getting depicted in this. So these paintings are normally depicted, and especially the ancient ragas. One more thing is very important, that it's not only an Indian culture. There are different kinds. See, poets were there, poets and painters were there in all cultures. So Ragmala paintings are also Rajput Ragmala. That is ragas from Rajasthan, Rajput. Mughal Ragmala is also there. Afghani ragas, Mughals. So it's like ki ret ret hai. All the deserted area is having some rag mala thing. So that culture is depicting that. Then Deccan Ragmala. So where we have a Carnatic music, Deccan area, Deccan Plateau. Then we have Pahadi Ragmala, that is up north. Deccan south. So Carnatic music also have the Ragmala systems. So basically the point is that visualizations were during the medieval period, it was all there. Now it has been come into normal paintings. You can call it worldly art. You can call it Madhubani art. So it's so as of now it's common in, but visualizations during that time, the ragas were so popular, Indian classical music, everybody knew them, so they depicted it into the paintings.
Well, to our viewers, I just want to inform that Dr. Shambhavi Das is a quite experienced musician. And before I go further, I also want to mention that she has her own academy, Sudemi. So now, as you mentioned, Shambhavi, that there are different types of ragmala in different part of the world. So now when we are talking about this, so all ragmala paintings must be different from other ragmalas?
Yes, all the Ragmala paintings are very different. Even one rag has different Ragmala paintings. It's like you are experiencing rain. So rain, monsoon season is the same for everyone. Everybody is experiencing that downpour. But if you will paint something, you will paint it your way. Your daughter will paint it your way. Your family member, everybody have their different, set of mind. So if I say that I have to paint a rain or I have to paint a dhoop, the sun, so I have a different outlook. So even for one rag, there are different ragmala paintings, and especially like I said, those 5 prime ragas which were created by Lord Shiva, that was actually, those ragas have so many different rag dhyan paddhati. It's a rag dhyan paddhati. That's why they have converted it into rag dhyan, because dhyan is not the same for everyone. Perceptions are different. So they all different rag. But one thing more, in schools also during medieval period, they used to make it, they introduce this to the students also, so that they have a very good memorization of the raga. For example, I showed that rag tori is a day rag. So now when you visualize it, you will understand, oh, this is a day rag. So now suppose I tell something that this is I give you a painting, and that painting is depicting a daytime or night time. So you'll say, oh, so Yaman is a night raga or what? So I'll say yes. So Yaman is a night raga. It's an evening raga. So this is how. they used to, so rag mala paintings were used for the memorization as and to increase the aesthetical manodharma of students. Because if just singing a rag, that is different thing, but singing and internalizing the rag, it's you are manifesting the rag into a body, that is totally different thing. Okay, you have to anyways get some painting in your mind when you are meditating or manifesting a rag. So there were two things very important with rag mala paintings. First, rag dhyan, rag meditation. Secondly, memorization. Whatever you will see, the visuals are definitely important, because what we visualize, what we see is learned more, is memorized. Third is the aesthetical sense will, the ras of that particular raga will improve in the students. So there they used to put it. Unfortunately, it's not now, because they started, the intellectuals felt that it's not a very logical thing.
Well, I think this is a very good cue for anybody who's learning rag, because that comes naturally. What I feel when you have a visualization of rag, and that is really awesome. Now, I would like to ask you, what is your how you combined this ragmala painting with your rag, and how which is the best raga you and painting ragmala you really feel and you enjoy watching and singing?
That's a good question. But see, I like so many ragas. So, anyways, when I like the ragas, I visualize them that way. And I actually paint them myself. Because, I tell my students that if you really know the rag, you paint that rag, because when you sing, you'll get some emotions, you'll get some thoughts with it, and you paint, you just visualize them and paint it. Sometimes I make them write it down. What did you feel listening to the rag or singing to this rag? Now if they write it, they can paint it also, they can draw it. And as far as rag mala is concerned, I like I said, rag bhairavi and rag bhairav, because I can connect to it. Like when I say it's rag bhairav is very serene rag. Ta re ga ma pa da ni sa. So this rag connects me with the lotus, which is there in the Ragmala paintings. Uh, so all the atmosphere which is depicted in it, I can connect to it. It's all about your own connection. Then only you like that particular Ragmala painting. Secondly, I like one Ragmala painting, which is Gurjari Todi. And I like Madhuvanti. Madhuvanti is also a serene rag, and it gives you a feeling of separation, like a little bit of agony. But that's a good one. Agony doesn't mean that if a person is depressed. In fact, the other way around, it's a positive effect it will give. It will be a separation, it will be a little sadness, sad raga, the minor raga, but positive. It gives you a positive inclinations, it gives you a so it doesn't it makes you feel high with that particular agony, that solace. So sadness, the other name can be just solace. Just you are just finding peace in that. You are just connecting to it, and since you are connecting, you are venting it out. You are venting yourself through that raga. After venting out, it's very positive. You are fine. You are you are connecting with yourself more. So that's why minor ragas are very important, even for the depression patients.
Well, before we end this beautiful and thought-provoking session, I would like to listen some good raga today and I think my viewers will also enjoy that.
Definitely. So I will start. Maybe I'll sing Rag Madhuvanti itself, because right now, Rag Mala Madhuvanti is in my head. Sa ni sa ga ma pa ni sa ni da pa ma ga re sa ni sa ga ma pa ma ga re sa re ni dha pa 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 ni sa re sa काहे मान करो सखिरी अब काहे मान करो सखिरी अब काहे मान करो सखिरी अब बहुत दिनन ते पिया घर आए बहुत दिनन से पिया घर आए माही मनाओ धीर धरो माही मनाओ धीर धरो काहे मान करो सखिरी अब काहे मान करो सखिरी अब गंधमाल से अंग सजाओ गंधमाल से अंग सजाओ छंद ढंग से गाहरी जाओ प्रीतम को फिर प्रीत करो प्रीतम को प्रीत करो काहे मान करो सखिरी अब का सखिरी अब thank you. So I hope you are getting some visualizations in you, and I would want the listeners, the viewers, to just understand your mind, just read your mind. What did you get from this raga? This is my one of the favorite ragas, Rag Madhuvanti.
Well, after this discussion and after your singing, I'm also getting motivated to learn music and maybe do some brushes on the canvas and see the visualization. As usual, Dr. Shambhavi Das, it is so wonderful to talk to you today. And we'll be meeting again with some other interesting topic. Till then, bye-bye.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Hello friends, this is Akulmak Live and I'm Chandrakant. And today we want to actually give you a business lesson. And our guest is a very senior person. In fact, he is the global influencer and he has not told me anything. The whole idea is that there is going to be a business lesson. There will be a live learning session today. I don't know what is coming my way. He is going to tell me a problem which I need to solve it along with him. So this is exactly what we are going to do today. Before we start our discussion, must remind you that there is a free giveaway from Akulmak. Stick around in this show and we will tell you in the end how you can claim your free gift. Welcome back, friends, and let me also invite our guest today. His name is Mr. Naval Gund, and he's joining us from London. He is the chairman of MindFit Limited. So without further ado, let me present Mr. Naval to you.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. It's a beautiful sunny day here in the UK, and looking forward to an exciting day ahead. And what I've got for you today, CK, is a little bit of a game, a little bit of a challenge. Are you up for a challenge today?
Absolutely, Neville. In fact, you mentioned about the sunny day in London, but surprisingly, we have a cyclone hitting India, and it's quite cloudy and quite windy and quite comfortable today. So I'm up for any game that you throw at me.
Jolly good, jolly good. Well, hopefully our listeners will have a bit of fun with this as well. But there's a serious message about it at the end, so stay tuned because it's that serious message that I really want to focus on. So, CK, what I'd like you to do is to bring up a whiteboard. Fantastic. And we're going to test your capability now about drawing small circles. I'd like you to draw 3 small circles on the whiteboard. Well, that's a good one. Yeah, fill them in a little bit. Oh, never mind. Gone around the edges, not a problem. You're getting pretty good at this. This is good. Oh, yeah, even better. Oh, fantastic. Well done. And another one. Excellent. Excellent. Oh, well done. Well done, CK. Jolly good. Right. Okay. The next part of this is, and you don't need to use the whiteboard anymore, I want you to close your eyes. Okay. And when you open your eyes, I want you to explain to everybody, what do you see? Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, open your eyes. So what do you see?
Well, I see a whiteboard, of course, and 3 different. I mean, you asked me to draw circles, but these are very different type of circles. I am not very good at it. But 3 dots on the whiteboard.
Anything else?
Yes, I also see that there is a distance between these 3 circles, which are filled in with the same color as their outline.
Okay. Anything else?
In the whole canvas, I see a lot of other elements, but I see myself also in the screen.
Okay. Well, that's good. I mean, I asked you to draw 3 dots, so you drew 3 little circles, which is really good. And you started to expand in the whole screen. But notice how your mindset and your focus was on the 3 dots. So that's what happens in life. You were focusing on the 3 dots. Look at the whiteboard that is there. How much space do those 3 dots occupy? 1%?
Less than 1%, I think, of the whiteboard.
Less than 1%. Yeah, so 99% of what you were explaining to me is white. And that's where they were. That's life. That's where we are focusing on. But you didn't focus on that. You just focused on the bits around the whiteboard. And this is what's true. This is what's really true in life. We just focus on these 3. You even said there was a similar distance between the dots. Now, you've imagined it. I mean, you've drawn it. We could have gone into this conversation in depth, and I could have said, so do any of those dots look like they're in the middle? You know, why have they got about the same distance between them? So we're just going to be focused on those 3 little circles. And yet, there's a huge world out there. 99% of that whiteboard is white space, and you didn't focus on it. Now,
that's right, Neville. In fact, I was absolutely focused on the problem that you want to throw at me. So I was more concerned about, what is coming my way.
but it's interesting is because I didn't throw a problem at you. I just said to draw 3 circles. There was no problem. And the interesting thing is You used your imagination and you were imagining a problem. And that's what we do in life. So here's the message to everybody today. And it's a very simple message. And this is why things don't work out as we expect them to do. Because we focus on the minute pieces. We focus on the nitty-gritty. And we don't actually take a step back and look at the big picture. There's nothing wrong in focusing on the nitty-gritty all the time when you're really focused. But what is wrong is when you don't put it in context. Because if you're always focused down at the lowest level, you never actually take a step back and say, does that look right? Does that feel right? Am I still on the same wavelength? Have I got the strategy right? Does that make sense?
Yes, Neville, I think the lesson that I have learned today is look at the bigger picture, not look at the problem at hand. But you know, we are all humans, and you preconditioned my mind. You said that you're going to throw some problem at me, so I was waiting for the problem. But I think the lesson learned pretty well, that you have to look at the bigger picture.
And even in the corporate world, okay, this is why change actually doesn't take place. This is why 80% on average of change programs, digital transformation, the two words that have been put together over the last 14 months because of COVID, where people are looking for digital transformation, they're looking for instant results. And this is what happens. They focus on one dot or three dots, doesn't matter how many dots, frankly, but they miss the bigger picture. And let's just, I'm just going to ask you a question here. So this isn't a game, this is reality. When you look at digital transformation in an organization, what's the digital transformation aiming to do?
I think it's a fairly simple question if you ask me. The digital transformation is aiming to do is increase the revenue. And that is the aim of every company whenever they talk about digital transformation. But I think the real question that that needs to be answered is, are we actually embracing the digital transformation in real sense? But I think that they are not. Almost 80% of the organizations are not really following digital transformation at all, and they are waiting for good times.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And the reason they're not following digital transformation is the chief exec says, that, oh, this is digital, it must be IT. So it's the IT's responsibility. So it ends up being the CIO, when in actual reality is it should never actually leave the CEO's desk. The CEO should be responsible for that digital transformation. Because as you quite rightly say, you know, let's not bear any bones here, you know, let's not put too much fat on it. The fact of life is the digital transformation is to increase revenue. That's the bottom line here. It's actually to be more focused, more revenue generating, less cost focused. But where's the revenue going to come from?
Well, from my point of view, Neville, the answer is very simple. If we are actually on the digital platform, the revenue has to come from digital mediums. It cannot be a physical medium. So we have to have digital transformation done from end to end, from delivery to collecting payments.
Yeah, you're absolutely. But who's going to pay for it?
So the people who are in the digital space, they will pay for it. So we have to find new customers.
Customers. And the bottom line is, this is, you know, business 101, as you quite rightly said. The whole purpose of digital transformation is to be more efficient, more effective, and to generate more revenue. Even with a not-for-profit organization, that's one of the reasons you should be doing digital transformation. And fundamentally, it's generating more revenue from customers. So the other message for today is those three circles on that page, okay? One of them, make sure one of them's a customer, and actually make sure it's so big, it actually not just fills out less than 1% of the page, but it fills up 99% of the page. Because if you don't focus on your customers, your revenue stream will disappear. So, CK, a little problem today, little problem solving, Huge issue. Don't focus on the detail. Always look at the bigger picture. And the other thing is customers king. Not a bad little lesson for a Tuesday morning, the bright sunshine here, and you're expecting a cyclone.
Absolutely, Naval. In fact, thank you so much for giving such a positive message. And I'm sure, I think the viewers must get it. They must understand what is the real message, the crux of the whole thing. So thank you so much for coming and joining us. We'll catch up tomorrow again in something more interesting.
My pleasure. Have a good day, everybody.
Bye-bye. We have some unique Akulmek memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments, or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of this beautiful Akulmek gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmek and smash that like button.
Friends, are you going online?
Are we live? Oh, we're live.
Yes. So, are people liking your presentation?
I don't know. I've never asked them. Have I?
Are you empathetic towards people?
Empathy. My goodness. What on earth does that mean?
Tune now, and it is coming up right now. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmek Technologies and welcome to Wednesday morning edition of Akulmek Nation. Before we start our discussion today, I would like to call my friend from UK and Mr. Naval Gund. He will be talking about a very important subject which affect us all, even in real life as well as in digital life. It is something called digital empathy. So without wasting any further moment, let me invite Naval Gund.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Good to see you all today. It's pretty cold in the UK, I must admit. But let's get this discussion going. Digital empathy. What on earth is that? I mean, it's two words that have been thrown together in the 21st century, because prior to talking about digital, which is very much a 21st century word, we would never have put digital and empathy together. So, CK, it's an open floor here. You know, what does digital empathy mean to you?
Naval, I think empathy is a word, and digital empathy is the sort of extension of the empathy. And empathy is driven from the compassion and ability to convey your point with emotions. So communication becomes a very important part of empathy, and it requires little bit of training. It requires normalization because of culture. It also requires things like how do you convey your point without hurting anybody's feeling. And digital empathy, from my point of view, is very important because that is the way of life when you present yourself digitally without putting other person down in any way. So I think it has become very important to train people today about digital empathy.
Yeah, it is. You're absolutely right. And let's break this down a little bit. Empathy. So, what is empathy? Well, it's having this relationship with someone else, it helps us to communicate our ideas in a way that makes sense to others. So if I can understand a bit more about the way you think, I can present my case in a way that will help you think, you know, rather than stop you thinking, as most people tend to do in the workplace. So, I mean, we've only got to take a look at the really good adverts on TV, and we all know. I mean, what advert really brings a smile to your face on TV? If you've watched any recently.
Let me think about it. I think if I have to remember, see, I have not been watching too much of TV nowadays because it's all boring. It's all political news. But let me still try and answer you. uh, I think mostly it's about survival. I think.
Yeah, survival. Okay. Well, yeah, we're coming up to in the UK. We're coming up to the Christian world. We're coming up to the holiday season, which is typically known as Christmas. And one of the nice things about this part of the year is all of the big brands start to put their Christmas message out there, and it isn't actually to say come and buy more of what we've got. It's for them to say, here we are, and here's our Christmas message. And I always remember the Coca-Cola one, you know, and it's the big. They show Santa at the beginning drinking a Coke. There's a surprise, you know. So there's the advert, but it's got this jolly old man, big white beard, you know, red coat, the typical Santa empathetic person that we see in front of everybody. And in the background, there's this music going, holidays are coming, holidays are coming, holidays are coming. And then there's this huge entourage, this huge sort of train of coaches, of trucks that have got Coca-Cola on the outside. You can imagine the Christmas scene. That is empathy personified. They are drawing you in. They're trying to make you engage in their world. So we can take a lot from these type of adverts. So if you've never really enjoyed adverts in the past, go and take a look at a few, because then you'll understand what real empathy is about. They may turn you off, in which case they've missed you as their audience. But if they turn you on, why do they turn you on? What emotions are going through your body, your brain, your heart, your mind that are switching you on? Because it's really powerful stuff, this. And the more empathy we can reach down into, the easier the discussion, the easier the conversation. And we see, just turning to directly to the subject, digital empathy. In your background, you know, I can see all these pictures going past about social media. You know, I'm seeing all the icons in the background. There's Facebook, there's LinkedIn, there's Twitter, there's Pinterest, there's Instagram, and they're all there, you know, and they're all coming in. That's empathy. That's memory power that's kicking in. And most people that go onto Twitter can tell you what the Twitter icon is. It's a little bird. They can explain it really well. And it's amazing how they can explain something that's impacted them to another person. And it's as simple as that, really. This is not complicated. It's how can I relate to somebody else, go into their world, understand their issues, and get my message over. Equally, help them get their message over to you. So this is where leadership comes in a big way, in that leaders really should encourage people to say what they're feeling. And then help them mold the way they say it to other people by understanding what this word empathy is really all about. Is this making sense, Chandra?
Well, I understand this very well, and thank you for explaining the empathy and also the digital empathy. I think we need to take this discussion forward, and I have a couple of questions regarding this. See,
Go ahead.
the empathy is been around since the time we started doing business. I mean, for 6,000 years. That if a businessman is not empathic, the chances are that he is not going to make his clients very happy. So he will not be very successful in doing business. Now we are living in a digital world. How important this word, digital empathy, is for business people, and where this digital empathy can be used effectively. That is my question to you.
Well, I've given you one great example, advertising on the screen. I mean, it's the digital medium of, 50, 60 years ago, ever since we had sort of black and white TV. It draws you in. And what I'm saying is it's very powerful, this advertising. I want to focus on advertising because we're all affected by it. No matter where we go, and I see in the background, yet again, the social media advertising has popped up in your background. No matter where we go, we're affected by it. And there's a lot of art, a lot of chemistry, a lot of design that goes on with these very powerful brands around the world that draw us in to the conversation. And when I say draw us in, they're drawing us in. We're attracted to it. So even a very simple picture on the side of a building, if it interests you, it's amazing how quick the brain reacts. If it interests you, you'll refocus on it. If it doesn't interest you, you just pass it by. So we're taking in lots and lots of information on a regular basis, whether it's physically online or whether when we're walking around and we're taking our exercise or going to a meeting, we're taking in all of this stuff. It hasn't just stopped. We can't ignore it. It's there. Whether you're stuck in traffic in a car or sat on a train, there's no matter where you look, there's an advert somewhere. And this is where I think we can start to understand the lessons of it, because empathy is such an important part of leadership. Not only does a leader need to have empathy, the deepest sort of empathy, but also that leader needs to take that into their team so that their team has empathy. Zoom is an absolute classic of having empathy over the last 7 or 8 months. Because, you and I have spoken on Zoom long before that, but people that were in lockdown all of a sudden had to go onto Zoom. So now you can imagine, and I've hosted and I've been on many panels where I've been in other people's kitchens. On one occasion, I was in their bathroom, which is really, it wasn't that embarrassing because they were actually showing their bathroom. So they were making a case was this is the quietest room in the house. This is a very busy apartment block and this is the quietest room. And I can turn the fan heater on and I can actually have a decent conversation with myself. And this person was physically sitting in the bath, doing a Zoom panel, which I thought it was just absolutely fantastic. You need to do it sometime, actually. We need to get everyone to come and be on a Zoom panel in the bath. It's bringing tears to my eyes now because it was just absolutely hilarious. He was panning round the bathroom saying, here's my taps, here's the shower. Yeah, absolutely hilarious. But my point is, we were taken into their home. For the very first time, lots of managers, lots of bosses were now beamed into their employees' homes, because that's the only way to communicate. And in the first instance, we did see some, you see pots and pans in the background. You see a very organized, picture frame and goodness knows what else in the background. And then, of course, Zoom picked that up and they thought, oh, we better give people backgrounds because they may be a bit embarrassed about, the pots and pans that haven't been washed up, or that, bookcase that hasn't quite got all the books, because there's so many books, they're all just thrown on there. So Zoom really were helping you rearrange your life to be respectful to other people. And it's this word respect, because that's where it all comes from. If I respect you and you respect me, then things will happen. If we have no respect for each other, then frankly, things won't happen. And it really is as simple as that. So going back into this, how powerful can it be? And as you say, over 6,000 years, even longer, frankly, teachers have, their students have empathy with the teacher. The teacher's engaging. The teacher makes them smile. Actually, the teacher doesn't do anything. You do everything, because you're taking yourself into that space. So it's a very powerful medium if you get it right. And I've noticed, even on Facebook, you can structure your own page now. You can put things in certain places so that it makes it more attractive to the people you're talking to. Putting your brand, this is me. Not a me too, despite the fact, you're one in several billion or over a billion people on Facebook. So there's bound to be lots of me too's out there, but it's putting your brand, And what I find interesting around all of these social media, by the way, is the digital empathy starts with a picture. And have you noticed how many people on LinkedIn, which is allegedly the professional network, they don't put their picture there. They put their company's logo there. Or they put an avatar there that has no reflection on them whatsoever. And yet this is supposedly a professional network. Well, if it's a professional network and I'm going into that network and I'm going to have a conversation with someone, the least I can do is put my own picture there. What do you say about that? Is that fair to say?
I fully concur with you, Neville. I keep getting requests every day, and some of them don't have pictures, so I don't accept their request, even though I read their profile. But the person does not have, I would say that he does not have guts to put his own picture. Why should I even connect with him? I'm just using a very raw, rustic language. And on the other hand, on Facebook also, people lock their profile and send their invitation request. So why you're sending a request if you lock your profile? I mean, you're so shy of even other person to know about you, and then yet you keep sending requests with locked profile. So I fail to understand that. I think you mentioned very powerful words in your answer. One of the word was teacher. And I think when teacher is teaching in the class, there is a lot of excuses because they can be empathetic at some time and they can be rustic some other time. So the overall package can be, more comfortable for the student because students are also distracted. However, when we come to a digital platform, the attention is like a, straight on the screen, and the student is watching you all the time, and teacher is watching the student all the time. So the challenge now is for people like teachers, doctors, because all of them are coming online. Doctors are, giving consultation using Zoom platform or video platforms. So it is very important. I mean, if you go to meet a doctor in the hospital, they will say, okay, oh, these are your prescriptions. Okay, they keep going. and then you're just sitting like a you are dependent on this doctor because he's going to prescribe medicine. So you can just ignore, if he is very is not very courteous to you, you can ignore because he's a busy guy. However, when you come on the digital platform, doctor has to show empathy towards the patient because it looked like very rude. When you're sitting in front of him, it does not look as bad, but if you're sitting in a digital platform, it looks very rude. So I think digital empathy has a direct impact not only on the business people but also on people like teachers and doctors, and there may be other categories also. So don't you think it's a special subject which needs to be trained now, especially when everybody is getting online?
Oh, I do think it needs to be trained. And like any training, the only way to do it is get out there and do it and get feedback from the people you're doing it to. What we've also noticed is, although I can see that we're recording this session because I can see the little recording button being lit up in the top left-hand corner. When you're online, you don't know who's recording you. I mean, when I had a proper job, when I was in corporate life 20 odd years ago, we would record everything because we would always need to go back and say, what did they say? How do they really mean that? So when we had interactive video, because I can go back to the 1980s when we had video conferencing rooms, it was all recorded. So it was a permanent record of the meeting, not just a few notes that the secretary or the secretariat, So this is corporate governance now, not just a few notes that went into the director's meeting book of this was the discussion and this was the result. The whole thing is there in full record. And now it's stored in the cloud. There's infinite amount of storage capability. So everything's going to be recorded. We know it is. Even who knows who's listening in to what we're saying here? We do hear these secret 007 type MI6, FSB, CIA type stories of if you say certain words, all of a sudden it's triggered and someone's listening in, Who knows whether that's true or not? But the point is, you're always on parade. So be yourself, because if you're not yourself, you're having to act. Now, we're all actors. Okay, so there's no stigma against acting. There is this phrase in business, fake it till you make it. Keep saying it often enough, and all of a sudden, eventually you might believe it, But this is you, This is me, This is who I am. I don't believe I've changed a great deal over the last 40 years. I've probably become a bit more reflective. When I was 20, I thought I could do everything, and I'm 61, and I now realise there's several things I can't do, so I wouldn't even want to do. But the point is, this is you, so just practice it. We do need training in this medium because it is here to stay. Although the vaccine for this COVID pandemic is coming through in the UK, the first one has been approved. First one in the world to be approved. So people over here will be vaccinated with it very shortly. So there is a vaccine that is going to help us, but this medium is not going away. In fact, if truth be known, it's going to accelerate, it's going to advance, because there are so many organizations that have seen the power of this opportunity. Work from anywhere, work from home, have contact with people rather than just listen to them or do one-to-one FaceTime on here. You can do one-to-many and just involve the whole team. Some great people that have used this medium have really projected their company and pushed their company into the 22nd century just by using this communication tool, being open, being inclusive, getting people to act as though they're in the office, and really push their point of view over. I mean, you can't quite see each other in 3D here, but we can see who's meaning things and who isn't. I'm sure you've gone on to, many a video conference where there's 20 or 30 people in this little, small screen, 15-inch screen, and you can see a few that are yawning and, trying to, take a bit of time out and not really engaged and interested in what's going on. I mean, it's not difficult, is it? We see it all the time. But it's more pronounced now because our focus is here.
Right.
We don't have to look over it. They're not over here anymore. Our focus is here. So this is who you are. Get used to this medium. Get some training. Best training is go and do it. We'll help you, and we're not masters of this by any stretch of the imagination. But we're prepared to put our head above the parapet and help people along the way.
Certainly, I think digital empathy is the need of the hour. And as Neville, you explained so many examples today you gave today. And I think it's not only the business professionals, but it's everyone. So when you're talking to people using digital platform, you need to have empathy. You can't be rude because it's like make or break. There are so many people on the digital platform, and if you lose one, who knows? I mean, you're going to get him back after a few years, but he will make a lasting impression of you. So even when you're a very senior doctor or a very accomplished teacher, you still have to be empathetic towards your students, towards your patient, specifically on a digital platform, because you don't have an excuse here. You are full blown visible all the time. All your expressions are visible to people. So with this, I think these are small tips. We can end our discussion. Any viewer who wants to know more about this subject can reach out to Naval directly or can reach out to us. We will connect you with Naval. So with this, Naval, we would like to say goodbye to you for today until we catch you again in the next episode of Naval Goes Live.
Thanks very much, CK. As ever, it's been a delight. And the main thing is, we're trying to help people go and make the best of their own world. So thanks for this opportunity. We'll see you next time.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mek Live. I'm Kanchan Verma and today we are discussing about music therapy with our guest. But before that, I would like to remind you there's a free gift available only for you. So stick around to this episode till the end. We will guide you how to avail your free gift. Hello friends, welcome to our show and today we have Dr. Shambhavi Das. And again, we will be discussing some special raga. So welcome to the show, Shambhavi. How are you doing today?
Namaste. Hello, Kanchanji, and everyone. I'm doing okay. Thanks for inviting me again.
Yeah, so what raga we are discussing today?
So today I would like to discuss Rag Bhairav, which is a very important rag in Indian classical music. And Bhairav is something which is which people learn on the basics because therapeutically and music training wise also, it is very, very important and a very basic rag. It's a parent rag, parent of all ragas. So I would like to discuss that, and it's an interesting rag.
Yeah, so before we start this rag and understand this rag, so would you also kind of sing something for our viewers so that they can understand that what kind of rag we are discussing?
Sure. So I would like to sing a very popular bhajan in Rag Bhairav. Hmm. ऐ मालिक तेरे बंदे हम, ऐसे हो हमारे करम, नेकी पर चले और बदी से डरे, ताकि हंसते हुए निकले दम। ऐ मालिक तेरे बंदे हम, ये अंधेरा घना छा रहा, मेरा इंसान घबरा रहा, हो रहा बेखबर, कुछ ना आता नजर, सुख का सूरज छिपा जा रहा है, तेरी रोशनी में जो दम, तो अमावस को कर दे पूनम, नेकी पर चले और बदी से डरे, ताकि हंसते हुए निकले दम। ऐ मालिक तेरे बंदे हम, ऐसे हो हमारे करम, नेकी पर चले और बदी से डरे, ताकि हंसते हुए निकले दम।
बहुत खूबसूरत,
Thank
बहुत
you.
अच्छा and very entertaining and very kind of touching our heart. So let's know about this raga and how it affects when we talk about music therapy.
So this is a raga, and actually today I have taken, this is a dull, this is a serious rag. Unlike other ragas which we have done already in the other episodes, but this is not a bubbly, not a playful rag. And why? Because this has a lot of minor notes. Sa re ga ma pa da ni sa sa ni da ma ga re sa. Yes, it is serious rag, but there is a big significance. Why is it so serious? First of all, it is a dawn raga, not even pratah kal. Pratah kal is still 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, but this is a very ancient rag which is created by Lord Shiva when he was meditating. So this is a dawn rag which is sung around 4 a.m. to 7 a.m. Means when sun is about to rise, and when it rises up, and when it is actually it enters in your eyes with a red color, so it is called arvind. So at that time this rag is sung, and this has a very big significance. Why? Because this is a rag which activates our whole chakras, all the 7 chakras we have from down to up, 7 chakras. So that's why it is very serious rag. Now when you wake up in the morning, obviously you don't like to listen to playful songs, bubbly, because at that time you are cool, calm, you have taken a very productive sleep, and you want to go and visit your nature. You go and spend time. At that time that this rag is sung. Now, in these days, obviously, we don't wake up at 4 o'clock, but still, that is called a Brahma Bela. Brahma Bela means the God's time. When you wake up at that time, whatever you do, your mind is the most grasping. That's the most grasping time, and your mind retains the maximum at that time. So this rag works on your brain a lot. That it actually makes you retain things, whatever you are learning, whatever you are doing at that time. So it is said that you should always do something productive, constructive at that time. More constructive than worshipping the god, because obviously worshipping god is good, but it's something you are doing it daily. So you should do something which is you are growing your brain at that time, because anyways your brain will grow. So this is very therapeutic rag, because it is set to activate the chakras when you are singing at, and this rag makes you prepare for the diurnal activities you are doing. So when you have activated your chakras, when you have energized it, so now you are ready for such a big time cross till evening. We all want to just sleep. So it is very good at that time, and it has a lot of significance, and Lord Shiva has created, it's a first raga. In Carnatic music it is called Maya Malav Gauda, and it's in Carnatic discipline also, it's very important rag. I would like to sing once. It has a minor note, the second minor and the sixth minor. Sa re ga ma pa da ni sa, sa ni dha pa ma ga re sa re. So this has been, it's taken like like it doesn't wait on the re, it is very oscillating. The minor notes are so oscillating, as if you are searching something from your chakras. And it is normally, this rag is so, it is sung from your the blower gut. So it seems like it is, it works on your toxins as well, because at that lower abdomen you have a lot of toxins, you urinate. So sare, sare. So this part, when you do this, it seems it's so oscillating that it's cleansing you. So it's very good for cleansing your body and your mind, soul.
So before we go forward, I would like to tell our viewers that Dr. Shambhavi Das is a well-known music therapist and somebody who wants to get the music therapy or want to learn music. So contact us. We will facilitate learning of music and music therapy. So now, Dr. Shambhavi Das, I would like to ask you that there's a lot of folk music and there's a lot of classical music. We are talking about classical music, but I think as a lay person that classical music may have originated from folk music. So what is the difference between classical music and folk music?
Yes, you are right. And folk music is a very beautiful genre. And you're right, classical music has been originated, because classical music is what? It has been standardized. Whatever songs you sing in a daily basis, we write it down and we say, oh, this is a classical music. So, folk music was Jhulat Ram. Ramchandji was born. So what ladies are singing? Jhulat Ram Palanva Ho Rama. So basically folk music is what you think, what you do on the daily basis, that you just keep, you sing it musically. And this song has been originated by the rural areas as well, like the farmer ladies who used to go for farming and growing the farms and everything. They have all the, so I'm from UP. Everybody have their own have their regional folks. Marathis have their own Lavani, Abhang, and UP have their own Kajri, Chaiti, Baramasa, Sawan. Sawan song is sung on during the Sawan, the rainy season. So for every seasons you have a rag, for every event, festivities you have a song. And for every the when the child is born, when a marriage function is going on, whatever you can think of, there are songs for that. Agriculture songs, banna banni songs they are singing in the marriage. Like in UP we have a banna banni songs, and sohar song is there when the child is born. Then so there are many songs, and so basically folk music is for jan samanya, means the common masses. The common masses cannot understand classical music, they cannot standardize the music, so they are very sweet people. And they like to sing also, and they like to listen also the songs in their languages, and the tunes which are very easy. Like we have songs, tunes are very easy in the folk music. So uh, uh, normally we can say that classical music is originated because they used to sing a lot. Now the people listen to that tunes and they standardized it, and we call it classical music, and then the ragas are made or whatever. So this is one aspect. Now I'm going to give you one example, like Navaratri song. मैया के मंदिरवा में दीपक बाती, मैया के मंदिरवा में दीपक बाती, भवानी के मंदिरवा में दीपक बाती, काहे का दीपक काहे की बाती, काहे का दीपक. Somebody asks the lady, काहे का दीपक, काहे का दीपक, काहे की बाती, काहे का तेल चढ़े सारी राती. So the lady tells, भक्ति का दीपक, श्रद्धा की बाती, माणिक तेल चढ़े सारी राती, मैया के मंदिरवा में दीपक बाती. So this is also made by the common people while singing sometimes. So like in some folk songs we forget and then we make it that way. So it is very I mean these are so lovely songs that you can just make it. Then when it's like for the modern people we can say that you are working in the kitchen cooking something, and you are making a song out of that you are thinking, okay ab ye dalna hai, ab masala dalna hai, and then you are thinking musically. So in today's aspect we can take it like the students are studying, and they can just whenever they get time they can just think, they can say that kuch study songs, some study songs are there. So this is how, but normally folk songs were made in these areas like agriculture, festivals, daily works, so all these things. uh,
So actually,
I want to sing one, yeah, I want to sing one more song, which is Banna Banni song. So मोको पी हरिया प्यारो लागे, मैं नाही जाऊं ससुरलिया, हो मोको पी हरिया प्यारो लागे, मैं नाही जाऊं ससुरलिया. So this is a lady saying that I don't want to go to my to husband's place because my father's place I like it more. So it's like this thing. So and so folk cultures are also very responsible to depict the culture of that area, of that region. So it's very important to know some folk songs, to learn them, and because it's very knowledgeable, it makes you learn the culture of that area.
right. I've also heard that yes, classical music we have to learn. But what about folk music? The folk music is also being learned in the schools, or it is one stream where somebody wants to learn. So he can also learn folk music.
you should learn folk music, and I think and this is the area where like people don't learn as of now. They don't make their kids learn, or parents don't learn, because now the gentry is like all working, so they have got into a lot of refined lifestyle. So like even the parents are well educated, so they might not know, but yes, when it comes to some regional songs they might be knowing. But I think it's very important to know these songs, because it keeps you grounded, it keeps you towards your root. So when I sing these songs and I use only those dictions, was what my mother, Srimati Prabha Das, has taught me. So she used to taught that she used to teach that you have to look forward to the dictions, to the accent of that particular song. You don't have to sing it in Hindi. Some songs are in Braj Bhasha, some songs are in Awadhi. Many songs are not in Khadi Boli, like Khadi Hindi. So there are so many, the languages, the versions of the languages, the moment you go to some rural areas. So my mother used to teach me like that. Mokopi, Hariya kind of a thing. But today's kids, so obviously they are all, the international schools. Even in their house, they speak English. They don't speak their regional languages. So it's difficult for them. That's why maybe the folk music in schools and even in parental house, they are not getting that training. But definitely I just feel it is very good for your peace of mind. It makes you connected with your roots and with your thoughts, and whatever your dadis and your nannies and your mausis and everybody used to sing. So it keeps you connected, and obviously it keeps you connected to the Indian culture as well. So once you sing that, I have actually noticed it, that that I have been using into the depression patient, and I asked him to sing his regional song from Hyderabad, the Telugu one, and he was so happy to sing that, because it's not the normal language you are singing. You are singing some rural languages, and you want to dance on it, because these songs are all very rhythmic, very good tunes and rhythmic, and they are very easy songs, rhythm wise, tune wise. So it's very important to sing that. It is very important, and like I said, it's regional. So in schools sometimes it is difficult, it is important, but it's difficult to implement, because the children are from different areas, from different regions. So they'll say, why should I learn this? So my advice is that they should learn all languages. I know Marathi, Abhang, and I like it so much. I know Punjabi songs, Heer, so many Punjabi ones. I like one Gujarati ones, and I know them. So first of all, language learning is very important for brain and cognition. Secondly, uh, so they can start from a very normal devotional rhythmic songs, like the schools can start, and even the parents can make them learn very easy ones, like आओ सरस्वती आओ na 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 na. So this is so good that you can just compose it. नजरिया लग जाएगी मोरे कान्हा को कोई मत छेड़ो. Now Kana, Krishna is in all regions. It's not region specific. So devotional songs and the deity songs are very, very, common, and very easy songs, easy compositions can be, taught to the kids, and then the kids may talk to their parents, like this can be the project that you go and teach your parents, because even the parents don't know these, the traditional songs. So as a bhajan, as a rhythmic fast bhajan, this can be implemented, the deity songs can be implemented as a folk songs in the schools as well. The teachers can make the students learn songs from their region, so that way even the teachers will feel so peace of mind and relaxing, because even the teachers are so stressed out, shouting every time, yelling. So for them also, so I normally teach students my UP regional folks, and they take it, maybe it takes time, because like I said, dictions, accent, it's really difficult to get, but I teach them, and with time they get it. And and then they are not even sophisticated like they normally talk in English, so they think very sophisticated, and then they, hello ma'am. So these things actually sometimes it's some percent it gets subsided. So it's very important to teach and have tricks on to teach on the folk music.
Yeah, and I think this is also a way of we always say that unity into diversity. So I think this is one
Yeah,
platform where we really
exactly.
do diversification in music and connect. So coming back to
Definitely.
our raga of the day, Bhairav. So would like to hear any beautiful song which is popular and our audience must have heard that song.
Yeah, Bhairav is a Gambhir Prakriti raga, and therefore you will find, first of all, two kinds of songs, little sad ones and morning ones. So this is a movie song also. जागो मोहन प्यारे जागो, जागो मोहन प्यारे जागो, सावली सूरत मोहे मन ही भावे. So this is one song. So Jago Mohan Pyare, as I said, it's a Pratah Kalin Rag. Jago Mohan. So this thing. Then very popular one. मोहे भूल गए सावरिया, भूल गए सावरिया, आवन कह गए अजहुना, आवन कह गए अजहुना, इन्हीं ना मोरे खबरिया, मोहे भूल गए सावरिया. Then there is a song very popular, but it is not in Bhairav. It's a type of Bhairav, which is a rag called Ahir Bhairav. पूछो ना कैसे मैंने रैन बिताई, पूछो ना कैसे मैंने रैन बिताई, एक युग जैसे एक पल बीता, युग बीते नींद आई, पूछो ना कैसे मैंने रैन बिताई. Now as you see that it is all the songs are also very gambhir, sad, karun ras, and this rag is also very minor. The that's why you find less songs, comparatively less songs in the movies, but you find it in ghazals also. There's a very, I don't know, the people who listen to ghazals, it's they are familiar. हो दर्द से मेरा दामन भर दे या अल्लाह, फिर चाहे दीवाना कर दे या अल्लाह, हो दर्द से मेरा दामन भर दे Ya Allah. So this is a very beautiful song in Bhairav. And one more Jagjit Singh song. पत्थर के खुदा पत्थर के सनम पत्थर के भी इंसान पाए हैं तुम शहर मुहाबत कहते हो हम जान बचा कर आए हैं. So for the last one, I think I've mixed the lyrics also. But normally, as we see here, that Rag Bhairav is a Gambhir Prakriti Rag. Its chalan is also Gambhir. It uses the minor notes. So therefore, even the song's lyrics are also very Gambhir Karun Ras. So it depicts the Karun Ras, but it is very good for relaxation and for the shant ras, for the activation of, because shant and activation of the chakras. It's very therapeutic rag, and I think if the viewers should listen the raga if possible in the morning. Thank you.
Yeah, it was as usual so wonderful to talk to you and listen all the technicalities of different ragas we had been discussing. So we'll be meeting again next week and discuss other beautiful rag. Till then, bye bye, and you
Thank
take
you
care.
so much.
We have some unique Akulmek memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmak gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmak and smash that like button. Hello friends, this video is sponsored by Performance Works International. More about them in a bit. You can also visit the link in the description below to reach out to them. The entire details are also present. Welcome to Akul Mac Live, and I am Chandrakant. Today I want to discuss about something which is very common. There are people who says that the idea is worth $1 billion. Everything in life, your success, your failure is dependent on the idea. And people say that if you don't get that idea, then it's bad luck for you. So today, in fact, I would like to contradict this belief about having an idea and what you do with that idea, basically, or is it important in life? So moving on, the whole point of becoming richer, like a billionaire, the idea is very, very important. You should have the idea, but you will not be able to stick with that idea if you don't have the right attitude. And when we talk about the billionaires, they are falling into less than 1% category of our population today, because they can live up to the idea that they have got. And that is why I thought I will summarize the experience from my intellect. I'm very small, but I can still summarize, and I can offer to you. And by the way, friends, we are live right now across all social media. So you can engage with me. You can use the chat function from whichever social media you are watching this live stream, and I will engage with you. I will display your name and question live. and address that. So the whole point is that if you've got an idea now, but what do you do with that idea? I think the first thing you have to do is change your attitude. As I said, you have to start thinking like a billionaire. But what is this attitude? And number one is this attitude is you have to be the best. You have to acquire that skill, whatever activity you're doing. If you are very good in one particular, you have a skill, you have to be the best. And if you're among say 100 people, your friends, and you are actually doing photography, you have to think like that. You have to think that you have to be the best photographer among my friends of 100 people. Similarly, whatever you are doing, you have to be the best. And that is the attitude. And that is what the billionaires also think. They have to have some skills in which they are the best. They have to always acquire more and more knowledge, more and more aptitude about that skill. And it is very important. All billionaires have this attitude to develop their skill, and they have to be the best in that area. So if you look at a billionaire, probably there are not more than 1000 billionaires across 7.x billion people. It's even less than 1%. So if you look at all the billionaires, they are the best in that particular category of skill sets. And that is why if you want to become successful in life, and if you're thinking that you've got an idea, and this idea is probably worth $1 million, $1 billion, but you have to answer the question. You have to ask yourself, are you having the skill to develop this idea into reality? And how deep is your skill? So that is the first thing that you have to think. You have to start thinking how to be the best in that area. The number two skill every billionaire, every successful business person must have is care. It's not about you actually. It's about the people who are actually working for you. So most of the companies actually take care, are the care managers. So if you are a CEO, your job in life is, somebody will ask you a question. Hey, what's your job in life as a CEO? And the usual answer you will get is, hey, I have to take care of my customers. But as a CEO, you never talk to them. So the reality of life is that if you're a CEO, your job is to take care of people who are working for you. And that is the number two attitude. All the successful business people have this attitude to take care of people of their company. And if they are not able to take care of their people, that company is not going to go anywhere. I mean, imagine a company which has a lot of people, lot of iteration. A lot of people are coming in, going out. Nobody is sticking around, and so on. The company basically survive if you have a long career with that company. So if you are a CEO of an organization, you have to think that what can I do to improve the working condition of my people? The objective is that since you're taking care of your people, your company is one of the best company to work for. There is a work culture, there is a work satisfaction, there is longevity of the career of the people who are working for you. Therefore, these people will actually work better. The output would be better. And that is why people who are actually leading successful businesses always think that they have to take care of the people who are working for them. And all other answers are futile. If somebody says, hey, I have to take care of my product, I have to take care of the customer, those are secondary. The first responsibility of a successful business person is to take care of the people that are associated with this company. And then that brings me to the third point, which is empathy. It's a very confusing term. Everybody says, if you go to YouTube, everybody says you have to be empathy. You have to have, if you're a teacher, you have to have empathy towards student. If you are a CEO, you have to have empathy towards employees. So when you're taking care, unlike the previous point, when you're taking care of your employee, it will translate into empathy. It is it's a logical transition. But empathy is not equal to pity. So I think that is something that you have to be very, very aware of. When you talk about empathy, it is not equal to pity. So I'll give you a simple example. If you look at the generation today, you want to be empathetic to them, and everybody. I mean, they are. We always call the young generation as the leaders of tomorrow. But the problem is that the young generation is hooked on to a lot of these new tech devices like mobile phone, and they're always hooked on to different games and stuff like that. But do you think this is a new feature? Like I said, that new generation is hooked on to mobile. Even the youngsters are hooked on to mobile. They're doing their online classes. But do you think this is a new feature? No. This has been there since the time the man has started doing business. There is an enzyme for happiness. There is an enzyme which is released and that makes you happy. That's called dopamine. And if that enzyme is released, you feel happy. This is how the human psychology works. And in order to release this enzyme, there are various methods of releasing. One is, because man being a social animal, you actually have your relationships going with your loved ones and friends and family. And that when you come in contact with socially with your friends, automatically this enzyme is released and you feel happy. But for some, uh, they get into drinking, they get into narcotics, and that makes them happy. And so it is very well known that if you drink, it also releases dopamine and makes you happy. And the recent studies have shown that the use of mobile phone also release dopamine. So when the young people who are actually hooked on to mobile all the time, it is basically the feeling of happiness. If you see a person with a mobile phone, he is actually feeling very happy, satisfied that he is carrying a mobile phone in his hand, and he is always on top of things. And when you say that I'm always on top of things, it is about, hey, I'm able to respond to that person within hardly 10 seconds. If I receive a message, my attitude is I have to respond immediately. If I get an email, I have to respond immediately. So it's instant. Unlike the older generation, I'm not from the old generation, but the older generation, before the emails were there, or the SMSs were there, or the instant messengers were there, they had to send a message and they had to wait for 2 days to get a reply, or sometimes 1 week, sometimes a month. So they were not expecting an immediate response from the other person. But in today's era, everyone expect an instant message. There is no time for self-realization. It's instant, and that releases dopamine, makes you happy. The problem is that this kind of lifestyle is also coming into leadership, team leaders, CEOs, C-suite. And everyone is in the same frame of mind. If you're running a startup, you have this troubling sensation in your mind that because you want to be happy, that I want instant results. If I am actually running an organization, why I'm running an organization? Because I expect instant results, and I get rid of the person who cannot give me instant results. So this is a point which I'm making here, that you feel empathy towards your people for whom you're taking care, but then you're actually doing something totally different, because you are now justifying to yourself and to few in your company that you're getting rid of people who are not achieving. And if you look at achievements, every human being has a limit. Every human being comes with a different attitude, and every time the situation does not be conducive to you. So even though you are taking the right step, those right step may not result into the right effect. So sometimes the successful people also may not achieve the targets, but then you as a C-suite in today's environment don't have patience because you're used to that kind of work. You want instant gratification. And the culture of hire and fire starts creeping in. If you're not able to achieve results, you are fired from the organization. And if you're basically, if you do that, then obviously, where is that question of taking care of your people? You're definitely not taking care of your people, isn't it? So this is something which is we have to understand. When we start thinking about converting our ideas into a billion-dollar idea, we have to start thinking that the empathy is not equal to pity. That in spite of you failing, I have empathized and I have retained you in the job. This is not the right thinking. I'll tell you, this is exactly happening to the kids also nowadays. You see, what happens is when the kids also, they get the certificate for participation. When we were actually studying, we used to only get three certificate: A, first, gold, silver, and bronze. Whatever we do, first, second, and third. There were no further position. If there are 40 students in the class, there was no consolation prizes. There was nothing like that. There was a first, second, and third positions in the class. But today, what is happening? You don't want, as a teacher, you don't want the students to feel bad. So there are certificates given to everyone. Hey, you participated in this quiz. So what if you did not win it? But since I'm giving you a certificate, that means I'm basically empathizing with you so that you can come back tomorrow and do better. Now, two things will happen. If you're doing this, the first one feels miserable because he actually stood first, but his certificate is now less valuable because everybody got a certificate. And the people who did not deserve to be the first, they also got certified. So they are thinking that, hey, I didn't deserve to get that certificate. So they are even feeling more miserable. So the empathy, understanding of empathy is totally misleading in today's environment, and therefore the people who are thinking like billionaires, they understand what is pity and what is empathy. So the point number 3 is that empathy is not equal to pity. And that brings me to my most important point about winning and losing. So is it always important as a chief executive to win all the time? Are you there to always succeed in life? Or are you there to be part of a journey? So people say that, hey, I expect results because I want to win. I want to make sure that every quarter the numbers are showing positive profits all the time. And that is what they actually do. Every quarter the numbers are published. It's a big news. So and so company did so well. They doubled their revenue because this company is headed by the CEO, and he took measures to ensure that we have exceeded the expectations. Number 2 is, if the expectations are not met, then you fire a couple of people. So that brings me to the care part, which I spoke earlier. Now, in order to reflect good quarterly numbers, you get rid of a few people, and because you want to win. So what is happening to the psychology of the people who basically lost their job? They will not be able to provide provisions for their family. But more important, what happens to the people who are still in the job in your company? Because the company's culture is that it has to win all the time. You want to win all the time as C-suite, as a CEO of the company, the people who are surviving in that company, who survived the purge, they are also thinking, hey, I don't know how long I will last. So they get into a negative spiral. So even though you have a good positive attitude of winning, winning is a very positive attitude, but it is counterproductive as compared to your second number, which is care, and the third number, which is empathy. So sometimes you have to understand what is winning very, carefully. You have to apply this to your company. Now, if we are in business, everybody thinks that, hey, we are doing very good business, but business has been around even before the humans were born. Or let's say, to simplify, when humans were born, the business was also born. So it's not today, it's not the Apples, and it is Boeing, and all these large Reliance from India. uh, the business has been around forever, and the rules of engagement have been around forever. So basically, if you look at a game, if you look at a game and compare a tournament with your company, there is always the outcome of the game will be either you win or lose, or sometimes it's a draw. So if the team wins, you win. If the team lose, you lose. And if you want to win all the time, every time you want to win, then obviously it cannot happen, because it depends on the type of game you are playing. There could be a game which will finish in 45 minutes. There could be a game like game of hockey, which will have two halves, and there will be a break, and after that the win and loss will be declared. Winning team and the losing team will be declared. But the business is not ending that day. you know if you start playing a game, it will not end by the end of that. If you lose, doesn't mean that your company will also wind up. So that is why you have to understand what is win and what is a losing side, and what is the infinite existence. So coming back to this point number 4, you have to understand, when you start thinking like a billionaire, the billionaires are not there for winning or losing. They're in the game for infinite existence. Because what happens, I mean, if you look at the war today, uh, it's not some country has defeated another country. If you look at US, for example, uh, what the Americans were doing in Vietnam, they were actually fighting for winning the battle. But on the other side, what the Vietnamese were doing, they were making the other opponent tired, because they knew that this is our land and we are going to live here. So I'm going to make you tired. And this is what exactly happened in Afghanistan. The Russians, they were actually fighting to win, whereas the Afghan militias, they were fighting to live. So it's like it's a game of iteration. So if the billionaire understand this very well, he's not in the game for winning. But if you elongate the game to infinity, then obviously you don't consider any win today as a big deal, because you know that tomorrow you lose a few deals, and day after tomorrow you again win few deals. So as long as you're having a long term plan as an organization, you will not be affected by win or losing any contract. So I think this is something which matters, and all billionaires, millionaires, successful business people think like this. So these are the 4 points which I thought I'll bring it to your notice, and this and make sure that you understand that the idea is definitely important, but if you don't have the aptitude or attitude to convert that idea into a billion-dollar business, then this idea will be of no use. So I end my discussion, friends, here. And I like to say thanks to people who have sent messages, and also big thanks to Performance Works International for sponsoring this video. Their support help us make this knowledge based video. So now I end by giving you a message from them. This video is sponsored by Performance Works International.
Are you ready for the challenges facing the modern workplace? Recent events have taught us the importance of transformation. Businesses now face a perfect storm of challenges. No business is too big to fail, and many are too slow to succeed. Our workforce is changing fast. We're entering a new age of empowerment, and everyone can contribute. The Inner CEO reveals how we can all play a part in making leading at all levels a reality. Written by Jeremy Blaine, an expert on business transformation and growth, it provides a roadmap to help everyone unleash their inner CEO and contribute beyond their job role, whatever their level. Traditionally, strategy has been owned by the few. Now it's time for the many to contribute. Leadership must come from a broader base. Everyone has the potential to step up and make things happen. It's a new model of collective and collaborative leadership which unleashes the power of people, enabled by appropriate technology and a supportive management structure. The book provides a roadmap for a bold new age of empowerment. Supported by a range of resources, the book provides a toolkit to help anyone unleash their inner CEO. Organisation health, development and growth is owned at all levels. Are you ready to unleash the inner CEO?
Hello friends, this is Agul Mac Live and I am Chandrakant. Most of the Indians would be tracking the news about social media, and there are a lot of fake news also being coming our way. The war between the government and the social media platform is heating up. Some of the social media platform has approached the court, but what government is asking them to do is basically create a self-regulatory system. And this is related to whistleblowing, because social media platform has been used to spread news, to spread good news, and in case something is going wrong somewhere, social media is a very simple tool which can be used to spread the information, put pressure on the governance to take corrective measure. However, the whistleblowing arena itself is going out of hand, and this is the matter of discussion for today. Before we start our discussion, let me tell you that there is a free giveaway. Stick around in this discussion till the end, and we will tell you how you can claim your free gift. Friends, welcome back. And in today's discussion, let me invite my guest today. He's joining us from London. His name is Mr. Naval Gun, and he's chairman of MindFit Limited. The discussion is about whistleblowing and what is going on in the social media in the context of Indian tussle between Indian government and the social media platforms, and what is happening world over with the whistleblowing. So without further ado, let me have Naval start the discussion today.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. And a very warm welcome to this interesting little discussion that we're going to have today. It's going to be about whistleblowing, but I suppose the bottom line is about integrity. It's about who we are, what we do when we do it. Are we doing the right thing, or are we doing things that literally are right for other people or are right for us because it's helping us achieve something? I want to be more specific than that as the discussion will unfold. So let's look at the Facebook issue, which is probably not just Facebook, it's Twitter, WhatsApp, and anything associated with the Twitter and Facebook family. In India in particular, some laws were passed earlier this year, and some fairly simple requests were made around individuals' privacy to make sure that we were protected in the best way possible. And let's face it, social media platforms have been put on the spot around the world about putting out propaganda, even though not generated by people in these organizations that run the platforms, but it's being used by terrorists, by people that just want to unsettle the world, that want to put out propaganda that's for themselves. You might call them influencers, but it's the negative arena. It's fake news. It's the stuff that we're trying to get off social media even before it starts, because it does bring panic around the world, and suddenly a belief and what someone says in print, in writing, is suddenly fact. And the reality of life is there is probably about 1% of fact and 99% of fiction and imagination. So that's the subject for today. So CK, let's look at what's happened literally recently with the storming of one of the Delhi offices. That's never good news for a media organization such as Twitter. But let's look at that in particular. What does the Indian government ask these people to do in simple terms, and what clearly are they not doing?
Well, I think there are a lot of global news a couple of months back, and there was an exposed toolkit about Break India conspiracy, which has been identified globally. It was exposed globally because one of the activists in the Netherlands, in her response, in her tweet, she accidentally attached her internal document, which was now called Break India Toolkit, as a response. So she made it public by mistake, and as a result, a couple of months back, there were a lot of people arrested in India because they were found in India, and a lot of people have been summoned who are outside India into the Indian courts for doing anti-India activities and planning it. And the toolkit has been so detailed that the exact dates and exact amount of money which will be spent on the road and on the social media, both are defined so well. And those events which are written in these toolkits are synchronized very well with actual events. So it is it is a proof in a sense. So at that point in time, Indian government came out with some regulations, and it is very simple. These are very simple regulations. They said that you have to regulate yourself. We don't want to impose any laws on you, because we want to maintain freedom of expression, freedom of speech, freedom of everyone's ability to speak out. So they don't want to curb anything, and that's why they said you have to self-regulate yourself. And that was a simple laws. And in order to do that, they said there was only 3 demands. They said that you have to appoint an officer who will actually enable you do that, and that officer must be an Indian, based in India. He can be a foreigner, but he should be based in India. He cannot be based in New Zealand and make governance as per Indian laws. So obviously these new positions have to be created, new people have to be identified who will then own the legal liability, because in such cases, if the social media has been found to spread lies, and I just want to add to what you said before I started talking, Neville. These guys are now known as intermediary. They are not known as a media house anyway. So since they are intermediary as per the laws, their responsibility lies to delete any information which has been multicasted. I wouldn't say broadcasted, because the social media has the ability to multicast the fake news. Then as per the Indian law, it is the responsibility of Twitter, Facebook and WhatsApp to delete that information and penalize those people who are either forwarding those information or creating those. So this is the basic simple demand, and this is the background in short term.
And as you say, just picking up that last point, the whole purpose here is to eliminate fake news, is to actually give people the facts. And interestingly enough, the Indian government isn't unique in this. It does things that actually they get it wrong. So what I don't think we're saying here is we need to be suppressing all of the whistleblowers that are actually trying to deliver the facts. And hold governments to account. So I don't think that's, you can't have your cake and eat it from this high position of the ivory tower in government. But I'd also like to go back to this toolkit. And when it first came out, I think I was a little surprised that someone had been a little careless in putting out the IP of the organization, because that's what it was. It was very clever, very coordinated PR document about if this happens, this, then this, then this, then this. And we can see how orchestrated any PR needs to be, any marketing needs to be. You don't take this and, you don't put a little video out there and just hope it goes viral. You get your friends to go and like it and share it and get feedback on it. And that's how things go viral. And I don't think that the toolkit, in many respects, despite the fact they actually gave some pretty detailed inside knowledge of what this particular company was doing, I don't think it was doing anything that any normal group organization would do. It's just the fact that it was made very public. So I suppose my comment in all of that is a little silly to have put it out there in the first place, because clearly it means you don't understand what you've got in front of you and how important it is. And the other thing is, under confidentiality, it was part of the organization's intellectual property. I mean, these are normally covered under confidentiality statements, which is at the very heart of what we're talking about here. It's about personal information not being shared in the public domain, or information being shared in the public domain that's not true. So I think the whole issue around this so-called toolkit has just made me smile in an obtuse type of way, because I can't believe that people didn't realize this was going on anyway.
Well, I think it's very funny also. Like you said, you're not using this word, but I am, because I'm an Indian. It's so funny. And it's something like, for the first time, we were able to catch the conspirators red-handed, because people who were, it was a Google Doc, and instructions were being given with dates and time and the amount of money which will be paid. All that is recorded in the document, and it was a privately shared document among people. And because of that, all those people are now red-handed and they're caught. So earlier we used to only make conspiracy theories and maybe make some movies and all that, because nothing to prove what we are saying. So now it's a proof. And I think it's foolishness, because somebody tried to ask this person a question, and out of her emotions, in terms of her belief system, because she probably believed it, whatever has been fed to her, she believed that seriously, and she said, okay, here you go, take it, read it for yourself. So she sort of believed this as evidence, that toolkit which has been created by conspirator. And if you remember, the Spectre organization of Mission Impossible is something like that.
Spectre, James Bond, it is. I mean, but the thing is, this, these directors and writers of movies have probably got closer to the facts than you or I, than the general public. And they're trying to make it interesting. They're into the entertainment arena. But the reality of life is, a lot of this does go on in real life. There is There is cameras. There is facial recognition. There is trying to chase your customer. When someone lands on your website, they capture a cookie, and now it says, this is our cookie policy. Do you agree with it? Well, if you say no, you get booted off the website. You're not allowed to go through it. So this is not. I don't think this is rocket science. I think I use the word silly. Perhaps stupid comes to mind, but it's actually not. To me, it's not understanding what you've got in front of you, and I think that's half the problem. And when you're in an organisation such as these are, and you've got this is quite damaging in many respects. I mean, that particular document was how to undermine a government. And you can only imagine that this has been used time and time and time again. I mean, it's a toolkit, It's something that you can download and then apply all of your particular marketing issues. And it is a bit like mafia, really. It's having inside here, inside there. It's a complete chronology of events, who gets paid what, who's on the payroll, who isn't on the payroll. I wonder, CK, if you went down there and you saw the initial CK by some huge rupee payment. I didn't, so I don't expect you did either. But again, some of these documents are encrypted. The little black book approach to a spy or an insider or even a salesperson. They've always got an angle on someone else, and it's a question of what you're going to use and when you're going to use it. So I think this whole toolkit issue has really brought out Pandora's box. But for those that work in big business, it's almost like, so what? I mean, we know this. It's a bit stupid to actually give, dot the I's and cross the T's and almost give a direct line of sight to not just individual names, but addresses. You may as well just, package it up and send it to the CIA or the MI5 or whoever, because it becomes a very, very specific, special, internal and not public document. And I guess the whole issue today is when you make these things public, why are you doing it? What's the motivation here? And let's talk a little bit about whistleblowers. I wasn't called a whistleblower, but I was known of being one in an organisation because I wanted to make sure that we did the right thing. And I would put my head above the parapet and say it many times. I don't believe that's right. I don't believe that's what we should be doing. I think we should do this in a slightly different way. Or at least if that's the absolute outcome, then we need to mitigate risk assessment of, what's going to happen with it. And on a few occasions, CK, I can tell you now, I walked away. I didn't want to be part of it. And made my voice, well known. Now, lives were never at risk, as some of the issues on COVID around today. So that was one thing, but it was the company's future that was at risk. And like anything else, my spreadsheet said something, their spreadsheet said something else, and we, I suppose, agreed to disagree. But I wouldn't be party. My integrity was pretty sound. I wouldn't be party to going down a particular route if I didn't believe in it. I'd just withdraw. And it's difficult to do that. I know it's difficult to do that in a toxic environment, or when your job depends upon your compliance to the organization. Your salary is dependent upon you doing as you're told. It's really difficult to do.
Neville, let me add to what you are saying. It's very difficult for normal people, but then if you have a deal with the devil, then you have to sell your soul. So this is exactly what happens. This is exactly what happens. You know, when you take money for something which is not legal, then you're caught in the web. They will ask you to do a small thing. You'll think, hey, what's the harm? Let me take this and write few lines, and that's it. And then first assignment will give you $100. The next one will be more paying, more difficult, and then you keep, you know, getting entangled into that. So this is exactly what happened with these activists who actually exposed this toolkit. And it is a lot of people got exposed. In fact, I remember 3 months back when this whole news exploded in India. A lot of business people from United States are involved, who have arms dealer, you know, those kind of people are funding this. So a lot of names that have come in the public arena. There could be a lot of names which are still not revealed by the government, but government knows everything. Now, it is also alleged that the social media, knowing these things, are propagating and allowing these things to happen. And that is a charge of the government, and they have been summoned because WhatsApp is used to multiply the fake news arena, and also Twitter, because Twitter has ability to snowball because of this share and reshare facility. And Twitter has been openly refusing to follow government guidelines. So for past 1 week, there has been a big debate happening in India on the social media again, that some of these social media may be asked to close down. And these are, believe me, Neville, large names which will be asked to close down if, because of non-compliance. So this is going to happen. So when you talk about whistleblowing, and when you are an intermediary social media platform, your role has to be understood properly. Your role is to facilitate the whistleblower. But if something which is falling in the arena of fake news, your responsibility as per your use policy is you will actually delete the spams, penalize the people who are spreading spams, and also take action on it. So refusing to take action, that means you are accomplice. So this is exactly what is happening here in India.
Yeah, and it's really not good news, is it? I mean, fundamentally, we do not want. I mean, if I were to read a propaganda paper day in, day out, I believe the propaganda. I mean, that's what politics is all about. It's about, you know, what your belief system is. But if you never question anything and you take things for granted, and the problem is a lot of people never question what these platforms are saying, because they take it for granted. It's like a newspaper. But actually, when you start to investigate and go deeper, just scratch the surface, there are very few facts around this. And as we know, I mean, the key element here is the fundamental, you know, issue about leadership is being aware of the facts. And if you have to fill in the gaps, use your experience to fill in the gaps. And if the gaps are far bigger than the data that you really know as fact, then you're in a big risk arena because you just don't know what's happening. So when it comes down to the bigger issue of leadership, you know, we want to know the facts. And if I then make a decision on those facts, then I can be held accountable. But if the facts have got so many holes, like Swiss cheese, huge holes in it, then you delay decisions. It's as simple as that, because sometimes you just can't fill in the holes. You're out of your comfort zone. You're having to imagine things might happen. And that fundamentally is one of the reasons why we need to be holding these platforms to account to ensure that they're giving the truth. I'm not talking about, you know, some, you know, little tittle tattle that might be going on. But we're talking about big worldwide issues, big country issues, global warming, etc., etc. And, you know, some people out there, you know, even now, I was sent a page on the Facebook website that said the Earth was flat. And it wasn't even from the Flat Earth Society. It was someone, you know, in the middle of nowhere that just threw a paper out there. Now, you might get someone reading that and saying, oh, yeah, I believe that. They're a professor, they've got this doctorate, that doctorate, and all of a sudden it's fake news again. Now, I'm not for one saying that the Earth is flat, by the way, everybody, because it just isn't, plain isn't. And if you want to find that out, then literally just look at the way the sun moves. And as we all know, the sun moves around the Earth, doesn't it, CK? Fake news, fake news, fake news. That's alert, alert. You know, we move around the sun. It's been proven many, many times by scientists, mathematicians, but you can do a little sundial experiment, you know, in your own garden, and you can prove that actually we move around the sun because of the shape of things that happen. But anyway, that's a different story. So today's subject, whistleblowing, fake news, closing down social media platforms that are propagating literally untruths. But the main thing is it starts with us. So our message today to everybody is don't believe everything that someone says. Challenge it, question it, you know, prove it to yourself. And once you've proven it to yourself, then put it into your belief system. And then you don't have to go back to it because you know it's true. And if someone then challenges it, you just ignore it because you know it's true. Unless there's some new information that comes to light that challenges that belief system. In which case, then, you better start listening.
Well, Neville, this gives me an idea. If you look at the Washington Post, the top of their newspaper where the name is written, they also mention that their news can be used as an evidence. So their confidence level is so high that they say that we have actually done the investigation. And you can use this news article as one of your investigation, evidence. So I think that's the level of confidence that Washington Post is demonstrating. I think there is a need for another platform today, which will filter out the real news from the fake news. I think there is an opportunity for somebody who wants to put in his money using AI or whatever technology and say that, you know, you connect your Facebook to my platform, your Twitter and everything to my platform, and I will only showcase what is real and remove all the fake updates from your Facebook, from your Twitter, and from your LinkedIn. Isn't it? Does it sound like an idea?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we all look forward to a day where there's this magical app that sits on our phone and just screens all the rubbish and puts it in the Bravo India November, as we call it, bin, trash can. So it doesn't even get to my ears. Of course, that needs a lot of AI, a lot of investment, but watch this space, because someone out there is thinking this very, very issue. As the inventor of the internet, do you know who the inventor of the internet is? Where its source is? Who created it?
It was from UK. Suddenly his name is out of my mind.
It's hyphenated, a guy called Tim Berners-Lee.
Yes.
And he has, for several years, said, you know, the internet is out of control. We need to give back control to who the internet was for. And the internet was for you and me. It was for us. Not to be hijacked by toolkits, by mafia operation, by any form of, let's call it terrorism in its widest sense, fanatics out there. It was for you and me to share information openly and honestly, to get the best information you can, have it on tap, so that it was the right fact. It was true facts. And unfortunately, as he keeps saying for several years, it's been hijacked. We need to take it back. And maybe, you know, the Indian government are on his side. I mean, Maybe they've got their own toolkit running somewhere, and they're in discussions in the back cave about taking back the internet. But we'll see. I have a feeling something is happening. Privacy is a massive issue around the world. I don't think people realize how much you can see about yourself, despite the fact you think you're a very private individual. What I suggest to everyone today is put your name in Google and see what happens.
Absolutely, Neville. And in fact, the trouble starts when the social media starts saying, hey, we don't follow your guidelines, your regulations, and still when you have half the income coming from India and you don't follow the rules of the land, and they keep actually giving the blue ticks. So there is a blue tick, and can you imagine, Neville? I just want to tell everyone that, you know, our handle has about 40,000 views every month. It's not too great. It's not a couple of 100,000, but it's like 40,000. And we had applied for blue tick. We were refused by both Instagram and by Twitter. Whereas there are these blue ticks who are spreading fake news. And when government actually goes and say that, so what is the meaning of blue tick? Blue tick is that you have verified, you have done the address
The Washington
check.
Post. Yeah, Washington Post. You know, they stand by it. You can use it in the courts. I mean, that's to me is what journalism should be all about. I mean, that's what the newspapers, that's what media should be doing. You know, you can take our information as fact. You know, we may our journalists may be using a little flowery language from time to time, but the facts are facts. We haven't flowered up the facts.
Absolutely. I think this topic is very big and we can keep throwing a lot of examples here. But thank you so much, Neville, for coming to our show today and finding time to discuss this very, very pertinent subject. But we will catch up because this story is still evolving. The June will be an interesting month, and I will catch up with you on the same subject again in month of June.
Oh, this will run and run. Have a good day, everybody. Cheerio.
We have some unique Akulmek memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmek gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmek and smash that like button.
Friends, welcome to Akulmek Live, and I want to draw your attention to the recently conducted COP26 meeting in Glasgow, in which some decisions were taken in order to save our climate. There is a target of net zero by 2050, whereas India has said that the net zero target has to be achieved, but not by 2050, but by 2070. There are a lot of reasons, and we have actually covered those reasons in the past videos. But in today's video, I have a very interesting news. Friends, as you know that the major polluter is the power generation plants. So if you look at the hydro, which is clean again, and if you look at the other one, which is most prevalent in India, are the thermal power plants, are the most polluting. So in the interim, while India is ramping up their solar power generation and also unconventional method of power generation, I think the tested and tried method is the nuclear power. And, it's been operational for last couple of decades. The nuclear power plants are typically very huge, and it requires
a nuclear reaction to go inside the nuclear power plant in order to generate power. So, so this is a tested and tried method. So in the interim, India has decided to go into ramping up the nuclear power. And the decision is that, in fact, it is announced a couple of days back that there will be at least 9 new nuclear power plants across India. And this will help bridge the gap and reduce the dependency on thermal power in the long run. And if you look at how this power generation happens, so it's typically, I mean, you have to boil the water to generate steam, and the steam will then drive the turbines, and the turbine will then generate the electricity, which is pretty much like a hydropower plant where you have a water is flows down into a turbine, and then turbine rotates, generating electricity. So it's that portion is similar. However, the critical part here is a reactor. The reactor is basically runs on a nuclear fuel, and I think most of us know what is a nuclear fuel. Nuclear fuel is in today's world is the uranium, and the reaction is also very interesting. And in fact, you would like to know, in fact, for the benefit of viewers who want to know actually how the energy is generated, I would like to just draw your attention to the type of energy which is released in fission reaction, and that is the strong nuclear force. Now, strong nuclear force is so strong that it binds the nucleus together, and during this reaction of fission, 0.7% of the mass of the fuel is converted into pure energy. So I think this is a very important parameter. It's not that the entire mass is burned. It's only 0.7% of the matter is used to generate energy, which we can use it as a clean energy for our consumption. And if you look at the reaction in very simple terms, the uranium atom has 200, the weight of the nucleus is 235, which means that it has in the nucleus so many protons and so many neutrons, and 235 is the number of the atomic number. And if you look at in this picture, we are showing that we are just adding one neutron into the nucleus of this uranium atom. Now, since uranium atom is one of the largest atom, the binding energy is there, which binds the nucleus together, but it is kind of weak. So by adding one neutron into the nucleus, bombarding into the nucleus, we make it unstable. And because it is unstable, it immediately decay into krypton and barium, two smaller elements. And the remainder of the energy, which is 0.7%, is converted into pure energy. And in addition, there are 3 extra neutrons are also released in this reaction, which will then strike the other uranium atom nearby, and the reaction goes on, and this is what we call it, the chain reaction. So by just using only 0.7% of the material, so much of energy is released. So you can imagine that the nuclear power plant can be so efficient, unlike petroleum engine or unlike burning coal, where there is so much of wastage. Nuclear power plants are tested, tried, giving you very clean green energy. And there are 2 types of variants of uranium, which is 238, which is slightly bigger, and 235, which is slightly smaller. So the type of reaction that happens, I have demonstrated in the previous slide, was basically based on uranium, which is 235, and it is purified. So if you have a purified version of 235, the previous reaction will happen. However, if you have 238 also, which is a very different kind of a variant, which has extra mass in it, but a different type of reaction will happen. If you use a mixture of 235 and 238, then this kind of reaction will not only give you a lot of energy, a lot of heat, but also give you plutonium, and plutonium is the weapon grade material. So it is used in um, atom bomb, etc. And these kind of nuclear reactors are called enrichment nuclear reactors. So it uses both variant of uranium, which is 235 as well as 238. So you can imagine now, friends, when I'm telling you about the nuclear energy, you have to just find very small amount of uranium, and that will basically last for a lifetime. So typically, if you look at the nuclear power plant, they come with fully loaded for about 20 to 30 years. That means once they are constructed, they will be completely protected using lead and concrete dooms. The amount of uranium which is fed inside those will last for the entire lifetime of the power plant. So this is pretty much very proven technology, and it is very clean, and it does not require to fuel several times every day, or several times in a week, or several times in a month. So it is like fitted once, and then it will keep giving you energy for rest of its lifetime. So now let's understand where this uranium is. I'm sure you must be able to appreciate that the uranium is very scarce, and it is not found everywhere. It is even more scarce than the gold, and since it is heavier than the gold. So this is the chart which tells us about the known sources, and you can see that the largest source is Australia, where there is the highest amount of uranium found. However, India also has about 1% of the uranium, and now these are the ore uranium which has to be further taken out from the mines and purified so that it can be used in the power plant. So purification is kind of very tough process, which is called refinement, and those kind of refinement facilities are mostly available in US and USSR or Russia, current day Russia. So, and also UK and all that. So I think the whole idea of getting uranium is the key here. So you can build a power plant, but to get the supply of the uranium is the key, because not every country has the knowledge or capacity to purify uranium which can be used in a power plant. So that is why the dependency, or you keep hearing about the nuclear treaty, is something which comes in the picture. However, with the current plan, India is going to increase the nuclear power output almost 3 times within next 10 years until 2030-31. And currently, India is producing 6780 megawatt from nuclear reactors. But because of this 9 new nuclear reactors which will be added in next 10 years, the increase of in power generation from the nuclear reactors will go up to 22,480 megawatts. So it's a big deal, but I think it is required, and it must be done by India in order to reduce the load on the conventional power generation division, because these are the biggest polluter of nature. And by doing this, India will also fulfill their goal of becoming green country, because we will have most of the vehicles will be running by electricity by that time, and the power generation for houses will also be done using unconventional power and also the nuclear power. So I think this is a great news. We are going to get 9 extra nuclear power generation plants in India in next 10 years. So friends, do you feel excited about this? If yes, do write in, share your comments, share your thoughts, and I will read some of these selected comments of yours in the next program of Akulmek Live. I will say goodbye today, only to catch you in the next one. Good morning, friends. Welcome to Akul Mac Live, and I'm Chandrakant. As you know, that there has been a big impetus on the Digital India initiative in India, and the Modi government has actually uh, put their resolve behind making India a digital superpower. And in this connection, there are few announcements today. And before I tell you about the announcement, in fact, I want to tell you the history behind the India movement, and that is with regard to this company which you see behind me. It is called Digital India Corporation under the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting Ministry, and uh, this basically is a company which is responsible for creating programs for Indians under this Digital India initiative. And the DIC, as it is known in short, has a history. It was already existing company known as Media Labs Asia, and it was renamed in 2017 by the Modi government. So currently, DIC has many programs running. They have launched many programs which are meant for people to interact with the government. So they have started the various programs which are used by farmers, by various people to access various services which are provided by the Indian government. And it's a company which is owned by Government of India. They are running this initiative like a company. So that is the number one thing. This is very, very important because there is a CEO, there is a entire structure in this particular company. And the company comprises of today about 468 team members, and they have already rolled out to different projects to come up with these different ideas like databases and rolling out these e-services, e-governance services, which are worth 250 crores. So their objective is to basically identify a project, get the private partnership into that project. So they usually come out with RFPs, and they also employ consultant as the need arises. But the whole idea behind Digital India Corporation is to identify which are the applications that needs to be developed, and once these applications are identified, then they go out by launching their RFPs and inviting private partners to help them out to roll out these applications, which are eventually loaded on the NIC backbone and then rolled out across India. So basically, as I said, they have already rolled out 250 crores worth of project in past 3 years, and now the Modi government has announced the expansion of the Digital India Corporation so that more future ready applications can be designed. So under this initiative, uh, they have decided that DIC will undergo rapid changes. They will quickly ramp up to have about 1,000 people working for them, and their turnover will also be doubled. So nearly about 500 crores is the estimated turnover and estimated team size. But what this new initiative this new team will do, basically they have decided that they will roll out new projects in the area of artificial intelligence, emerging technologies. There is, as we know, India is a multilingual nation. So there has to be some sort of application which is required for bringing everybody on the same plate. So there is a national language technology mission which will also be rolled out. So I don't know what this particular activity will be. I'm presuming that various forms of the government will be available in different languages. You should be able to interact with localization, etc. Then there is an initiative about the managed service providers for cloud services. So eventually, all of this will be loaded into some sort of a managed services arena. They will have a support system. They will also have a call center so that people who are not comfortable with the digital platform can actually reach out using a call center facility. They will also link with payment gateways, etc. So hence there is a new project which is going to be launched in the area of e-commerce services. There is going to be opportunities for all of these areas. People have companies, people, MSMEs who have expertise in these areas, which are artificial intelligence, emerging technologies, localization services, which is National Language Technology Mission, cloud and service provider arena, e-commerce. And right now, the e-commerce is rolled out into Ministry of Textiles based application. But I think there will be a requirement for other ministries to come forward and take the system on. And that is why the digital India will be a great success, because more and more people start using these applications. They are also talking about a portion tracker. The portion tracker, as if portion is an Indian word, so my friends who are watching this from who are non-Indian, portion is basically uh, the meaning of portion is feeding. So there is a portion tracker which is which is going to track the midday meal which has been provided for students in the school, and there are other services for people who are living below poverty line in India. There is food which is provided by the government, free food, or very heavily subsidized food which is provided to young students and also to poor people. They can go to one particular counter and they can take the food. Very nice quality food is provided through this outlet and very fulfilling. So people who are homeless, living below poverty line, and also to school students of parents who are living below poverty line. So this is, I think this is going to be a tracker which will be used to digitally track how many foods, how many plates are served across India. So this will actually ensure leakage of any wastage of revenue, etc. So there are a lot of these projects coming up. I want to tell all Indian entrepreneurs to try it out, because I myself went to their website in the morning today. There are a lot of RFPs which are floated by Digital India Corporation, asking for various type of people to participate in their journey. And the RFP documents are also freely available. There is no entry fee which normally has. So if you fulfill the criteria, then you will be considered for developing those systems. Eventually, it is going to be application development activity which will be hosted on some platform. So these are the few things which are coming up, and there are opportunities for consultants. So people who are not having organizations or MSMEs or and who wants to participate with Digital India mission or initiative, then there are positions also published on their website, about 5 to 6 different categories, including social media, including trainers, etc. And also, people who can actually motivate others. So those kind of positions are available as a consulting assignment. So I think if people are interested in associating with the Digital India mission, I think this is something that they should look at. So friends, this is something which happened just today, and I thought I will analyze it and bring it to your notice. So if you're not watching the space, I think this is the time to watch the Digital India space very closely. There are new opportunities, and new applications will be provided, including artificial intelligence. So I like to say goodbye for today, only to catch you next time. Friends, Prime Minister have already announced that Indian government is going to repeal the 3 farm laws, and only the formality remains now, because since these were the laws, they have to be discussed once again in Parliament. Paperwork needs to be done, and which is in few days. The Parliament session is going to start in few days. So these three laws will be repealed, and because of this, I personally feel that India has got a setback. It's not only the farmers who got the setback. India has also got a setback, simply because India, if it has to progress further, it has to take everybody together. And the farmers have lost out a big reform opportunity because of this development, because there is no free economy possible because of the prevailing laws, legal system in India with regard to agriculture. And why it is important? Because agriculture industry, as we say, has to behave like an industry, so that they can actually take the incentives available for other businesses, which are called PLI, production linked incentives for businesses. So I think this is something which is very, very important, that the agriculture industry, the farmland, the farmers must behave like business people. And there is no freedom at this point in time. And these three laws actually gave a lot of freedom from the legal standpoint to the farming community. And they allowed freely all farmers to sell their produce to anyone they like. And because of that, I personally feel that the farmers have lost a big reform movement, because I'm sure nobody is happy. Only few people who actually created the mayhem around the capital region, they are feeling that, hey, it's their success. But I think most of the Indian farmers, even farming community is very educated. Most of the Indian farmers know that they have lost out a big reform, on a big reform which Indian government was actually providing to them. And as a estimate, the farming community comprises of almost like 20% population of India, and 20% population, or people who are involved in the farming activities, are now deprived because of these farm laws now are going to be repealed. And it's not only the Indian farming community; the entire India has been given a chance to reform. I'll tell you why. Because if India has to move forward, there are a lot of exports, lot of export related income that is available, and that export opportunity may not be available now, because the price differential, or the market price, will not be determined by the market forces. It will be determined by the government again. So we are falling back to the old system, where government used to give price of each and every farming commodity, and then they will say that this is MRP, and the farmers actually will have to sell at a fixed price, not at a variable price. At the same time, when the consumer actually get it, it will be like 200 times of what the farmer actually makes. So if the farmer makes about 100,000 rupees for his produce, that amount of produce will actually cost 22 million rupees. So this is why we as a country will lose out in long run. And then there is another message which is going in round, and that is related to the Indian government itself. This was a major reform, and if it has been dealt in this manner, which is directly linked to economy and growth of people, there are other reforms which are waiting to happen. And I think the message which has gone in is that no government, future government for next 50 years will even dare to come out with major reforms like this. There are a lot of reforms required, like police reforms are required, income tax reforms are required, business, the way we do business reforms are required. So the message is that if you do a reform for the benefit of mankind, for benefit of India, and for the benefit of people,
then there will be some 100 people come on the street with their hoardings, etc., and stop traffic plying on the road, etc., and basically blackmail the entire India, 130 billion people, 130 billion people, 1.3 billion people. So this is something which is a message which has gone in. For next 50 years, the hangover of any major reforms by any government, because the government is run by a political party which has to win elections. So in order to win elections, they will not take such radical decisions to do any reform. So I think it's very unfortunate. As an Indian, I feel that we are missing out a chance on a big reform. We are missing out a chance for farming community to get out of the clutches of the business, mandi business mafias, and the freedom to determine the price of their produce, freedom to sell to whoever they want to. All these things are being missed out. And biggest loser again is the farming community. But I think India as a whole is a loser in this case. If there is a foreign support to this movement, anti-farm law movement, I think they have won. I feel that it's a controversy which involves foreign powers, and India has lost out as a whole. So I think this is something which I feel. I feel that we are missing a chance of a big reform. Also sending a message that if you dare to do any reform, we will pull you down. Friends, do let me know your comments, your thoughts on this, and I'll meet you in the next one.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmek Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we are joined by a very eminent leader. Her name is Isha Sharma. She joins us from Delhi. She is the co-founder and the CEO of Triambak organization, which is a specialized company in the area of intellectual properties. Welcome to the show, Isha.
Thank you so much, Seki. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. And as you know, Isha, we are on day 16th of the lockdown. Certain parts of India are also getting into or getting up into total lockdown. But I think the rest of India is going through lockdown. So I would like to know, in your community, in your area, do you see any innovation that has come out where people have got together as a social partnership and coming out with some solution to handle this lockdown situation?
Sure. So thank you so much for getting me on this platform. So answering to your question, I am joining from Delhi. So what I see related to my community and neighborhood is that I understand that it's a total lockdown situation across the globe. So it's more or less similar for everybody sitting in India or anywhere across the globe. But the because I come from a domain which basically relates to a lot of startups, a lot of innovations in nature, so I keep on reading a lot of stuff related to what is happening currently. So I understand that it's a very difficult situation for people who are working in the line of business. Either it's a small scale business or it's a large scale business. The scale of problems might be different, but then it is still there. So I see a lot of collaborations happening between two, you can say, two different sets of startups to actually help and to fight against the COVID. So for example, the industries which the major players related to your I would say the car parts, say Ola and Uber is there. So those people are trying to collaborate with the say big basket or people who can actually supply the components or the essential needs of a normal person. So these kind of collaborations are helping both of them in terms of business and in terms of contribution as well. So I see a lot of positive change happening because they usually belonged from a community which focused on competitiveness. But right now, because of this COVID culture, I see too much of collaboration happening, which is in a way a very positive approach towards fighting anything. And even I would say, to enhance business, I personally believe that collaborations can actually help you achieve more in comparison to the competitiveness. So this is one change that I'm seeing in terms of business aspect. Apart from that, if you talk in general terms of say psychology or human behavior, that we are still away from that human touch kind of a feeling. We were so used to meeting people and then discussing things. Even if I talk about my business, it was more like meeting the client, trying to convince them that why is it important, how is it is done, and everything else. Now everything is digitized in a way that we are doing these Zoom calls and video conferencing with our clients as well as with our friends. It doesn't hit the business in terms of, I would say, the connectivity level, but of course we miss that human touch. But in a way we have learned to deal with it, and in a way it is moving towards more of a digitization. In terms of Indian aspects, I would say that it is going to create a culture where we will be okay working from home. It will create a culture where we will be like okay digitizing everybody's, because when we talk about startups, leaving the tech startups aside, apart from that, everybody else who is into creation, say there is a small shop owner or a restaurant owner or anybody else who is selling their products, they were quite reluctant to go digital. I mean, apart from the impositions that were there, like for Amazon or Flipkart, you have to sell your products. But apart from that, they were very hesitant and they were not very tech friendly. But now, because of this lockdown scenario, they have to learn it because there is no way out of it. So probably it's a do or die situation. So you have to learn to go digital to survive in the market. Yeah, that's more what is happening around me, I would say.
Yes, it's very well summarized, Isha. And since you work with the intellectual property issues and you mostly work with the SME segments and startups,
Yes.
do you see
Mhm.
any downturn in the business sentiments in your community, in your network?
See, as I'm interacting with my clients, I would say, who are startup owners, initially I would say they were very irritated and frustrated what to do because they were not prepared with this kind of a scenario. But now, eventually, because we've come a long way now, because now we are used to this kind of a setting, and it looks indefinite to me as of now that when will this lockdown open or not. And so now people are coming up with different positive approaches. So what I see is a lot of people who can't implement what they're doing, at least they're ideating to it. So they're creating more of a novel content for that matter. They're designing on new products and new developments. So people are actually using this time to focus on the ideation part of the business rather than the implementation part of the business. Because once you have everything ready in your plate, you can start doing the work at the later stage, right? So a lot of my clients are more focused towards creation part. Eventually what we do is help them to register, so the entire process, that process will follow. Eventually it will follow once the offices gets open. So there is a part of which we can do right now. So the research is still happening. The people are, as I said, that they are actually ideating. They are coming with a lot of different sets of questions, that whether it can be done or whether it can't be done. So rather than focusing on the negative part of it, that we will not be able to implement it or make the prototypes or do the testing, but at least they can still ideate. So this is the kind of vibe that I'm getting from my people, I would say.
So, Isha, let me ask you one very pertinent, not a question, basically your opinion. See, there are certain businesses which can straight away migrate to virtual platform,
Right.
but there are a lot of other businesses which cannot migrate to virtual platform. Businesses like manufacturing sector,
Right,
agriculture, and the likes
right,
of those. Um,
right.
so there is definitely a need to find a new business model. Um, from your point of view, and do you have an opinion on what the governments of each countries do to revive the business sentiment after this lockdown situation across the world is lifted?
Mhm. See, I understand your point that it is going to affect, and I could relate with the fact that, of course, there are divisions which can actually go virtual, and then there are divisions which can't. So, for the divisions which can go virtual, if you talk about IT companies, they always had a work from home culture. So, for them, it is not a very big thing apart from getting the business hit, because there is no eventually there is a shortage of the client for everybody, irrespective of an IT industry or an agriculture industry. But and for the kind of businesses which are not tech oriented or which are not virtual in nature, so I was telling for them only that this is the time to actually think, or maybe do your SWOT analysis, that what went wrong, what are we doing right now, so even to enhance your productivity. So if you say that any business which is into manufacturing unit, there is a part of which can be done virtually, or which can be done sitting at the home. As I said, that probably if you're into a product making industry, any kind of a product, say mobile phone is your product, you will not be manufacturing those products, but you can still do the research on the development part, that eventually when this lockdown gets over, there is a human psychology which will be there, so you can play with that aspect. I see a lot of digital marketing companies going under lapse condition, because there is nobody who is marketing their own stuff right now, because maybe either due to crash crunches or whatever. But this is the time to understand the human psychology, that after the lockdown period there will be certain component of which will need certain things, so you have to play on that part. I'm not saying that you exploit that part, but maybe people would need to still be connected with other people. So more of events or more of networking platforms can come into picture. So you have to actually understand the requirements of your customers. So right now, this is the best time to understand the human psychology, and then ideate according to that aspect, and then later on you can always execute that part. So it is valid for every industry, irrespective of whether it go virtual or not. Now, coming to your point about the economy condition, of course, see, I don't see any country which is not aware about the economy condition, that it will go, in a very questionable manner, and it will be a very, I would say, we will have another war to fight for, maybe hunger, maybe employment. That is what we are coming to at the later stage. But so I was just reading somewhere that it's not a very easy situation for anybody, for even for government, because they have to choose between a wrong and a wrong kind of a scenario. There is no right thing into it. So probably you just have to understand that maybe you're choosing something which will not have a very larger impact into it, because considering the death rate in this coronavirus scenario is very high. So you cannot expect any government or any I would say agency for that matter to play with that factor, because it is going to affect people, right? So you can't just let people die. Even if you see that there will be an economy impact, it can be reviewed by measures which can be taken in a clubbed manner. What I see happening would be that maybe there will be certain collaborations which is going to happen across the globe, because it is not something which is in it's not a country specific problem, it's a world problem. So what I see or probably hope in the future is that the world will come together to fight this kind of a scenario. There will be certain treaties which will be formed, there will be certain collaborations which will be formed to take care of the global impact of the COVID, in terms of either say food, or in terms of medicine, or in terms of your employment, or in terms of your economy. There will be a difficult time because people will eventually lose jobs. To be very honest, even I was concerned that I've been seeing that big companies are cutting on the salaries and of the partners and eventually of the employees as well. But you should feel lucky enough that you still have something on your plate, you still have a job. So this 30%, and see, in comparison also, if you say that the kind of expenses that we had before the lockdown, and right now, if you compare it with me, I don't even spend like 20 or 30% of what I had earlier. So we have to just survive. I would say that it is the survival time rather than fighting and questioning what will be the impact of it on the economy or whether it will be done or not. At times we just have to sit and survive for a duration of time and then come back to it. By that time you can use this time to probably come up with something which you never thought of. If you ask me personally, I was implementing my business in a different manner. Now I am more of a process oriented person, because now I can sit and see that these were the loopholes that were there in my kind of an implementation, so maybe I can improve. I'm not saying that the business is not affected, it is directly affected because there is a shortage of the client, people are not having money, bills are not released. So that is the current scenario. But being an entrepreneur or being a business owner, you have to understand that this is the difficult time and that's what you enroll for. If you're choosing to be an entrepreneur, if you're choosing to be a business person, you enroll for failures. So you have to sustain during this time period and eventually it will get better. For the people who are in employment, for the people who are employees, feel lucky that if you still have a job, so be positive and contribute whatever you have. So if you are contributing 100%, contribute 200%, so that you don't regret that you never gave your 100% into it and you never fulfilled the entire expectations. But even if there is a scenario where you end up losing your job, just don't lose on your hope. So there is a favorite quote of mine which says that people can take away everything from you, but they can't take your indomitable spirit. Just hold on to your spirit and everything will be
In fact, Isha, I think there is a lot of stuff that you said today. So if I have to summarize this in a real life situation, when people go for during the good times, right now we are under lockdown, but during the good times, we talk to people, they say, hey, I need a challenging job. So here it is. I think what you're trying to say, here's the challenge, and this is what you wanted. So here it is in front of you. So, it was great talking to you, Isha. Your words of wisdoms are definitely very valuable for me personally and also to my viewers. It was really a good pleasure, but conversation I had with you. So we have some more days to go. I think the lockdown is not going to be lifted very soon. We'll find another great opportunity to speak to you after a few days to see if things have changed, uh, and take your opinion on what we should do next.
we'll do that. Stay safe, stay home, take care.
You too, Isha. Be positive, stay safe. Thank you.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan Verma from Assimilate Technology and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have a very special guest, Ritu Gupta, who is a PR consultant and also having her own consultancy. So welcome to the show, Ritu. How's it going?
Thank you.
Everyone lockdown days, how you're spending?
Well, it is. I'm very positive that what PM is doing is very good for the nation.
Correct, very nice. And I really feel very proud today morning when I heard his message that he said that all Indians are great and they are doing great, they are cooperating and they are showing their strength to the world. And I really felt very good. And I thought, let me also discuss with you and find out how you feel about that.
Yes, I feel very happy, and I heard the PM addressing the nation, and my analysis is that he has requested the Indian public that on 5th April, Sunday, 9 p.m. in the evening for 9 minutes, everyone should come out of the houses. They should switch off the lights and they should come out of the houses and light a torch, flashlight, candle, or diya as per their wishes. Because, PM has always been very positive. Now, this gesture of his, the request, shows that he wants the Indian masses to come together and show their strength to the world, to everyone for the fight against corona. Since the day one of the lockdown, when the lockdown was announced, he has always been very positive. Narendra Modi ji knows the ground reality of the nation, and this is the way that he wants everyone to come together. And he has always stressed on social distancing, but not on emotional distancing. So this task, I may say, or the things we are supposed to do on Sunday evening, it's a kind of getting emotionally connected to the people who are the frontline workers. And yes, India is setting an example to the world that this way we can fight against corona. See, at the moment, corona has killed so many people around the world. So I think what Modi ji is requesting everyone, we should all follow what he says. This in a way is good for us, for the future generation, and for the country.
Correct. And the way he asks people to be connected, and the way he asks of all young generation and old generation, and he has that ability to take everybody together. And moreover, when you just mentioned about the frontline professionals who are doing a great job, he also
Yes.
in his messages, he also asks her to really pray for them. And I really salute them, the kind of work they are doing. These are all COVID warriors, and we should also help them, and we should always boost their morale so that they keep on doing great work. So at the same time, I also want to appreciate our leader, our prime minister, who is also very in a very simple way want to convey the message, which all messages are very important for the people, and we all should cooperate, and we are cooperating, and in fact, so we should all do more to come to, so that this whole situation will pass easily and we come out winner. What do you say?
Definitely. I agree with you, because PM has the leadership quality. I mean, this is the first PM in India who's so dynamic and has the leadership quality. In fact, in the last Mann Ki Baat, he expressed his gratitude and thanks for all the people, like the doctors, even the bank staff, like the farmers, and the frontline workers, also the nurses and the other people, even the sanitation people also. So I think we should listen to him, follow what he says, and this is for the benefit of the country, because right now we are going through a very bad time health wise. So I think we should, and people are following him. Most of the people
are following. Most of the people, they are
Yes.
following things, but we have to do more, take up the more responsibilities, and stay safe,
Yes.
stay at home, and propagate that kind of message to everybody. And at the same time, I take an opportunity that this is a disease which is connected with human, not with the animals. So in case if you have any chance to take care of the animals and want to give some food, so we all are free to do that. And yes, so any other message, and how you're spending your time nowadays in 21?
Sorry?
How you're spending your time?
Well, I am meditating a lot, and I'm like busy in household chores. I'm meditating a lot, and plus, yes, like you said, I make it a point that every evening I feed 5 street dogs or cows or whatsoever animal I find, and I try feeding poor people also. The daily wages, some of them are still here, and it's very difficult for them to survive. So I have given up one time of me, and that one time of me I do give to someone. So this is humanity, and this is the time to show the humanitarian gesture also.
Yeah, you are doing a great work, Ritu. Please keep on doing, and be safe, stay healthy, and we will be doing. We will be lighting lights in our balcony and the front door on 5th at 9.
Yes.
So stay safe. It was nice talking to you. We'll meet again and discuss more interesting episodes, interesting information. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much. Bye.
Pleasure. Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. I'm Kanchan from Makulmak Technologies, and welcome to our show, The Great Kings of India. And today we'll be discussing about Bindisar and Ajatashatru, the great kings of Magadha. And to discuss about these wonderful kings, we have uh, uh, Shrimati Meeta Joshi, who is the head of the department at St. Anne's College in Hyderabad. So, welcome to the show, Meeta ji. How are you today?
Sure, Kanchan, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. So yet again, we are discussing the great king, Azatshatru and Bimbisar. So I'm eager to really listen to you and what is in store about these great kings.
Okay. I will give you a little political backdrop before I start about Bindisar and Ajatashatru. If you see in the 6th century BC, it saw the rise of Mahajanpads districts. 16 Mahajanpads came into existence and some republics also. And this all happened in the 6th century BC, in which these Mahajanpads were fighting with each other for power. Okay, and this time the Magadha Empire it rose. And that's why they say rise of Magadha. And we don't know about the previous rulers because there is no mention in the accounts, but we get a mention about Bimbisar and Ajatashatru. So Bimbisar was the fourth successor. He was the fourth king of the Pradyota dynasty or Haramkya dynasty, and he was a contemporary of Lord Buddha. So these two things are going parallelly, okay? Buddhism and rise of Magadha. Now, Bimbisar, when he came into power, he wanted to expand his empire. He wanted to expand his Magadha empire, and for that, he waged wars with some kingdoms, with some Mahajanpads, with some he entered matrimonial alliances so that peace be there and they accept his suzerainty also. In this, imperialist policy which Bimbisar followed, he set up a very good administration in which he appointed some officers which were known as Rajbhatas. And if you see broadly, they were divided into four categories, like someone for justice, someone for administration, someone for army. So, like that, the categorization was done. Apart from having a set of officers, what Bimbisar did was he gave autonomy to all his small kingdoms which were under him. So they were like Bimbisar was the head. Then there were these Mahajanpads and republics, but they enjoyed their autonomy. They were free to take their own decisions with the consent of the king. So this was the
So something
setup.
like a separate state, I mean small state, and something like today when we have a federal system, small state they are reporting to central. I think something like that.
Yes.
Okay.
So this type of setup was there, and because Bimbisar was a contemporary of Buddha, so he some texts they tell that he followed Buddhism. Some texts tell that he followed Jainism, but the Brahmin accounts tell that he was the follower of Brahmanism. After Bimbisar, his son Ajatashatru came to power, but to come into power, Ajatashatru killed his own father. He killed Bimbisar according to the Buddhist tradition. But if you see the Jain philosophy in the Jain text, it is mentioned that he poisoned himself, he committed suicide because Ajatashatru had imprisoned him. So
Okay.
different theories are there about Bimbisar's death. Now, Ajatashatru, when he came to power, okay, he came to power around 492 BC and he ruled up till 460 BC, and he followed the same imperialist policy which his father followed. He tried to expand his empire. In order to do this, the first war he had with Prasenjit, the king of Kosala kingdom, and after this war, Prasenjit offered the hand of his daughter to Ajatashatru, and Ajatashatru married him. So again, matrimonial alliance. After this Kosala kingdom, he had to wage a war against Lichavis because that time two republics were very, very powerful. They were Lichavis and the Sakyas. So with Lichavis, he had a long war, Ajatashatru, and probably it was the time when he established this city Patliputra. He laid the foundations of Patliputra at that time, when he had a war with the Lichavis. After Lichavis, he again had to wage wars with the ruler of Avanti because see all these small kingdoms which were there that time, they were powerful in their own territories. So with Prasenjit, why Ajatashatru fought was because he stopped giving revenues to Ajatashatru.
Okay.
So one by one, he waged wars, either by war, either by treaties, either by matrimonial alliances. He tried to expand his empire, and before his death, he was able to make Magadha a very, very powerful empire. Before his death, he had extended the boundaries of Magadha Empire far and wide. And one more thing because of which Ajatashatru is known in the pages of history is that he was the king who convened the first Buddhist council um, at that time. He patronized the Buddhist council that time, and Buddhist council was nothing, they were meetings. That was a huge meeting in which the monks, nuns, and either kings were invited, and they sat together and discussed how to compile the teachings of Buddha and how to propagate the good things about Buddhism, far and wide. So this was the main what what shall I coin the word, main purpose of the Buddhist council. So it happened under Ajatashatru, okay, after the death of Buddha at Rajgriha. Rajgriha was the place, and this council was presided over by Mahakassapa, and they decided that how to give a shape to the teachings of Buddha so that it reaches more and more people. So Ajatashatru, he patronized Buddhism, and with this first Buddhist council which he convened at Rajgriha, he became very, very popular. But only one drawback which you will see in the personality of Ajatashatru was that he killed his father to come to the throne. And not only Ajatashatru, all the rulers of this Pradyuta dynasty, they killed their fathers to come to the throne. After Ajatashatru, his successor Darsaka, he also did the same thing. Then Shishuna did the same thing. So I don't know why this trait was there in these people, but the truth is that they did that. Killing their own fathers and coming to the throne. That's why this dynasty is little infamous because of this trait. of killing their own fathers. And after this fall of Shishuna, then came in being the Nanda dynasty. Nanda dynasty, which was very, very brutal because they were not pro people. They only wanted to take more and more revenues for their own selfish motives. This is all about Bimbisar and Ajatashatru Kanchan.
Okay, so I've heard that this Ajatashatru was a very great general, and he's invented few weapons, and one of them is a rod caterpillar, I guess, catapult, I guess. So apart of that, one weapon was also there. Later on, it was used very much by other kings.
It was a unique device in which it was a wooden thing in which they used to put the rock and throw the rock to the enemies. If you have watched the film Bahubali, Bahubali has used the same weapon in it.
Yes.
So this see the war techniques which they had, the weapons, they were very advanced. That's why they were able to, conquer more territories. That was one of the major reasons.
So, apart of his impact on the Buddhist, the recognition of a Buddhist council, and he was a great general. Yes, that the trait of killing his father and coming on a throne, this is not known as far as I know, and as far as I have read that any king has done in the past. So I think that is something which is really bad when we talk about Ajatashatru. But we have other a very great and profound trait of Ajatashatru. So, what is the impact of Ajatashatru the period politically on India?
See, politically, as I told you, at that time, these 16 Mahajanpads came into being, and then republics also came into being. So, Ajatashatru, he tried to expand the Magadhan Empire. Okay, he wanted to establish his supremacy, and he did that with his imperialist policy number one, with the wars which he waged, and with the matrimonial alliances. And when you are powerful, and then he, with this Buddhist council, became more influential because uh, he was the first person who convened the Buddhist council at Rajgriha.
Okay.
So, because of all these things, he became very strong politically. That's why Magadha was, and then he laid the foundations of Patliputra, which has a huge history.
Correct.
As a city, Patliputra has a huge history.
Right.
Not only with the Magadhan kings, but later when you will, when we will discuss about other dynasties, then also you will find the mention of Patliputra.
Yes. So I think contribution of Ajatashatru is immense because he has laid the foundation of Patliputra, who is in our history attained at greater heights. And apart of this, he was a great general. He has invented a weapon which we generally don't know. Most of people don't know and they don't discuss. So I think I can safely say that Ajatashatru as a great general, and we should be discussing about this profile in schools, and people should know about this great king. It was so lovely to talk to you, Meeta ji. We'll meet again in next episode and discuss another great king of India. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Hello, friends. Welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Kanchan Varma, and today we have a guest who is a prominent music therapist, and she is also a very good music teacher. So, stick around to this episode till the end. I'm sure you will enjoy it, and you will also get information how raga can affect our well being. Hello, friends. Welcome back. And today is Wednesday, as you know, that we have prominent musician and music therapist, Dr. Shambhavi Das, with us. So, without wasting any further moment, I would like to welcome her. So, welcome to the show, Shambhavi. How are you doing today?
Namaskar, Kanchanji. Thank you so much for inviting me. I'm doing very good. Hope the same for you.
Well, as usual, we'll be discussing about raga of the day, and we'll be discussing many more things. And so, start what rag we are discussing today.
So today we will discuss Rag Pilu, and it is a very, very popular raga. Although it is in Carnatic and Hindustani both, but it is popular into the Hindi movie songs. So I would like to discuss that today.
Let's go ahead and listen first music or a song so that our audience can gel with the raga. I'm sure they must have heard the song which you are singing today for us.
Sure. ये नदिया किनारे हेराए आई कंगना नदिया किनारे हेराए आई कंगना ऐसे उलझ गए अनाड़ी सजना उलझ गए अनाड़ी सजना नदिया किनारे हेराए आई कंगना नदिया किनारे काहे पनघट ऊपर गई थी चल के अकेली मारे हंस हंस ताना सारी सखिया सहेली गोरी और जाओ न मानो कहना और जाओ न मानो कहना नदिया किनारे हेराए आई कंगना नदिया किनारे थैंक यू
बहुत खूबसूरत, it's very good, and it's like a very nice music to the ears. So, what are the qualities of this raga?
So this rag, the qualities are that normally we have 7 notes in a raga, but this rag normally has all the notes. There are some chalan, like the grammatical way to go up and come down, but it has like all the 12 notes in that, including the minor and the major. So it goes sa ga ma pa ni sa ni dha pa ma ga re sa sa ga re ga sa re ni sa re pa ma pa ga re. So basically all the notes are used in it in this raga, and there are certain notes which are more prominent and certain notes which are less. So according to this grammar and according to the ascending and descending order, it has been developed it like that. And there is one very good characteristics that this raga is normally a very non-detailed raga, and it is sung in the bhajans, thumris and dadras. That's why it has been taken into the films also. So it is a very again the very Shringarik rag, not as Shringarik as Kafi, the way we discussed that day, but it is very Shringarik. It's a playful rag, and it has a lot of therapeutic qualities as well.
Well, as you mentioned that music is a therapy and it affects a lot of systems in the body. So when we are talking about these ragas and how it will affect and what is the utility of these raga when we talk about health and well-being and wisdom enhancement.
For the wisdom and well-being enhancements, we normally work on the kids that they develop a lot of wisdom. Wisdom means kindness, and music helps a lot. I think it's a very important medium to because it changes the way you perceive the world. Your negativity changes into positivity, and how the more you go into the lyrics of the song, you will definitely find, like in our, so I would like to like take a name which is Nirgun. In the Farsi it is called Sufi. Nirgun means which is beyond God. So if you listen to the songs in Nirgun, they are not they are not depicting any deities, ki Jai Shri Ram, Jai Shri Krishna. That is religious. Obviously, the religion people, and there is a lot of barriers in it. But when you go beyond, so the barriers end. So that is so wisdom and for enhancing the wisdom and well-being, people should listen all kinds of all ragas, all nirgun in all the ragas. What are nirgun? For example, सैयानी कस गए मैं ना लड़ी थी रामा मैं ना लड़ी थी. I'll sing and then I'll tell the meaning. It is a very deep. सैयानी कस गए मैं ना लड़ी थी रामा मैं ना लड़ी थी. What is the meaning? Sanya, we normally take it like beloved, but that beloved can be anybody. So actually nirguns have a lot of meanings and perceptions, so which takes you to to the Almighty, beyond the gods, that is Atma, Paramatma. And the meaning is like Sanya, God, and Sanya is your Atma. Sanya nikas gaye main na ladi thi. Anytime your souls can, we are just the bubbles, and your soul just went on going up, just, and I didn't know about it. I didn't have any clue how it went. It's just the passage by, and it's just a second's time that the soul goes away. Some other soul comes down, and it just comes towards the body. So you don't know that. So this is the way the nirguns are formed. बाबुल मोरा नैहर छूटो ही जा. बाबुल मोरा नैहर छूटो ही जाए. प्यार का हार मिल डोलिया उठाए रे बाबुल मोरा से नैहर छूटो ही जाए. Normally Babul is your father and Naihar is your Maika, your father's place. But if you depict it into Nirgun, so Babul Mora Naihar Chuto Hi Jaye means no, normally your Babul is your the place where you live in. So that is your you are not from this world. You have come from somewhere else. So when your Atma bodify someone, so that means that uh, you are coming to somewhere. Now you have to live up all the lives and then you have to do your work, like the Jivan Maran work. You have to do all the karmas, okay, and then you will be longing for the moksha, whatever. So Babul Mora Naihar Chuto Hi Jaye. So when the Atma comes down, so the Atma is thinking. Now the same thing. Char kahar mil doliya uthaye. The four people will come and take up and they will have to lift my corpse. मोरा अपना बेगानो छूटो ही जाए. जो अपना घर था वो छूट गया. That is my God's place. So it is very important to listen to the songs which have a very deep meaning, and not only the songs, the Nirgun, the Kabir also. Moko kaha tu dhoonde re bande, main to tere paas re. मोको कहाँ तू ढूंढे रे बंदे. Actually these songs, the Kabir songs and Rumi, so there have been very philosophical writers, authors, which one must listen to them to gain some wisdom and to understand that it is the money, ego, all these things are way beyond. Like we have so much of power, we are so godly that these things are not, they don't matter. These things are just for the use of that we are in the world. So it's just that we have to use use our body. So they have been invented like that. So this you have to understand. You don't have to attach yourself. So if you listen to the Nirgun, you will definitely get tears in your eyes, not because like what we are doing, because the wow, how deep this meaning is. And then when you keep listening to it, you will definitely get a good, different attire, different spiritual attire in yourself.
So when we are talking about the wisdom, that means from the very beginning, maybe when our children go to PP1 or first and second, I think that is the right time to introduce raga in their lives. What do you say?
Definitely, it's very important because kids are very, they mold very nicely, and it's very important to tell them about what is spirituality, what is body, what is the soul, what is the mind, what is the importance of relaxation of mind, body, and soul. So like on the other hand, we tell our children, you have to study, you have to get qualified, but at the same time we have to tell them that this is the quiet time, let's listen to something. Even if you don't you belong to a different musical background, so you cannot make the kids learn. For some families, they don't like that if their kids are learning, or they want to give a lot of stress on the studies. So even then they can listen to something. So when they are listening, that means definitely the second step would be learning. Definitely somebody will learn something. And right now there are so many ways to learn. So there are many more genres in Indian classical music also, which takes you to the spiritual versions, like Nazrul Geeti. Nazrul was an author who used to write the songs on this categories, and it is pretty much very popular. So those songs are in Bengali, although, but they have a very good meanings. So kids have to like one should understand that the kids should learn all this, and they should make their kids learn, or at least listen, make them listen to something for 10-15 minutes, anything. For that matter, Jagjit Singh songs, Jagjit Singh Sufi, and there are a lot of Sufi in Farsi shabd, it's called Sufi. In Hindu like Hindi songs, it's called Nirgun. Kabir bhajans are normally called Nirgun, जिसमें कोई गुण नहीं है, just आत्मा परमात्मा.
You have a lot of experience in music therapy. You've been doing music therapy on your patients, and you have attained a name in music therapy. But now I want to ask you that there's a lot of negativity at the moment because pandemic is going on and people are inside, and it become difficult for some time people to really adjust with the current scenario. Now there are some sick people and they have a lot of pain also. So can this music therapy help in pain relieving, act as a pain reliever?
Definitely, this is a very good question. Thank you so much. And so I would like to say that it works on the pain management. Now, one very important reason, first we find the reasons why this pain is happening. Although there are a lot of pains, there is a lot more type of pains, and the reasons are quite different. But in Ayurveda, the root cause, normally we say that it's the Agni Tattva high. Agni Tattva means Surya. Agni Tattva is that when you have a lot of inflammation in the body, mostly, so sometimes that triggers the pain. So we use the songs, the ragas, the mantras, which are more taking the cooling down. We take the cooling down ragas, the ragas which cools down the fire. The fire element, it can be digestive fire. If you have, suppose people are sick and due to a lot of medicines, they have acidity, they have a kind of GERD, the gastro. So what is gastro? There is gastro is again something, the Vayu Tattva. On that angle, the Vayu Tattva has been there, but still acidity is fire. Digestive fires are not maintained in your body because of the medicines, because of your sickness. One very important, so we normally use the cooling ragas like Bhim Palasi, and the ragas which are the sound frequencies which are lesser than the main the navel area. Navel area is the Manipur chakra. The Manipur chakra is where it's located in the navel area. That is our Gandhar. Gandhar means ga. When we cool down, we come to the lower ga, the lower frequencies of Gandhar. That is the Komal ga. So we should use the ragas which are Komal ga. And this works on the stress and anxiety because mostly like according to what I have experienced, when you have a lot of stress, then you experience pain. If you don't have stress, you might experience pain, but you might have pain, but you don't perceive it that way. ठीक हो जाएगा. Okay, let's give it a positive way. ठीक हो जाएगा. But if you are already stressed, क्या हुआ? अरे इससे इन्फेक्शन ना हो जाए, इससे ये ना हो जाए. So your energy is flowing that way. That's why that area is also stressed out. So the heat is even more generating. So first of all, that pain heat, and then the stress hormones are releasing some heat. So that cortisol is releasing some heat. So that is the pain area. That might trigger to some other areas also. So all in all, Surya Tattva, the Agni Tattva has to be balanced in the pain management, and the ragas like the Bhim Palasi, and even in the stress, Bhim Palasi works a lot. Darbari works a lot. So there are the ragas which are good, the cooling ragas, which are good for your cooling down. So that is very good for your pain management. And there are ragas which distract you very quickly from the pain. Like for some people, if you have a heat, if you have a pain, so they put ice over there. Similarly, you have to work on the ice ragas are there. The cooling ragas are there, which we use for the pain management.
Well, it was a great suggestion, and I'm sure the viewers would listen to these cool ragas. Now, coming back to our raga of the day, before we end this show, I would like to hear something, a good song, which will make the day for me and for our viewers.
Sure. So Rag Pilu. Rag Pilu, as I said, it is a very, it is Thumri Dadra. It is a very playful raga. And songs like अब के बरस भेज भैया को बाबुल सावन में ली जो भिजाए रे. So this is one song in Pilu, and you will find many more songs like मैंने रंग ली आज चुनरिया सजना तोरे रंग में, मैंने रंग ली आज चुनरिया सजना तोरे रंग में, सजना सजना तोरे रंग में, मैंने रंग ली आज चुनरिया सजना तोरे रंग में. जाइए आप कहाँ जाएंगे, ये नजर लौट के फिर आएगी, ये नजर लौट के फिर आएगी. दूर तक आपके पीछे 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 आवाज चली जाएगी. जाइए आप जाएंगे, ये नजर लौट के फिर आएगी, ये नजर लौट के फिर. There is a fast song. पिया 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 मोरा जिया पुकारे, तुम तो बसी हो सैया मन में हमारे, तुम तो बसी हो गोरी मन में हमारे. पिया 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 मोरा जिया पुकारे, हम भी चलेंगे सैया संग तुम्हारे, हम भी चलेंगे सैया संग तुम्हारे. सैया दिल में आना रे, आके फिर ना जाना रे, आके फिर ना जाना रे, छम छमा छम छम. So these are certain songs which someone can listen in Pilu.
Awesome, and it was so good and so lovely to hear your songs and understand the raga. And as usual, we'll be meeting again to discuss any different raga in our next episode. Till then, bye bye and take care.
Thank you so much. Namaste.
Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live, and I am Chandrakant. We all know that the Olympics are going on in Tokyo. It's a global competition. lot of players with lot of big dreams are competing with each other. It is similar to what we do in business. All the senior executives, they actually partner but also compete with each other with their dreams. And dreams is such an important subject. To discuss this, I will be joined by a very senior industry colleague of mine from Singapore, and he will tell us what you should do when you have a dream, how you can achieve your dream, and in case of a failure, what you should do. It's a very, very important discussion, friends. Don't go anywhere. I'll be taking a short break for some small promo messages, and I'll be joining back along with my guest in a moment. Welcome back, friends, and today we have a very distinguished guest in our studio, Mr. Kevin Kotam. He is joining us from Singapore. Interestingly, he was a choreographer in one of the Olympic Games, and also himself being a champion, a Canadian champion. So graciously, I'd like to welcome Kevin to our show. How are you, Kevin?
I'm great. Thank you so much, Chandra. It's really great to be back again and to be with you in the show. And also, it's just been nice listening to some of your stories before this. So thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. In fact, Tokyo Olympics are going on, and all the nations are fighting. All teams are basically fighting out in different games, and that requires a lot of mental endurance, feeling of mission, accomplishment. And I think that is the right topic to discuss with you, because you have been working with a lot of chief executives and training them with your mentorship. So keeping the Olympic as a subject, how do we train ourselves? How do we basically have dreams and make sure our dreams come true? You have any thought on that?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a great subject about dreams. And a lot of the time, all of the athletes, or many of the athletes, are there creating and living a dream. The dream is always for an athlete to become an Olympian, and then, of course, to become an Olympic champion. I'll just share with you a little bit about my story and how that sort of came about. And dreams, so dreams are very interesting. And when I was a young kid, I had dreams of becoming an Olympic competitor, to standing on that podium. And I would see every morning, every night before I go to bed, I'd visualize about being on that podium, how it smelled like, what it felt like. It was going to be an amazing time. I was a figure skater, and I was a figure skater ice dancer, and I became a junior Canadian champion. And we excelled, my partner and I, very, very fast. And we were the youngest in Canada at that time, which is back in the dark ages, in actual fact. So very, very long time ago. However, sometimes things get in the way. Your life changes. And so what happened was my partner and I split up. And then my father passed away. And so I had challenges with finances, and figure skating being a very expensive sport, that dream didn't really come to fruition again. However, that's actually not true. The dream did come true. And the dream came true in a very different way, in that I didn't realize my trajectory after that. And so I then became a dancer, and then I became a choreographer for National World Olympic Champions, figure skaters. And I also dabbled in other artistic sports like synchronized swimming, and I was choreographed for the Olympic champions in '88. And then I was invited, and also I won the bid with a colleague to put on and direct and choreograph the closing ceremony for the Olympics in Calgary. I mean, I can't say how amazing that was. I mean, it was just like being in the family. It was really living your dream. But I didn't have the dream of actually being a competitor. But the universe sometimes works in a very peculiar way. And I became on the other side in the organization. And that was actually more interesting to me, ultimately. So maybe the universe has another goal for you, another dream for you, and another way. So the dream was there, but it came in a different way. And I think that that's what happens a lot of the time is that we hold on too tight to one dream, and sometimes we get very upset because it's not happening. But you know what? Let go. Dream it, let it go like a goal, and just let it happen, because it may appear and come back at you in a very different way. You just haven't realized it. So yeah, I mean, these dreams are amazing, but you don't know what the universe has in store for you.
Well, Kevin, when you say that you dream, but don't hold on to it, then in that case, how do we basically chase our dream? I think it's a big subject, because when we dream, we have to chase it. We have to accomplish something. So if you say that, hey, just dream it and let it happen as per the universal law, how are we going to push ourselves to achieve that dream?
I mean, again, it depends on which direction that you're coming from. I mean, we can look at dreams as goals, outcomes, possibilities, and we're working towards them. I think sometimes there is a little bit too much holding tight to the ultimate dream. I'm not saying that we don't drive ourselves and to be able to find the ways and to improve ourselves to move towards this dream, whether it be Olympics or whether it be World Championships or might be the CEO of an organization. But what I'm saying here is that keep moving and keep educating or keep training or keep moving towards this, but don't hold on so tightly that you'll be disappointed. Because one of the problems is we get disappointed because we're not achieving that dream on different levels. But in actual fact, we just may. But it may have said, in many ways, maybe that was the dream that you wanted, but this is another dream that is actually better for you. And I think that's where we get lost, is because we hold too tight. And we need to hold a little bit looser. And let's see, what is that path road that's going to take me? And that's what happened for me, and has happened many, many times, is my path road has been a dream or a goal to get somewhere, but it got sidetracked somehow because the learning had to take me in a different direction. And I feel much more happier for that, even though I was like, why didn't I get that? Why haven't I achieved that? But we have to let go of that. There's something bigger in it.
I think when you're saying this, I think it's making a lot of sense, because what happens is that if you hold on to your dream very tight and if you don't achieve that, then it gives you a feeling of despair, so which is very, very dangerous. So I think I understand your point now, that you dream, but exert yourself achieving it, but don't think about the result too much, because the result it's not in your hand. Isn't it, Kevin?
Absolutely. And it's very interesting is that I read an article, a yoga article one time, and it was talking about expectations, and it was very similar to dreams. We have this expectation of how something should be. We have how it should exist, what is the outcome, and this is expectation. And what happens is that we create this in our head very much, and we lock it in. And we lock this in and we go along towards that expectation or what that might be. But there's many things along the road that might make this more important, or might divert you, or might be, I want to try that instead. And we have this expectation going forward. And if we do achieve that expectation, it's never the same as we have created it, because so much has come in that journey to get there. And I think that is the best place, is the journey. And that's, for me, my journey, but also for these Olympians, that is their journey to get there. And it's the hard work, the tenacity, the building of strength, the building of technique, the building of skill to get there. That is their goal, and to reach the element of height. But not everybody can win, right? And then if you don't, and you've let everything, then you're disappointed, as you say.
I think in many ways, this journey of an Olympian can also be equated with a journey of a senior executive, and I'm sure you come across a lot of senior executives asking for help from you, because sometimes, you know, even person like me can get stuck, anybody can get stuck, and they don't know where is the path, and in order to achieve their dream. So in those cases, how do you, or what is your method of taking people along with your rich experience? And you have been a sportsman, and sports is really the ultimate training that anyone can have. So how do you train the senior executives in business to achieve their goals?
Yeah. Wow, that's a big question. And, you know, I equate, and many people equate, is the executives, the top executives are really corporate athletes, because you have to have the stamina, you have to have the endurance, you have to have the skill, you have to have the will, you have to have the mindset to get there. And I think a lot of it is in the mindset. For example, athletes will talk considerably about mindset, having the right mindset, focusing in on their mindset. They talk about mindset, mindset, mindset. And one of the things in organizations, they never talk about mindset is enough. They talk about skill and they never get to mindset. But the mindset is what's driving the skill. And so for corporate, you know, athletes, which are the executives, and I say anybody that is moving anywhere within an organization, they're athletic. They need a stamina. They need a muscle. They need to have that muscle. And so what I think is actually important is understanding what type of mindset that you have. And that is one thing that I work with my clients on, is understanding what is the mindset that they have. And you know, as I've talked to you before about my book, The Nomadic Mindset, it is about what is the nomadic mindset, and also what is the builder mindset, and what is the settler mindset. And so we talk about all those three. But one of the things that I think is extremely important in the process is that in the coaching that I do with my clients is we talk about, yeah, the goal, what they want to achieve, or just, you know, the reflection. And what happens with senior executives is they don't have a lot of people to talk to just freely, you know, and just allowing them with no sort of qualms. And I think that's what a coach does. And what we do with that is that I help them to go, and I bounce with them. I call it bouncing. Is that I bounce from idea to an idea, or I bounce with them to where they're going. And this is part of that journey towards that goal or dream or whatever that they have, because it's never a straight line. Never a straight line. And if you think it's a straight line, good luck, because it's not. And so this bouncing allows them that freedom to be able to get to their dream in a different way, because they are able to bounce thoughts, ideas, reflections, and then they're able to find a new path to a new solution, a new way. But this is building the muscle inside, which is the nomadic muscle, which is the agility, the adaptability, is the looking for paths, looking for creativity, opportunities, possibilities, questioning, listening. And that is how I work with them. And it's very exciting. And they love it, because they say, you know, we start off somewhere and we don't know where we're going, even though I think we're going in a place. But I love the way you bounce with me, or you stand by my side and we travel together. And that I love. And it's just being there.
With the pandemic hitting the entire world, the old methods of doing management is sort of not relevant anymore. And does this, you know, this behavior or behavioral change today that you see among customers and chief executives, does it change your strategy also, or your strategy is, you know, is not dependent on what is going on post-pandemic?
It's I think the strategies are different, absolutely. And I think that the world has changed. And I think that definitely we need to think we have to think in a very different way. And I think that what's happened is that we've got ourselves caught in between old, new, but what is the future? But we're still traversing this sort of void of how do we lead? What is important about dealing with our employees? How do we deal with remote work? How do we see hybrid working? How do we see communication? How do we see socialization? How do we come together as a different community? But at the same time, how do we lead with just this square box now a lot of the time? And that takes a very different skill, but it also takes a different mindset, because now it is more flowing. It's fluid. It's more movement. It's always been. It's just now it's very much about movement. Movement of the mind, movement of the ideas, movement of people, movement of just everything is in movement constantly. It always has been. It's just now the focus is around that. And I think that this takes a different mindset and a different vision, but it takes a different dream as well, because this can become another Olympic dream in some ways, for an organization.
Absolutely, Kevin. In fact, what is going on right now is that people are totally clueless how the business will go, where it will go, how it will shape up, and the next 10 years are very, very crucial. So if somebody has to take help from a guru like you, what are the ways they can leverage your skill? And is there a method by which they can reach out to you, like an email or a phone call? Or what do you propose to our viewers?
I think that, thank you very much for that question. And, I'll divide that up in that, yeah, we are moving into a very different world. We need to evolve. And I think that that's one of the things that has challenged many people is evolution, because we think about change. Change in some ways to me, is very horizontal. Change doesn't have a lot of consciousness necessarily. It has a conscious shift, but it doesn't have a growth in consciousness. I think where we're going is change has to evolve. And so we need to move to a more awareness and consciousness of a bigger picture. And I think that's where, in the bigger picture, it is about really thinking globally. It's about finding the interconnectivity of all systems and ecosystems and understanding that they are, but to honor all of them, and otherwise we are so separate. And that is what my research has done, and what has also helped my clients in us understanding, opening up this subject about the future, opening it up and really exploring it and discovering it and the possibilities and how I can fit in, or they fit in, as I should say. And I think that that is one of the greatest things that can come out of COVID, is this exploration of the possibilities. But we need to get back to, it's a whole, it's the holisticness, it's the understanding that everything is in movement and everything is interconnected, all these ecosystems. So people can get in touch with me, sure, absolutely. They go to my website at www.thenomadicmindset.com, or they can contact me at my name, kevin@kevincottam.com. And yeah, or Google me and you can see what I've done, or go to my YouTube, or on LinkedIn. LinkedIn is always the best place, so, and one of the things that we talked about once before, and that is reflection. And I think that that's what coaching is about, reflection. And it's what really helps executives, because they say, I don't have time for it. And I think that this time we need to spend that. And if they cannot spend it on their own or find it, then we can do it together. What's interesting is that I found that one of the greatest things to do is actually, from COVID, is going walking with my executives, because we go walk and we converse with each other, but we're also exercising. And when you exercise, you become more creative. When you're walking, you become more creative. And so these ideas start to flow more rather than just sitting, you know? And that has been very, very wonderful on many levels, not only for myself, but for them.
Yeah, Kevin, I think this also gives me an idea, because I like to share something from my own career. Whenever I used to basically call somebody, hey, let's discuss business, they will say, oh, no, CK, we don't want to discuss business, maybe next week. Can you call us back next week and we'll talk about it? So then I really found that it's like a wall that you're hitting. People don't want to discuss business. And then I changed my strategy. I said, hey, are you open for some drinks? No agenda. And people, almost every time they'll say, yeah, why don't you come? Let's meet at Jeffrey's and we'll have a couple of pints. So I think that was important. And I think what you're trying to tell us today is that you go walk the talk with the chief executive, and that will really help them, because they will get new ideas from you and all that. And you actually gave your coordinates, but viewers, you can reach out to us also, and we can make that connection happen. If just in case if you are stuck in achieving your dreams, and achieving dream is very important, never stop dreaming. And Kevin is here to help us to achieve our dreams. So in case if you're not able to trace him out on LinkedIn or on the internet, you can reach out to us on the email mentioned at the end of the program or in the description below, and we will make that connection happen. Kevin, thank you so much for coming over to our show today and discussing something so important about dreams.
Thank you very much, and you're helping me with this dream. It's a dream of sharing to everyone in the world. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Kevin, and we will catch up next week, same time, for something even more interesting.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan Verma from Assimilate Technologies. You all are welcome to Top Brass Likeable Leaders. Today in our show we have Mrs. Meena Patange. Mrs. Meena Patange is Dean of College. Hello friends, I'm Kanchan Verma from Assimilate Technologies. You all are welcome to Top Brass Likeable Leaders. Today we have Meena Patange, who is Dean of one of the prestigious college of Telangana, St. Anne's College of Women. St. Anne's College of Women is one of the top colleges in Telangana and a top institution across South India.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Assimilate Technologies, and today I would like to draw your attention to the emails that your company or organization is sending to thousands and thousands and thousands of prospective buyers, and the return on investment on sending such emails is less than 0.0001%. All these emails are getting deleted. I personally delete hundreds of emails every day. I'm sure you're also deleting hundreds of emails. Some of the companies have set up the spam engines which filter all these emails out. Yet most of the industry feels that this is the only mechanism to grow your business, by sending emails, by flooding somebody email boxes, by talking about your technology, your white paper, etc. At the same time, as a organization, we also need to understand what market needs, and it's not what we are selling. So we have to bring to certain agreement between the buyer or seller or demand or supply, where we fulfill, we bring these two parties together, where the demand is fulfilled by the supply. And it is not necessarily means that you keep sending emails. By sending thousands and thousands of emails every day, every week, you start generating business leads out of that. The reality is the cost of sending 5 email today, in today's money, is more than $2 to $3. And then suppose you send 50,000 emails, probably you will receive responses from only 100. So the efficiency of the system is now going down. I think the time has come for organizations to look at alternative methods of generating your sales leads. Then another thing that has happened in the field, that is the emergence of Me Too service providers, because the cost of providing different services and different sort of new generation activities, the time has come to also rethink their strategy in terms of how all different companies want to position themselves. If it is sort of a Me Too email that is going out, the chances are your email will get deleted. So the requirement of today's world is not to send emails by finding out new methods of communication with your prospects. Number two, offer something which is which is very appealing, and it is not Me Too. So you have to look at what are you doing today, and where you want to achieve, and by doing these activities that you are doing to achieve your goal. So to order to address these issues, we have created a platform which will solve many of these challenges, and it will give you a platform which will allow you to be more creative. You can reach out to your clients without spending a dime. You can reach out to your prospects without collecting the client database, building client database, building expensive sales and marketing campaigns. You can still appeal to them. The platform website is listed here, as you can see where my finger is. So I encourage you to visit this website and explore. This is a very low cost method where you can reach out to your prospects. You can create a differential for yourself. You can be non-intrusive. You can be creative. You can come out with new methods of communication rather than sending a HTML based emails using your CRMs and so on and so forth. So with these small messages, I would like to talk few things about my platform. The platform has two main features. One is it allows you to share your success stories and your ideas of innovation and so on and so forth, which necessarily may not be related to what you're offering. Because if you sell yourself, if you sell your idea, it will result in a business for you where you can actually pitch in what you have. So you can actually think creatively and come out with an offering which is appealing to the prospects. So this platform allows you to do that. Second thing is it also allows you to your prospects to reach out to you directly without need of sending emails and building campaigns and building databases and so on and so forth. So it's a very, very intuitive method, low cost method to reach out to your prospects and also to your client. And it's non-intrusive, and you can come out with new methods of reaching, because you may think you would like to talk about your innovation. You may like to address your clients by way of a video. You would like to talk about your innovation in a group discussion, or you want to just write a lot of words and you distribute these documents. So all these things are available in our platform. So I invite you to experience this. Come to this website, explore functionality. Just in case if you have any question, reach out to me. My emails are also listed in the website, and then we can have a conversation. I will be more than happy to bring you on board. I will personally help you to get on board, how to use these functionality which are provided in the platform, and you can be more successful without spending a lot of money. So with this small message, I will look forward to you joining my platform, which will help you reduce your cost, increase your business, and it will give you avenue of reaching out to new prospects in a new way. Thank you so much, and I look forward to working with you.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmek Technologies and welcome to Legal Matters. We want to discuss something about which happened this week, and it was a judgment given by Supreme Court against the farm laws, or rather Supreme Court gave an order saying that the farm laws are stayed until further decision. To discuss this matter, let me invite my friend from Ahmedabad, Mr. Jeet Bhatt.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for inviting me to discuss about this matter. I'm looking forward for this discussion.
Jeet, as you know that Supreme Court has listened to a lot of parties, and I think the big question that is running in everybody's mind is that when Parliament passes a law after so much deliberation, after discussing in lower house, upper house, and also with president's signatures, once the laws are passed, and can these be stayed by the Supreme Court? That is question number one. And question number two is, so much effort goes in by the representative of people, and then Supreme Court basically stays on such laws. So I think that is what we want to discuss today.
Right, absolutely. So, yes, in a democratic setup, there is separation of powers with regards to the judiciary, executive, and the legislature. And it is properly separated and it is not intermixed. So, yes, when you say that a lot of efforts go in, a law is enacted by an entire procedure which is followed, and thereafter the enactment passes when the president gives his assent, and then it becomes the law. Certainly, that is the job and object of the legislature. And when they have done it, they've passed the law after so much deliberation and after taking so many factors which go into it. And also the fact that these farm laws which have been passed were to liberalize the farm sector. And that was done, which was required, which was suggested by several committees, which was recommended by a lot of expert bodies. And it would liberalize the farm sector, which is necessary, in my opinion, as well. And also the International Monetary Fund giving out a statement saying that these farm laws are beneficial for the future of this country. And certainly we have seen the effect of market economy now that India is, and the effect and the growth that we have seen in last around 20 years. Certainly market economy is the way ahead, and every sector gradually should be brought into this market forces of the market. But with regards to the protests that are going on, certainly whenever a new change comes in, there will be protests from some quarters of this country, and the best way to deal with it is to give time to these new laws, because we've seen since 1991, since we opened up our economy, there have been protests going on since that time when the market was liberalized. But gradually now, all those people who had been protesting are also aware of the benefits of this liberalization policy. And therefore, in this new farm laws liberalizing the farm sector, if they had been given the chance to be implemented and to be seen its effect, then probably the agitators would have also seen the benefits. But unfortunately, the Supreme Court has stayed the implementation of these three farm acts, which were passed in 2020. But what appears to be the reason behind saying this, undoubtedly it's an unprecedented act which has been order which has been passed by the Supreme Court, because generally it is Supreme Court's orders itself, judgments, that not to stay the implementation of the act, because once it has been passed by proper procedure, there is a constitutional presumption that these laws are valid and they are not infringing any of the fundamental or constitutional rights guaranteed under the Constitution. But the factors what weighed in before the Supreme Court by passing this unprecedented order has been recorded in its order dated 12th of January. And what it says is that there were three categories of petitions which came up before the Supreme Court. The first category of petition was challenging the validity of these three farm acts by the agitators and unions of farmers. The second set of petitions was with regards to those unions of farmers which said that these farm laws are good and they should not be held as invalid. And the third set of petition were filed by individuals and residents of Delhi and neighboring states, complaining that due to these agitations, their right to freedom of movement across the country is violated, because these agitators have been blocking the roads which enter Delhi, and therefore residents' rights to movement is infringed, and therefore they should agitate, because agitation and protesting is also a fundamental right. But there has to be a place, a ground, a dedicated area where these protests should go on, and it should not be in a way that it violates the normal life of the city. So these three petitions came up. The Supreme Court also observed that the agitators have been agitating and protesting in a peaceful manner. And the Supreme Court appreciates that. And it says that laudably the farmers have so far carried on the agitation peacefully and without any untoward incident. So it recognizes that the protests are going on in a very peaceful manner. But what it also, what was alleged is that some unions and some members are planning an tractor rally on 26th of January to disrupt the Republic Day function in Delhi, to which also some unions and their lawyers denied, saying that we would never do it because every family, one member from Punjab or Haryana is in army. They would never disrupt the Republic Day function, which is carried out in Delhi. But still there were reports, and it was confirmed by the Attorney General, that some banned organizations are funding and wanting disruption. And therefore, that was the allegation which was made before the Supreme Court. But the Supreme Court also observes that negotiations have been going on, protests have been going on since September, and they are not fructifying. There is no result coming out. There is no way that conciliation or negotiation seems to be going on successfully. And therefore, Supreme Court was of the opinion that a committee of experts have to be formed, and both the sides have to submit and represent before this committee, and let the committee make a report and submit it to the Supreme Court. So in order to do that, the Supreme Court constituted a committee of 4 persons who are experts in this field. Those 4 persons are Shri Bhupinder Singh Mann, who is the National President, Bharatiya Kisan Union and All India Kisan Coordination Committee. Second is Dr. Pramod Kumar Joshi, who is Agricultural Economist, Director of South Asia International Food Policy Research Institute. Third is Shri Ashok Gulati, who is the Agricultural Economist and former Chairman of the Commission for Agricultural Costs and Prices. And fourth is Shri Anil Dhanwat, who is the President, Shetkari Sangathan. So the Supreme Court constituted by appointing these 4 members in the committee, and has directed the committee to allow all these unions to make representation and hear them and come out with a solution, and ultimately file a report within 2 months from the date of first meeting of this committee. Finally, the Supreme Court also observes in its order, and I think this is the why the Supreme Court has granted stay in an unprecedented manner. What the Supreme Court states is that while we may not stifle a peaceful protest, we think that this extraordinary order of stay of implementation of the farm laws will be perceived as an achievement of the purpose of such protest, at least for the present,
and will encourage the farmers' bodies to convince their members to get back to their livelihood, both in order to protect their own lives and health, in order to protect the lives and properties of others. So this fact is what has been weighed by the Supreme Court in order to stay that the Supreme Court observes that it doesn't want to stifle a protest, but it also thinks necessary that life and property of those who are protesting is also at risk, because we've seen a lot of members dying during this protest, some committing suicide. There are women, elderly person, there are children who are on the streets in this cold winter and also during this pandemic. So there is threat to their life. There is also threat to life and property of other residents of the city of Delhi and neighboring states. So therefore, in order to convince the members who are protesting, the Supreme Court has given a stay so that they have some confidence in the Apex Court as well as in this committee which has been constituted by the Apex. And therefore, to gain their confidence, the Supreme Court has granted this stay. But undoubtedly, it's an unprecedented order, not seen before. And the Supreme Court normally doesn't grant stay. But because of these circumstances, the Supreme Court might have thought that this is the best way to handle the situation at the moment. And thereafter, the Supreme Court will consider the constitutionality. But also, the Supreme Court in its order has not touched upon the merits. It has not heard the arguments of the councils on the validity of the act, because an act enacted by the parliament is not final. Ultimately, if it is challenged, it is for the Supreme Court to decide whether the act violates any of the fundamental rights guaranteed under the Constitution, and therefore the final say is of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court can ultimately declare an act to be ultra virus or unconstitutional if it finds that it violates any of the guarantees which are granted by the Constitution under Part 3 of the Constitution. So therefore, the Supreme Court will decide, but Supreme Court normally doesn't grant stay of these acts which are challenged, and therefore this is unprecedented. But it seems that these are the reasons what made before the Supreme Court while passing this order staying the implementation. But certainly there was an argument made by an advocate who represented 15 unions from 15 different states of this country, who submitted that don't grant stay because this will affect, because we have already implemented and we have placed orders with regards to fruits and vegetables. So the Supreme Court said that with regards to minimum support price, that will remain. Otherwise, the implementation of these acts would be stayed. So certainly, the Supreme Court weighed in the current situation, law and order situation in Delhi and neighboring states, and therefore has granted this extraordinary order.
So I think, Jeet, thanks for clarifying. I think the people are thinking that the parliament spent so much time in passing these laws, and then one fine day few people will file a petition in the Supreme Court, and then Supreme Court will decide the fate of that law. So I think that is one thing that you have clarified very nicely, where you have said that very clearly that the Supreme Court is the ultimate custodian of any legal matter. So I think they have the complete jurisdiction in this area. But I also feel that they have not really, they have just put a stay on the laws. They have not said that, hey, these laws are unconstitutional. So it is for the benefit of both parties, where the government talks about their pros and cons, and the people who are protesting also talks about pros and cons about these laws, and ultimately the decision will be taken by Supreme Court. So I think that is something which you have explained very clearly. But what is the way forward from here? What is your opinion on this?
As I understand, the protests are with regards to repealing of these laws. Their demand is that these laws should be repealed. Now that the parliament, unless they pass another law, cannot repeal the laws which have been enacted. And I don't think the government wants these laws to be repealed. So in a way, this is a stalemate situation and there is a deadlock. But ultimately, it depends on how effective and efficient this committee is in in convincing the members of both the sides in order to reach some conclusion. But I feel that ultimately only the Supreme Court will have to decide the validity of these laws, and the Supreme Court has the final say, and the matters would be argued. But in my opinion, I think the acts should have been implemented, and they should not have been stayed, because it is not the entire country which is opposing these laws. It is some unions from some states who are opposing. Others are wanting these laws to be implemented. So only because there are protests going on and the protest cannot be stopped or cannot be managed, that should not be a ground for staying. And it is not as a precedent also, because Supreme Court itself observes that this is an extraordinary order of stay. So certainly it is not to be applied in all cases, or it has to be used as a precedent. But I think Supreme Court in these facts thought it best to stay. That is what they've done. But otherwise, in my opinion, it should have been allowed to go on, to be implemented, to be seen its effects, pros, cons, so that the Supreme Court would have been in a better position to even judge the effects of the laws.
Jeet, thank you very much for joining us today morning, and especially in the north of India, it is quite cold. So I appreciate that you found time to explain this for the benefit of our viewers.
So thank you very much, Chandrakant, for having me. It's my pleasure.
So, dear viewers, as you can see that we're trying to bring clarity on this whole matter, and it is coming in the news every day. So, you please engage with us, send your comments, and based on your comments, we will include you live with our panel of expert headed by Jeet in the next episode of our Legal Matters. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye to you, Jeet, and also to all our viewers.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Chandrakant.
Hello friends, good morning, and today is December 20th of 2021. We are actually approaching Christmas in a couple of days, and also New Year in a couple of weeks. Important thing is that today is again a chilly morning, and as we progress in our winters, the temperature is going to dip again and again. So let's understand what are the important items to discuss. Well, as I'm reading my mobile along with you, I think before I go to the political news, or I can completely skip the political news, I can say that the yellow alert has been, announced in certain parts of North India. And yellow alert basically means that the winters are severe this time. It's much cooler. People must wear proper clothing. They must protect themselves from the harsh winter, which they are not used to, especially in a country like India, where people are mostly geared up for summers, because most of the year is actually very hot in India. But this time the cold weather is troublesome. Temperature is dipping in Delhi as low as 5 or 6 in the nights. So I think my only suggestion is that wear proper clothes. Don't venture out without shielding yourself, without covering yourself into the elements. There is cold breeze also sometimes. So, and things are going to get cooler. So this is just a word of caution. Yellow alert has been announced in certain parts of North India, which means it's a caution basically. What else? Well, I think another important aspect is for international travels, there is a mandatory PCR test, which we all know. But important thing is that you can actually do a pre-booking now. So I think this is again a good thing, because you don't want to waste your time when you approach the PCR center for giving your samples for COVID tests. You can actually do the pre-booking, and you can reach the center at a predetermined time, and it will be easier for everyone. Well, I'm skipping all the political news because it has very little meaning
when it comes to business. So let's look at what is there in business. So, well, this is important. Tokenization of credit card and debit card. In fact, everyone is affected by it. What happens is when you actually go to Amazon or whenever, like Google or things, any other website which we normally use, we don't want to key in our card every time we make a purchase. So what we do is we actually store the card number into Amazon, thinking that Amazon or Google or Microsoft will protect it, will make it basically make it secure, even though we have given everything to them, including our secret numbers, etc. They will store the card, so that in future you don't have to remember the card. All you have to do when you want to make a purchase, you can actually just choose a method and go ahead and make your purchase. Now that has been changed for past couple of months. For past 6 months, I have experienced on my company Google account, I have to go to Google every month, and the automatic debit on my company credit card or debit card is not happening from Google, and this is related to business itself. So now they have come out with a new system called tokenization of your card, which means that you will not be sharing your card with the online agency like Amazon or Google or Microsoft or GoDaddy or whatever. You will be sharing, you have to get your card number converted into a token. So it is secure. And then you give this token to the online agency, which will store your token. So this is a security measures, one security measures which has been added to protect your card and any accidental swiping of your card online or any malicious activity related to your which is affecting your credit lines. So I think this is good. It has been started by the government. Well, this is interesting. I think I have been thinking about it or probably talking about it in various programs. Aadhaar linked voting must be done because Aadhaar is a very, very secure identification or identification proof system which is based on biometrics. So when we talk about voting, it should be directly linked to Aadhaar. So I think this is something that there will be a bill presented in Lok Sabha. I think that is interesting. And if it gets passed, then our voting ID will be directly linked to our Aadhaar cards, so that we don't have to really go ahead and there is a separate list produced whenever there is a election. There is a voting list, and then we also have Aadhaar because we know that we live in this area. So all that can be avoided. So you don't have to do duplication. So if everything is linked to Aadhaar, then it is much easier, and you can do voting based on your Aadhaar card number. What else? So let me ask you, friends, you can actually send me your comments also. Do you use Razorpay for receiving your payments? I find it very, very user friendly. I use it, and the news is that their valuation has gone up to about 7.5 billion US dollars. And they have also done a fresh fundraise of 375 million US dollars. So this is interesting because I think Razorpay is becoming a platform of choice, especially when PayPal has removed Indian currency from their preferred currency list. So Razorpay is basically gaining ground here. Earlier, and I mean until 2019, 2020, we were actually getting even Indian rupees through PayPal, which is not happening now. So this is interesting. Razorpay is increasing their value proposition. All right, friends. So this is all important news or important things that require our attention.
couple of things are related to politics, which I don't want to talk about. But I think on a Monday morning, it's a chilly morning. Protect yourself. Don't go out without wearing layers, and keep watching the rise of Razor Pay. I think that is something very interesting. And also, I think we should know exactly what happens to the bill which is presented in Lok Sabha today, which is going to link our Aadhaar card with our voting ID. So, friends, do engage with me by sending your comments. And as you know, I respond to each one of them. And I'll catch you in Morning Brew tomorrow. Till then, have a nice and successful Monday, December 20th, 2021.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Kanchan Verma, and today we are discussing in this episode that how people are finding positivity and connection during this pandemic. We'll be discussing with our guest today that what is her mantra of positivity. But before that, I would like to remind you there's a free gift available only for you. So stick around to this episode till the end. We will guide you how to avail your free gift. Welcome to the show, friends. And today we are discussing about the positivity and connection in this pandemic. So we have a guest today, Ms. Ritu Gupta, and I will be inviting her and asking her what her call for positivity and connection. Welcome to the show, Ritu. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan. Thank you for inviting me to the show. And I'm doing absolutely fine and trying to stay fit and positive all the time.
Yes, during this pandemic, there's one thing which is very good, which is happening every day, that we are connecting to people and we are becoming more concerned and compassionate about the situation. See, I've seen policemen, they have come out and they are helping health workers. And I've seen Chiranjeevi, who has also established oxygen bank for the people. So I would like to ask you, what do you do for positivity and connection?
Kanchan, I think it's very important, and I really appreciate what the people they are doing for spreading positivity and helping each other out, even in these bad times. So it gives me motivation, and I try to talk to people because I cannot step out of the house right now. So I find that I've been being in the house, I can help people out. I talk to them, and it is very important to talk to people because in these times when most of the people they are in isolation, they are going through some kind of depression, some kind of problem in their minds. So it is always good to resolve that issue which they have in their mind, because tomorrow, someday, they have to step out of the house, they have to go out. And if someone is healthy from the mind, it's very important that they stay healthy otherwise also. And yes, I try to get connected to various NGOs who are distributing food, who are looking after people who need consultation. And yes, something which I really want to mention here is that we are running a campaign which is called Namaste Doctor. In this campaign, we get people connected, people who are not so rich, people who cannot really afford to go to the doctors. We get them connected with one Indian doctor based in US. So this is being done with the help of my friend who is based in America. He's a businessman. So we each day, we get one doctor from US, an Indian origin doctor based in US, and that doctor gives free consultation for 1.5 hours. And every day, I think we are getting 30 to 60 people every day. And this consultation is done through Zoom. So it's been 30 days already now. And the whole campaign is known as Namaste Doctor.
Yeah, it's a great initiative because what I feel is that there are some fake news also, and we have to escape from these fake news. But when we talk about positivity, I think there are many people, many actors who have come out, like Sonu Sood, who are distributing food, people who are even in neighborhood also, people are helping out and giving information to the people that what you should do, what should not, you should
Yeah.
not do. So that is something very good which is happening in pandemic. And I will start from my home, that we have children at home, and the
Yeah.
connectivity and the positivity we can provide to the children. Earlier, when there was finer times were there, the children used to go to school, and now children at home. So I think how to really create this positivity and connection with the kids, what all parents should do.
First of all, parents should remain positive themselves, because it's very important to remain positive yourself. Then only you can, pass on positivity to the younger lots in the house, the kids, because they definitely they notice the parents, they notice the elders how they behave, and psychologically it goes to them also. And somewhere adjustment is very important. That parents also do make some kind of adjustment, because you cannot have very strict norms with your kids, because they have to remain in the house. So you need to schedule a timetable for them, and the timetable should be such that it attracts it is the kids get attracted also, and they should be a teamwork. Involve your kids more in your household chores, tell them stories, talk to them more, and you can play games, board games. By being with them, you can tell them the stories and motivate them about helping each other out. So this is how I think one should maintain relationship with kids, younger kids in the house.
Yes, actually, when we talk about positivity and connection, the community service was always there in Indian society from very, very antiquity.
Absolutely.
But the thing is that now people are more inclined to a community service, and people are more inclined to help each other. I think this is one, at least I can talk, one change which has been occurred in last 1.5 year. So what is your take when we talk about positivity? How else we can help people by doing a community service?
See, we can. Personally, I feel that we should get associated with people who are actually doing something in the community, helping people out in the community. And also, we have our maids. We are not calling them at home right now, but we have many people, our support staff, that we can help them, and through them, we can help other people also. And it is by, helping them out monetarily, giving them food, providing them medicines, letting them know the right doctors. So these are the things we can do. And also their kids who are going to school, at times they do not have internet connection, so you can provide them your Wi-Fi services, and the kid can study and do the homework. I personally feel it's very important for every child to study, and it is their right to study also. So we should help them out. We should become the way that these young kids tomorrow, who are the future of the country, they do not get any hassle, any obstacle in studying also. So definitely we can share a Wi-Fi for them to study, do their homeworks, their assignments. This is what I feel.
Well, great. It is so wonderful to really talk to you and know the ideas. And of course, people are really working towards remain connected and be positive in whatever way they do. But I would like to ask you, what is one thing which you do to remain positive all day?
Kanchan, I read lots of books, and I also, now one thing which I see lots of videos and other things where I see how people, they try to remain positive. Now here I really want to give example of your son, that I feel very nice that a small kid is showing something. He has skills that he's a child chef, and he makes things and then he displays them and exhibits them on his YouTube channel. Now, this is one thing which is being positive. It makes the child happy, and also in the process, it makes the other family members happy also. So I see lots of videos by younger kids, by kids going to the college, and slightly elder professionals also. And I have learned to appreciate various things, and I think we all need to inculcate in ourselves the value of appreciation. Appreciate others, tell them, motivate them. It really makes you stay happy and positive all the time in these hard times.
Well, the new thing which has come up is like people are waiting for their vaccination. One part of the vaccination is done and they are still waiting. And I have noticed that in the family and in the neighborhood, there's a lot of anxiety towards this. So do you want to give any advice to these people and maybe ask them to really wait and hope for the best?
I will really tell them, please get yourself vaccinated. It is important to get vaccinated, get yourself registered. Even if you do not get yourself registered on the COVID portal, you can go to the nearest center. They will give you registration on hand on that time themselves, and please do get vaccinated. Also, the people who are below 44, 18 to 44, the slot, the age gap, they should definitely get vaccinated, because this is the real India. This is the real India which is going out, and this India has to stay safe. So believe in whatever is happening in the country. The support should be given. Get yourself vaccinated. Please wait for the time which is being given, and then get your second dose, because it is important. You want to stay safe, you want to stay healthy, get yourself vaccinated. And there is no side effects of any vaccination.
Right, and there are instances when the second dose is being delayed, but I think we have to be positive. We have to wait for the best, and we should not get the shady ideas in our mind. And I think we have to really think towards a positive aspect of the life at the moment. So it was so great talking to you, Ritu, and we'll be meeting again with a great subject in the next week. Till then, bye bye, and be positive and remain connected.
We have some unique Akulmek memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of this beautiful Akulmak gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmak and smash that like button.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmak Technologies, and welcome to the CEO Roundtable. And today is Friday. Let me welcome my guest. First guest is from Singapore. She is a very senior person in the industry and Chairman, CEO of Career Zone, Ms. Farida Charania.
Hello everyone. I hope the week has gone well. I'm ready for the weekend, so I hope all of you are as well.
Yes, I think we are looking forward to a great discussion today, Farida. Thank you for your presence. Our second guest is joining us from India, Ms. Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmak Technologies.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing? And I look forward for a great discussion today.
Welcome, Kanchan, and we are all fine. And today the topic of discussion is about the job opportunities the youngsters can expect, specifically related to the batch of 2020. And when you are a final year student, the job is already selected for you, or the internship is already selected for you. There used to be campus interviews by various corporates across different universities, but all of that is not happened because of COVID. So what next? So we would discuss this aspect, which is specifically related to the employment of youngsters. So Farida, we will start with you. What do you think is going on? What are the risks for the batch which is coming out in 2020, and what are the new opportunities for them?
Sure. So while neither of us claim to have all the answers in this area, but there is observation, and then there is some expectation and experience as to what to expect next. Now the thing is that because the pandemic hit, a lot of industries were negatively impacted. So for instance, tourism, transport, retail, hospitality, these were impacted really, really badly. But also, there were industries which emerged as having a lot more opportunity, like the digital media and entertainment, video conferencing services, uh, health and wellness, e-learning, delivery and logistics, warehousing, storage, e-commerce, pharma, robotics, streaming, VoIP. So these are, the new sectors which I see have become very strong in the last few months. Therefore, there are a lot of opportunities which are definitely constrained, because like you said, there used to be interviews on the campus, and there was a selection process, and that was the expected way of working. But that is all changing. So having said that, all we need to do is adapt. And my recommendation to the new graduates is that they need to be flexible, they need to be digitally savvy, they need to be open to remotely working, so be able to work by themselves, not really kind of be insistent on working in an office environment, because this way of working might continue very long. So they will need to be a lot more agile in terms of being able to pick up things in isolation. So so not really have that camaraderie, the classroom kind of setup, or the new induction kind of setup, because a lot of these things are happening digitally. So they need to adapt really, really quickly. I think this generation, the younger generation who's graduating as of this year, they've had a very steep learning curve, because a lot of them would have already aligned to the new digital world. They would have received their lectures digitally, they probably could have attended their exams digitally as well. So I think it is a time of change. There will be a pathway to get adjusted, but then there will be opportunities, and there are actually quite a few opportunities.
Well, Farida, you are giving a very positive picture, but it is also imperative that we should be realistic. Although the students have given the online digital exams, and those are all shrouded with in mystery, because how much preparation they have done, how much teacher interaction they had, uh, all that. So I think the exposure may be there on the digital platform, but earlier the method was to do a campus interview, where at least 4 to 5 offers of internship would come, will land in their lap, and then they can choose where they want to do, especially with regard to engineering and management students. So none of the companies have gone in. That means the usual internship business is, it does not look very attractive for companies. There is no longer need to hire youngsters, interns, groom them, and then make them ready for for their roles. So the companies are using some other method of engagement, and hence students have to realize those methods, what are the opportunities in that area, and get enlightened towards that. So I think this is my view. Kanchan, I would like to throw this open, and since you work with education institutions, uh, what is your opinion, and where opportunities are and where are the risks?
Well, I think that pandemic is creating a long-lasting effect and challenges. In terms of education sector, uh, there are many advices that education sector is not affected from the COVID, but actually it's been affected by the COVID because there's no physical classes. There's no interaction of students with other students, so they can get information. Now, the scene is that it is a war on talent. If you have some specific talent, you are in a job, in employment. If you don't have, then you have to acquire that talent. Now, we talk about digitization. So, there are many students who are not from technology background. They are maybe, for example, they are studying history or they are studying Hindi graduates. So where is the employment for them? So there is the employment for them. Suppose for Hindi subject, they have employment online only. For that, they have to really undergo a training of technology, how to use, how to present themselves. So again, there's a challenge for them. Now, on the other side, if we think who are the employers for these kind of talent, they also looking out a workforce, a composite workforce where they can rely on, and they can uh, give more information, more input, and in this process they can make more profit. But now I see there are many courses which are free online. So as I said, there's a lot of challenges in both ways. So what I feel the student should, they have challenges, and to overcome these challenges, they have to train themselves more in terms of technology, in terms of how to create niche for themselves in this environment. So I think that is quite challenging for especially 2020 pass out students.
Excellent point, Kanchan. I think I like to add to this that yes, there are challenges, and like I said, there will be a period of adjustment because again, maybe organizations have realized that online works well. They might not want to invest in the real estate to actually bring people to office, but at the same time, people who just start work, the youngsters who just start their work life, they are missing out on a reasonable part of that experience where you actually work in a team and do things together and learn from each other. So that adjustment is extremely crucial because maybe this will become the way forward. This is what the new normal might look like. And acquiring digital skills is one thing. I think that is a given, but also the mindset that because like for instance, if somebody has trained to be a chef, where are the opportunities for them? Because leisurely activities, fine dining, this is one of the most impacted sectors. Yeah. So where do these people find opportunities? So is there an opportunity for them to kind of become part of, say, a business where they can actually still exercise their skills online and probably have a supply chain mechanism which delivers it to the end consumer? If someone has trained to say become a support staff, what about somebody who is going into say office administration? If they have an administration background or academics, where are their skills used? Because the need for a receptionist or for an office manager will become very little, because maybe one person will double up as everything, since it's an online thing. So where are the opportunities for them, and what are the skills that they need to acquire to, one, stay relevant, adapt, and be part of the workforce, not sit on the fence and wait for things to be normal, which nobody knows how long that's going to take, right? What do you think, CK?
So I think we all recognize the risk part of it, and the way Farida and Kanchan have given their pitch, it is very clear that some of the jobs will totally vanish from the marketplace. So things like the office administration staff will go, because if there is no physical office required and everything is moving in the virtual background, the physical operational side will not be required, and those people who wants to build career in the administration side of it will have to acquire new skills and find new jobs. So I think it's very clear, Farida, to answer your question. We all agree that the risks are identified. So going back to the subject for opportunities, which are relevant for batch of 2020, I think the opportunities can be in different areas. It's very clear that people have to get digital. They have to leverage the digital platform. So let's break it down into segments. Let's say somebody wants to become we will only focus on the non-IT side of it, because IT is very clear. They can immediately get onto the bandwagon of digital platform. But if somebody wants to get into arena of like a mechanic or like a chef or cook, for example. So these are all non-digital activities. What are the opportunities for these type of people who are good in their subject but don't know where to find opportunities, where to find jobs, where to find a business opportunity? So what is your opinion on those? Let's focus one by one. Kanchan, you want to pick up category of cook or anything?
I would like to add that opportunities are there's a whole shift in terms of opportunities. So I think the ground is open for professionals who are willing to do jobs in community services, which is there, in health services, which is there. The opportunities are there, the employment is there. Then again, because there's a shift altogether. So people who are from non IT background, they should focus on health related sectors, or they are open to, suppose for example, translation of one language to other. So there is a lot of opportunity. They should be ready to learn new language. So it is kind of, it's a war of talent, I said. So you have to be talented, you acquire a lot of skills to really add at the moment in this in this COVID era. It's not yet post COVID era. So, but I feel you have to acquire more of talent, more of skill to really get along in employment market.
So just to add to what Kanchan is saying, I would like to say that if you are an oxygen manufacturer, right? So you don't have to really exert hard, because in the COVID thing, all you have to do is produce oxygen from the atmosphere, put it in a cylinder, and then you have a ready business. So I think it's a no-brainer. I mean, you want to set up a medical healthcare services-based business, there are a lot of opportunities. The problem is related to the youngsters who are passing out in 2020. Where are the opportunities? I mean, imagine yourself, when we were passing out, we had no clue where we will end up. So there will be campus interviews. We got selected by some company. We got into internship, and then from there our career started. And then after that, after the internship period was over, we were destined to become what we were based on what internship we did in the initial states. So I think that is where the moot question of today's discussion is: what are the opportunities for people who are not in the IT segment, but in other walks of life, like chef, office administration, things like that. Where are the opportunities?
Okay, I feel that if any young student who is passing out from this current batch, and if we take an example of chef, so now the opportunity is all, as we know, is online. So for that online, where we have to create a course, we start giving these courses, all unique courses. It's not the daily cooking which we are talking for the chef. So in this segment also, we have to be open to ideas. Learning outcome has to be very, very crucial. So we have to give these kind of courses. So I think that is one aspect of when we talk about chef, or something related to hospitality. Like for hospitality, one subject which I think is table manners. So these kind of small courses you can give You can give online education in there. So that is one employment base, what I feel is.
Okay, so I'd like to just pick it up from here. So, for instance, because if I were to actually offer advice to, say, a catering student who's just passing out, now, not necessary that from somebody who's not known at all, people are going to take courses, because I do have a slightly different, view of looking at it. But I think the core skill of a chef is the ability to cook food which is different from food which is cooked at home. And people actually, when they go to the restaurants, it's not just for eating. Chef is someone who creates a very unique experience for the diner, because they are expected to have this whole not just the gastronomic delight but a visual delight as well, because it's all about being in that ambience, the ability to cook up something which is very not just tasty and appeals to your senses, but also visually extremely attractive. So this is a core competence of a chef. Now there could be a sector where people who pass out from these catering institutions, they could start off something where they give people a home, an experience in their homes of, say, a very gourmet kind of a cooking. So that could be one possibility, because it's not that this will never recover. All of this is going to recover, but the problem is in the interim. So when this is one of the options, because learning from someone and cooking in your own home is a very different ballgame. There is a lot that is available already. Somebody who's trying to for instance, say, create a career in the administration side, operations administration, they could actually become a virtual assistant. There are people who would require these services. Someone who's looking to be a mechanic, they will still find a job, because that is not going away. It's just this whole adjustment period, that what do you do in the time that the world actually will adjust to the new normal, because you're still going to need cars, you're still going to need mechanics, and these skills are something which anyways you can't impart them online. You can't teach a car owner how to repair a car, so they will still need a mechanic. So it is going to be, but in the interim, the adjustment period is slightly think out of the box. Can they offer services at the client site, because maybe these workshops might not be functioning as of now, due to a lot of countries being in lockdowns. Is it possible to offer people experiences in their own homes? Is it possible to actually deliver that experience? There are possibilities, because again, it will not recover is our assumption, but it will come back in some other form. Like tourism might not recover in a hurry, but local experiences might really kind of go up. Like in Singapore, the government initiative is that they are actually creating something called Singapore Rediscover, and they are offering money to people to use staycations in the local hotels to go and visit the local attractions. Japan has a similar package as well. So things will come up, but the whole ability to kind of be able to take your learning and deliver it for your vocational purposes, the whole medium might change. Like no longer being a flight attendant is your first choice. You might have to go in other service industry.
So very well said, Farida. I will take from there where you left. See, let's go back to the same discussion of internship of 2020. Um, let's be very practical about it. See, what happens is, if you're, let's discuss chef as an opportunity. Now, chef is a penultimate opportunity in the hotel management area. So, you don't become chef just like that. You don't get trained to become chef. You have to come out of that hotel management, and then eventually recognize, somebody else recognize you, or you yourself recognize that you have a skill, then you become a chef. So it's not a one day activity. Really,
Absolutely.
in real sense, what really happens is, you are a hotel management graduate, you get into a hotel management internship job for 2 years, and from there, the way you perform into various aspects of hotel, you get identified, and then you get built into your career line. So you have to do
administration, you have to do billing, you have to welcome the guests, you have to clean the bathroom, you have to make up the bed, and you have to also cook. And when you do all these different activities in hotels, some might get into hospitality, some might get into cooking, some might get into something else. So these branch out happens after you finish your study. And to get into this profession, see, we are all mature people, so we can think about it. Hey, I want to become chef, so I will do my digital classes and digital courses and I'll become chef. But that's not the reality. You have to go through the internship. The problem of that we are discussing today is there are no internship plan because the hotels are not getting any guests. um, what will happen to hotel management grads who want to become interns for next 2 years after 2020? What are the opportunities for them? I think that is where I'm trying to bring back the discussion.
Yes, absolutely agree, and that's what I'm trying to say as well. That these are people who would do everything, so they will not just be focused on getting a job within the hotel industry, because there are not that many jobs. There is not all most hotels in most countries are doing stay at home and quarantine notices. They don't have jobs for more people because they are trying very hard to keep their own staff. So for these grads, there could be opportunities in terms of being able to go into say online administration, the ability to deliver if they are really good and they are trained as chefs already. They are trained to kind of go just in the culinary line. Then they have the opportunity to deliver these experiences to people in their own homes. That is one option. Like in Singapore, here we have a concept called smart kitchens, which is a rented place which has a kitchen setup. You can actually, without having a restaurant, you can run your own delivery service from there because they have all the licenses and everything. I do not know if a similar thing exists elsewhere, but these are some options for people to kind of look at, because the typical jobs, the reality is that they are not available, or they won't be available at least for some time. And a new chef who's not known at all cannot deliver online classes. Even if they do it for free, it's okay. They will build a certain amount of audience, and then probably they can actually then kind of find opportunities there, but immediately they won't be able to start delivering classes and things like that. So they will need to be open, they will need to adapt, they will need to see what opportunities in customer service, customer relations, online e-commerce, delivery, what kind of options are coming their way, and they will need to be able to pick up whatever is coming their way.
Yeah, I also want to add in this that not only a chef is when CK is saying that he has to after graduation he has to undergo a lot of training in different aspect of hospitality. So when we talk about this, then it's not only that cooking we will do. There are some flower arrangement things which we can do teach people online. So opportunities are there for certain segment. Then you have to just convert those into a different segment and a different maybe different way to really go online and find good opportunity for yourself and for others also, because learning aspect is also very important. So if you are teaching and you want to really share your information, your education, your skill, I think that this is a platform. But yes, competition is there. You have to be talented, and the learning outcome is.
My only, objection to this is, or rather, my opinion is that they will not be able to start earning. And in isolation, there is only that much experience they can gain. So I would say that they should be open and see where the opportunities are. And I'm sure that employers also are open to hire people from diverse backgrounds, because this you trained, I mean, whatever you trained for, the world has changed completely. We trained for a different world, and today the world looks distinctly different. So I still feel that they should be open to whatever jobs are available, which can utilize their other skills, and perhaps when things start at least going in the direction that they want to, there is always a chance to actually move back. who knows, they might start liking what they are doing in the new normal.
So, let's go back to the opportunity at hand. I think we have to, it's our responsibility to give some sort of guidance in terms of what are the opportunities for the batch of 2020. For instance, if you go back just few years back, last 3 to 5 years, um, there were economy was booming across the world, and there were new jobs which were created. Things like you mentioned, Farida, kitchens. So we are from India. So India was full of kitchens. There are home delivery was a booming business. So it's not only the kitchens which were making money. There was new chefs which were getting employed because each kitchen was producing different kind of gourmet meals, and then the delivery was also happening. So now, if you look at the delivery folks, which are part of they are the entrepreneurs in some way, but they are associated with certain kitchens, and they were able to make up to $500 to $1,000 per day, just delivering the food from kitchen to the customer. So the situation of the economy right now in that small segment of society, the kitchens are out of business, the delivery guys are out of business, and consequently there are no job employment in this arena. So I think what I get after talking to both of you is that first off, the degree is important, but I think there are a lot of gaps in the vocational education also. In order to get groomed to leverage the digital arena, for example, Kanchan said that, hey, there are not only cooking, but there are some other activities which you can do. The problem with that model is that you still have to do something physical, but until you start doing physical, for example, if you have to set up the flowers, you need to go and set up flowers somewhere else so that you can collect money. But right now, that opportunity is not there. So in the interim, what do you do? I mean, the batch is going to pass out in 2020 and they have nothing to do. So that is where my point is that I think there is a gap. All these things that we are talking about, which are non-digital in nature, the jobs like mechanics, chefs, administration, I think these students need little bit of hand-holding, and that handholding can be provided by the online institutes who will teach all these small activities. So instead of doing internship, these interns rather do some courses, so that when the economy opens up, when COVID goes away after 1 or 2 years, they don't have to again do internship for next 2 years. They can say that, hey, I've got these courses during the COVID era and I'm trained on these activities. So this is what my opinion is. What do you guys think about?
I think you are in the right direction, but for some people it might be imperative that they have finished their graduation. They need to start earning, because not everyone's family background is capable of sustaining them for the next 2 years. Because planning could have been that, okay, this person is going to graduate and they are going to go and take care of themselves. So that's where I'm saying that probably be, so they can actually pick up some more skills by doing online courses and stuff, but that is very futuristic for me. Right now they should take up wherever there's an opportunity. For instance, there are a lot of freelancer platforms, and even services like a virtual assistant. Most people with a little bit of diligence and little awareness of how to use say text editors can actually deliver that service, because it's all about coordinating stuff and things like that. So maybe that is one option till the time they can actually find something concrete and keep upgrading themselves. There could be opportunities where say customer service. So basically, since e-commerce has boomed so much, there is requirement for customer service, because still somebody is addressing the consumer's queries, right? Either via phone or via email. So there is opportunity in that area as well. In fact, I'll share an experience. I made a complaint to Amazon today morning that the microwave that I bought has spoiled. What are my options? And never before have I actually got a reply from Amazon in 3 minutes. Today I got a reply in 3 minutes saying that we're really sorry for the inconvenience. We have these slots available for them to pick up your product and we will replace it free of cost. That just proves one thing, that they probably have ramped up their customer service. Maybe people are working from home and the response time is become much better, because again, in the digital world, even if they are Amazon or they are anyone else, they are also competing for business, and they will have opportunities where they will hire people to address queries, for instance. Yeah. uh, Call centers have not gone out of business because they are still functioning. If today I have a problem with my phone, I am still calling somebody. So there are opportunities in that area, and I don't think that's going to shrink at any point in time. That's only going to expand. So I am saying that while you can pick up other skills, you can do digital skills in your own time. You need something to sustain, and probably this could be the way forward.
I would like to add to this in terms of opportunity. I think there are new opportunities in the area of editors. There are opportunities in terms of video content editor, um,
Yes, absolutely.
text editors, curators. I think these are new areas where people can pick up skills, and if they are on the creative side, they can try their luck in entering into these areas. Maybe get associated with some senior people, learn the tricks, and then be on their own. Kanchan, what is your opinion on this?
Yeah, I agree with the points you made about the hand holding of these young students, and I also agree with Farida's point when it's a buffer time, so you take up whatever is available, and in the meantime you groom yourself, because I also feel there's a always is there a shift in the operation system also, like Farida quoted Amazon. Now we have a lot of opportunity in supply chain. Things are every company wants to really satisfy the customer. Their customers also there. So there's opportunity in supply chain. So you just can pick up any of the job or time. You train yourself whatever you feel like you feel that you are good in that. You train in that particular course. All courses are available online. You need not to go out. You can find out the suitable course online and train yourself. Then there's opportunity of in health sector. There's many opportunities are available in health sector, like maybe in the supply chain in health sector also there. Then there are opportunities in education also. You sit at home and while learning, you can also teach your experience, your skill. And there's nothing like you start if you don't have experience of flower arrangement in education, but doesn't mean that. But you have the skill of how to really do a flower arrangement. So make a small courses. Start doing a little business along with the opportunity you are in. So I think this will make a lot of change in this current 2020 pass out students' life and career.
I also like to add something more here. So, there are opportunities in areas like, for instance, warehousing, like you said, supply chain. So, warehousing, that also actually requires people, because end of the day, if there is a shift to e-commerce, there are maybe 20 jobs that went away from brick and mortar stores, but 20 more were created in the back offices. So, it is just a mindset shift. Again, I'm saying that for, that period of adoption and adapting is a difficult period, because in my mind, I trained to become say an administration manager, and I want to work in an office. I was not prepared to work in a warehouse. But the thing is that that is where the opportunity is now. So it is also a mindset shift. Honestly, we can acquire a lot of skills, and a lot of it actually could be, on the job learning. But eventually it's a mindset shift. It's, adopting and adapting to what is available, and then, being open to it as well. So my recommendation to anyone who's watching us and who's a new grad passing out would be that keep an open mind. Uh, who knows? You might start liking what you're doing, because we do not know how the new normal is going to look like, and this might as well be the new normal.
I think we had a very good discussion today, and I just want to appeal to the youngsters, specifically who are passing out in 2020 or even next year, that if they are looking for some advice, do write to us, reach out to us. Our email address is listed at the end of this video. We are all here, three of us, to help you, to guide you, and also ensure that we orient you in the right direction so that you can do the right activities for next 2 years and you build your career. You don't waste your COVID years. So with this, I would like to thank our guests today, Farida and Kanchan. Thank you very much for joining us. It was a very fruitful discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we will catch up again next Friday. Until then, bye-bye. You guys take care and appeal to youngsters once again to write to us, engage with us. We will try to help you to orient you in the right direction so that you find the right career. So with this, I'll end this discussion and we will catch up next Friday. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live and I'm Chandrakant. The big news this week is that Reliance has decided to launch world cheapest and most feature-rich smartphone pre-Diwali, and we will actually analyze, in fact I will inform you about all the features that are expected out of this phone. Before we start that discussion, I want to tell you two things. One is that we are live right now, and whichever corner of the world you're watching this live stream, you can actually engage with us by sending your text messages. Use the text message available in your social media platform. Number two is that this video is sponsored by Performance Works International. More about them in a bit. So friends, as you know that the Reliance has come out with the next generation, and they call their phone Reliance Geo Next. That will be very very low cost, and that is really the big news. And I'll tell you exactly how it can become the cheapest smartphone with maximum amount of feature that people use today in their palm. So Jio, as you know, is a very prominent company in India, and they have many billions of multi-million people as their subscribers. All there are two major subscriber base for Jio platform. One is the mobile users who use the Jio mobile phones and Jio connections, basically using the SIM, and they can buy the mobile phone. And the number two is their broadband services, and all these things put together, they have at least 500 million to 600 million subscribers in India, in just one country. So you can see that their captive customer base is huge. And last year Google and Reliance actually announced the partnership that they will actually roll out the very high-tech new phone. And now the announcement in the latest AGM has been made by none other than Mr. Mukesh Ambani himself, where he said that he will be launching the most feature-rich mobile phone on Geo platform, and it will be the cheapest mobile phone that you can have, with all the smartphone 4G features which are enabled into this one. Now, this mobile phone will be called as Reliance Jio Next, and as the name suggests, it will have the next generation features, because Google has developed a special variant of Android, and it will have a variant of Android 11, which will be specially written for Geo platform. Now, some of the features which we are talking about right now are basically the multiple language support. So it will have a multilingual support, and that is very important for India, because there are so many languages spoken in India with different variety of people, and therefore the multilingual aspect and 4G networking with all the features of Android, latest features of Android that you have. You can download an app, you can create an app, you can, you do whatever you want to do, video calling, making a video, use the mobile phone as a camera. By the way, this mobile phone will have 8 megapixel camera in the front and 12 megapixel camera in the back. So it's fairly good quality. I mean, whenever a user use this kind of a camera and output on 4G platform, especially using the Geo network, it will have at least 80 to 100 Mbps kind of speed that you can expect. So it's a fairly good quality of video you can shoot, and also go live, do live streaming. So all of these features, plus it will also have augmented reality features. And when we talk about augmented reality, it is something that is very, very useful for conveying your idea. Suppose you are promoting something and you want to convey your idea, or you want to basically use certain diagrams to train people. So this phone will support augmented reality, where you can pull in various character, and say for example, if you're training your students on motor using augmented reality features using this mobile phone, you can actually display those internal parts of working. So when somebody opens a picture, you can actually show that rotor moving. So it creates things like that. And using the AR, which is augmented reality, there is a lot of opportunities for gamers, a lot of opportunities for educationists, a lot of opportunities for schools to leverage these features and reach out. So I think this whole mobile phone will be very, very feature rich, and it will be launched after a month. It will have Snapdragon chip. So I think there has been a delay also announced by Reliance. I think delay is because of availability of the chip itself. But I think there are a lot of things happening here. The Shakti chip has been already launched in India, which is an Indian product and very, very suitable for mobile telephones. So I think a lot of things may be happening in order to bring down the price, and Google is putting their might and muscle behind it to roll out the latest version of Android on these mobile devices, which means a lot. The target is to immediately convert up to 50 million subscribers. 50 million subscribers in the first tranche itself. So I think this mobile will be a great success because of this large telecom operator launching this in the right manner. So I'm sure this is going to create a big churn in the market, and it will be a game changer, or it will create a new set of competition in the market, especially Indian market, and also the global market, where all these features that we use today in our expensive mobile phone are available at a very low cost. And let's talk about the cost. When you talk about the cost, this mobile phone will be available in, there are two variants which are being talked about. One is having 2 GB RAM, and other one will have 3 GB RAM, and the variety of hard disk space, etc. Along with all of these, you will also get the geo features. So you will have a geo calling features, you will also have geo video conferencing features, you will have geo storage, which comes as part of the geo connection that you buy. So the mobile will, even if it has 16 GB hard disk space on your on board, you will still need, you will have the free space on the cloud, geo cloud, available as part of your connection. So you can actually choose whatever type of connection you need in terms of space utilization, and you can just take this mobile. The cost of a cheaper variant will be 3,000 rupees, and the higher variant will be 5,000 rupees. So actually the cheapest mobile today with these specifications is at least 10,000 rupees today in the market. So it is the half the price of the cheapest smartphone available right now in India. And if you look at $1,000 mobile phone that Samsung has launched or iPhone has launched, this will do pretty much everything that an expensive mobile phone can do. And therefore, the expensive mobile phone will have to move further in the value chain. In fact, I covered about satellite telephony being available in iPhone, because that is really the upper end of the market. But in the consumer market, in the retail segment, you use your mobile phone to communicate, to do WhatsApp messages, to make some videos, and to access websites, etc. All of that can be done at a reasonable cost of $30 to about $40 with this mobile phone. 3,000 rupees to 5,000 rupees in India. However, it will be still cheaper to own, because we've also heard that the Reliance Jio is in conversation with various banks, and where they are financing being provided. So far, I think the mobile is not launched in the market. It will be launched pre-Diwali. But once it is launched, you just have to pay $10 to own this mobile and a connection to back it up. So for a $10, you can actually get a smartphone, world's latest smartphone with Android 11 loaded on it, with augmented reality and all plethora of Android features, available in your palm. And this is going to happen just after a month. So I think this is a game changer. This is definitely going to create disruption in the market, because all the lower segment, the lowest segment, are also coming from Chinese. This mobile phone, which is made in India, backed by Google with all the latest Google features, will be even cheaper than the Chinese mobile phone. So I think 50 million target for consumers is just the start. The mobile can be very, very popular among all other countries, because most of the people across the world, they just use mobile to do these basic 10 things, and this mobile will be able to do it absolutely well at such a low cost. Just $10, and you have access. Just take a package, a 1-year plan or a 2-year plan from Reliance Jio, and you're good to go. You don't have to buy very expensive mobile phone as a communication device to do what you're doing today using your $1,000 phone today, like iPhone and all that. So all of us can migrate to a low-end but smart device with all the features. So friends, before I go, I like to say big thanks to Performance Works International from UK. They are actually helping us to produce these kind of informative videos. And now I'll end this video with a message from them.
This video is sponsored by Performance Works International.
Are you ready for the challenges facing the modern workplace? Recent events have taught us the importance of transformation. businesses now face a perfect storm of challenges. No business is too big to fail, and many are too slow to succeed. Our workforce is changing fast. We're entering a new age of empowerment, and everyone can contribute. The Inner CEO reveals how we can all play a part in making leading at all levels a reality. Written by Jeremy Blaine, an expert on business transformation and growth, it provides a roadmap to help everyone unleash their inner CEO and contribute beyond their job role, whatever their level. Traditionally, strategy has been owned by the few. Now it's time for the many to contribute. Leadership must come from a broader base. Everyone has the potential to step up and make things happen. It's a new model of collective and collaborative leadership which unleashes the power of people, enabled by appropriate technology and a supportive management structure. The book provides a roadmap for a bold new age of empowerment. Supported by a range of resources, the book provides a toolkit to help anyone unleash their inner CEO. Organisation health, development and growth is owned at all levels. Are you ready to unleash the inner CEO?
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmek Technologies and you are welcome to our show Roundtable Discussion. Today we have a very interesting panel guest and let me introduce you to all of you, to you. Now we have Ritu Gupta, who is CEO of PR agency Four Seasons. A part of this, she is also teaching in one of the prestigious colleges in Delhi. And she's a lecturer of media relations and PR relations here in Delhi. We also have Indra Sharma, who is the head of the department of one of the prestigious school of the subject of physical training. She has been awarded by the government for her contribution in education. Welcome to the show, Indra. Welcome to the show, Ritu.
Thank you.
We have Sitesh Srivastav, who is an IT professional. A part of this is closely related to radio broadcasting, and he is also he's also having very keen interest in corporate trainings. So, welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
I'm well, Kanchan. Thanks for inviting, and thanks for the lovely panel that we have.
We have Chandrakant, who is a co-founder of Akulmet Technologies, and he has a great interest in aviation and space-related subjects. So, welcome to the show, Chandrakant. How are you doing today?
I'm fine, Kanchan. Thank you for your invite and looking forward to this very powerful discussion today.
Yes.
So we have a great subject today and would like to know your opinion about what we lost in this pandemic. We are just nearing to the March, so that means we are covering 1 year of this pandemic era. Though we have vaccination here, and that's a good news. But I would like to know from any one of you who can start on this topic, what really we lost during this pandemic.
So Kanchan, I really want to start with this as we have started 1 year of pandemic, and when I look back, I find that this last 1 year is very strange. Has been very strange year. But like many of you, we started 2020 and also now 2021 with plans, hope, dreams, and desires, many of which had to be rethought, rescaled, scaled differently, and even abandoned also. However, this great reset that was 2020 is not all doom and gloom. We have found many new ways of working that may represent a healthier balance between our work life and our home life. We have also found new tools online, virtual, connected to a webcam that allow us easier access to colleagues, experts, relatives, friends all over the world. As we have all been encouraged to mask up and socially distance from each other, we have found the tools to make the separation and distance irrelevant. So that's what I want to say.
Yes, it's a very good point that we have found new ways of communication. But what I feel is that we are lacking a social interaction, which is it's very important because as a human race, it's very, very essential to have a social interaction, and that is how we grow. So, what your ideas on this subject, Sitesh?
Well, Kanchan, let me put it in a very in precise way. I feel what we lost is a little bit of a trust in the science and the research fraternity who could not see this coming, despite having SARS, despite having so many other smaller versions of it, Ebola few years back, and MERS in the Hong Kong, Asia Pacific region. So, despite so much of funding available throughout the world, in all the developed and also in not so developed countries, the science fraternity could not see this thing coming. That is one thing that was lost, I feel. The other thing that was lost is the trust in the media, because there was either no media or too much of media and in between. And therefore, it needs, I think these two were lost. And because these, we are dependent on these two, the media as well as the scientific fraternity, I think little bit of, the trust on ourselves and our old ways of living that we have left and moved forward in the name of progress, that was lost. And I think, as Ritu says, after 1 year of this pandemic, we are more than aware of what our grandfathers and fathers and great grandfathers used to do and live. That's what I have
Uh,
to say.
Yes, I also want to know your views on this subject, Indraji. When you are closely associated with children and on daily basis you teach children and meet them. So, what we lost exactly when we talk about our children and their growth?
Yes, the socialization is very important for children. Like they have been studying, they have improved their computer skills. It has sharpened, but somewhere they were not interacting with the other children, which is very important at this stage. It's very important for their growth. It's very important they interact with other children, they play outside. That they have missed during this time. The children have really missed this time. But sometimes in adversities, children, they have learned so much. They have learned other things also. And I feel this, that the socialization was very important for the children at
Yes,
this
I feel that you raised a very
that's
important
all I feel.
yes. Yes. So I feel you raised a very important point that socializing is missing and which is very important. I would like to know from CK that how he really reacts on these ideas and these points when there's a lot of worries among parents, among national leaders about some issues which are we are discussing. How you feel what we lost in this period of pandemic?
Well, Kanchan, thank you for selecting this remarkable subject. I think we have not lost anything, but we have actually lost one thing, which is living in denial. All the things that we are seeing today have been around for last 20 years. We were not accepting it. It has been recommended that Industry 4.0 will come, and finally it has come.
What I'm disappointed is that we had one wretched virus to tell us that hey, Industry 4.0 is there, and virus has to teach us these things. And what is happening? The gig economy, everybody has been talking for last 10 years. Now it is finally here. Indraji mentioned about physical connect. I think the physical connect is much more than ever. Earlier, you could talk to 100 people with your time of spending 1 hour. Now you can talk to 10,000 people. People
That
who
is
are
awesome.
doing gaming, they are now flourishing. They are doing gaming for 11 hours, 12 hours, and all sorts of games are being played on the internet. Gaming industry is booming. If you look at the YouTube platforms and Facebook, their infrastructure is booming. Their bandwidth utilization is booming. Everywhere we see boom. So I think we have not lost anything. What we have gained is a new way of embracing Industry 4.0.
So that means we are talking about this loss, and do you feel really it's a myth? Anybody can take this question. Is it a myth that we are, as CK has mentioned, it is a denial, we are living in a denial? But then many people will, even today, come up and say that, yes, we have lost something. Like if you talk to the agricultural sector, the farmers will say that, yes, we have lost, we are not able to get a right amount, we are not able to sell our products because there was a pandemic, people were not buying. And if we really go into marketing segment, then again we have same time of opinion which is expressed by head of the sales department of any company. It says no, we are not selling anything because people are not buying. So what do you think about this, Sitesh?
Well, I think, Kanchan, that CK has raised a very interesting point that we have been living in denial. At the same time, I would just add to his point. Last 10 years, or last 12 years to be precise, the amount of consumption that we are having with our electronics, gadgets, internet, and our superfluous lifestyle in even in the middle class incomes, that has actually made us dependent on so many things without asking a question, whether it is electricity, whether it is medicines, whether it is home delivery of food and every essential items. We suddenly started thinking that everything is doable, everything is feasible, and therefore we can overlook the basics, we can overlook the essentials, we can overlook the not so fortunate part of the world. In fact, the virus, the wretched virus, as CK says, comes from one of the biggest economy in the world, and that it was unapprehended, it was uncontrolled, and then when it was released, it was controlled through the World Health Organization for such a long time. So definitely we have lost so many lives. Definitely we have lost the credibility of the scientific fraternity. And definitely we have lost to understand that there are some basic principles of human living that never change. And a global village concept may be as good as it gets, but it may not solve all the problems of this world. That's what I want to say.
So, Ritu, you interact with all grown-up children. You go to college and teach pretty smart students at the moment. So, what is your reaction? As CK has mentioned that the technologies were already there at place, but we were so scared to use them. But when pandemic came and we started using more and more, so what has changed in the lives of a student when we pre-pandemic and post, not post as yet, but still we feel that we are just about to be out of this pandemic. But my question is how children react to this.
I think what children miss, very frankly, they miss in-person interaction with the teacher. They miss in-person interaction with each other. The freedom to, grab a cup of coffee, meet someone face to face. That thing they are really missing. And also, um, we have, made online teaching, it's getting better and better each day, but one-to-one interaction definitely is not there, and plus you cannot force students to do something. What I personally miss is, when I teach, when I take lectures, and even the other teachers also, we see that students are not that reactive. They're not following the discipline which they would have had followed in the one-to-one class, because most of the time students, they are on unmute mode, sorry, mute mode, and their cameras are off. So most of the time the classes are is just one way interaction. So that I personally feel is not right. Even the students, they feel that the discipline, there was a way in living the life, but I'm sure that things are going to get normal each day.
Okay, so Indra, actually, a couple of days back, I have heard that children who are studying in ninth and 10th, they started going to the school. And there was a clipping which I happened to see on the social media. And the children were saying there's nothing comparable to online classes, not compared to the classes we are attending, the offline classes. So, I would like to know how you really feel about this difference between online and offline classes, and how you can really find that where the students are more satisfied. You know that online classes are also giving many information. Much of the platform is very advanced, and they a student can learn anything on online. But then again, when I saw the clip in any of these social media platform, I realized that students are longing to go to the school. So what you really advise, and how you will react to this statement?
Children must be like they like to go to school, meet their friends, teachers, their interaction. They all love to do that. But classroom teaching, in my school at least, I know that we already had smart boards. Teachers were teaching the smart boards. No? They were all familiar with the all the system, and I think it was not very difficult for them to switch over to online. But that is not in all schools. Some schools, some privileged, some schools had the smart boards. And all this knowledge, their teaching ability, and the use of smart boards helped them, helped every one of us to teach children online when there was a pandemic. And teachers, students always, when they go to school, they meet friends, how they enjoy going to school in buses, coming back, recess time, game time, all this, this they have missed. Otherwise, learning have really taken place. They have learned a lot. It's not that they have not, they have gained so much of knowledge during this.
We had been discussing about that we lost this, but what is one thing which really has done a great impact on day-to-day life of people? I would like to ask this from CK.
Well, let me start where Ritu left. See, there is a industry 4.0 which is going to come in any way, and it has already arrived here. So there is a gap in the market, and the biggest gap is in the ed tech, education technology. I think the points that the panelists are making is that people are missing the friendship, breakups, makeups, those kind of things which happens usually in a school. So I think there is a requirement for smart entrepreneurs to fill that gap, use the online medium to come out with this AI-based learning systems. So when we say that people are putting themselves on mute, why they should be able to put it on mute when you have AI and you can recreate the same environment that you see in your school. That means you can have breakout sessions, you can have tea break, coffee break, and you can maintain social distance and study on a new platform. So I think there is a K-12 system which is already there. The schools in India and many other countries need to adapt to this K-12 system. online level of education and also certification. So that system brings all the nuances of a physical activity which you will anyway do in your school. So I think that is where we are. We should not be looking at with a narrow mind. The changes are permanent. Whatever changes have happened in 2020 are going to stay there for next 5 to 6 years. So I think sooner we realize that these changes are real, better it would be for us, and look ahead, see what are the new changes that we are going to say. And as somebody said, change is the only constant. So the changes are going to happen. We have to keep adapting to it.
Uh, Definitely, it's a very good description about the loss we have been facing during this pandemic. But actually, what I feel, we are a very big country, and everybody don't really gel with the idea of technology. Don't They don't even gel with the idea of social distancing. People are taking advantage. They want to go out. Even for marriages also, it is said that only 50 guests can come and come into the venue of a marriage. So my point is that somehow somewhere we have changed our lifestyle, not here in India but all over the world. Now we are still learning how to really cope up with this kind of lifestyle, this kind of mentality, this kind of workflow. So are we ready to really convert this loss into a gain situation, Sitesh?
Well, Kanchan, the mask has to become a part of our body. It can be added as a probably 300th organ of our body going forward. That is the interesting part. And this was there always in the Asia Pacific, especially in Japan, where a normal flu would have attracted a mask by people. In India, we have learned it a very, very hard way, but I cannot say that we have learned it in a real way. The other thing is that the lifestyle changes, as CK says, is going to stay, and there is no compromise on that. How much we can compromise and how much we can bring back the great glorious days pre-pandemic times, I really want to see or feel that. What I also understand is the lifestyle of this is not a guarantee for another pandemic. As we are seeing, new strains are coming, and we are also seeing that there could be another more potent, more fatal pandemics, which are generally recurring after every 100 years. So 100 years is far enough for all of us here on this day today. But the new strains are possible. And we really don't know what is happening in those labs, wherever they are, whether it is in any country. Who is looking at the compliance of those? And why the data is not coming out? Why Dr. Fauci from US had to cut away from his government standpoint and make his own channel of communication? That is a great example. Another thing that I really try to despise is one side of people says that this pandemic has taught all of us that the good old days of living, having home food and healthy living, healthy habits, and all such, so much of knowledge or gyan that has passed through last year in 2020. The other side says that did we really need to go through this kind of a wretched virus to feel this? I don't think so. Greta Thunberg said, this is the Earth's way of healing. But did we really need to go through that? I don't agree with Greta. So there are these things that will always be there. But from a corporate perspective, as everybody here in the panel says that children are missing this, I must tell you, I am missing going to office because the real productivity gain is there for the office. While sitting at home, I can do a lot of things that are my own choice. But from a working perspective, it is very important to be in office to feel the culture and to enhance it. That's what I feel.
Yes, CK also wants to add something on this comment. Yes, CK.
Yes, Satish, I fully agree with you. And when I was in Africa, we had limited transportation. I mean, we had to keep our own cars and drivers, and many times you had to work from your apartments. So, what I used to do is dress up in the morning, wear a suit, because you never know, when you will be called for a meeting, and continue working from your home till the time you're going out. So I think the whole point is that it's in your mind. So what is happening today is that 20 years back I was in an extraordinary situation where I had to dress up and feel like as if I'm working from an office although I'm at home. But right now everybody has to do that, and they have to learn this new way. And Kanchan mentioned about entertainment, joining birthday parties. I think there are enough facility available where you can do karaoke. In fact, many of my friends are celebrating using karaoke's and things like that. And Siddesh, you mentioned about office. There are virtual office products available today where you can actually create a virtual official environment. What is missing is for the children, because the school fraternity has not woken up to the reality. They are still going in the old way. I can show the teacher in front of the camera, 40 people will tune into that stream, and then they will do whatever they want. They can mute their camera, they can mute their microphone, etc. I think the innovation is waiting to happen. I'm sure somebody like Byju's will come up with a very advanced AI based learning system, and all of these schools will be out of the business very soon. So the whole evolution method is either you evolve or you perish. I think this is the biggest learning we have from this pandemic. We need to evolve with the changes because these changes are permanent. It is starting the gig economy. Next 21, 22, 23 will be the year of online workers. 50% of the workforce will be available online. There is no need to go to office. Google has already announced for 3 years they will not be calling their employees to office. So I think it's a reality in front of our own eyes. How can we deny it?
Yes, very well said, CK. But the thing is that we have lost something. The what we have lost is that we had been living in a it is like living a pattern of life which we are missing, and we are learning day by day, going through that pattern. I would like to summarize what we have discussed today. First is social distancing, which we are really doing online. We have should, as Ritu said, that we have some problems like students are not as disciplined as they are in an offline mode. Like Indra said, that social distancing has created a havoc in among children, and of course among parents also, because they don't have a free time for themselves. Because earlier children used to go out and they can manage their timetable accordingly. Like Sitesh said, that things were already there. There are some missing aspect of living life, like going to the office. But then CK said we can counter, we have everything available. So I think to summarize this discussion is that yes, pandemic will remain. The effect of pandemic will remain nearly for 3-4 years more, and we have to accustom with the change. And I think that change, whatever we have lost, I think there it should be converted into positive vibes, and we should evolve. This is a great time to evolve ourselves, evolve the way of we are living. And of course relationship also need a little evolution. So it was lovely talking to you, all of you. Thanks for joining on this important discussion. Till next time we
Thank you.
meet. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Bye.
Kanchan. Thank you, Kanchan. Have a
Thank you,
great day.
Kanchan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Thank you.
Hello, friends. I'm Kanchan from Akulmek Technologies, and you are welcome to our show Nations. Today, we have our guest, Mr. Sritesh Srivastav, who is a who's an IT professional and he has a deep interest in corporate training. He's closely associated with radio broadcasting. So, welcome to the show, Sritesh. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan. It's always great to speak to you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. And you see, lately we have heard good news that we have vaccination, and people are happy about this. But I was thinking that we have been suffering with this pandemic for nearly 1 year now, and we are at home, and there's a lot of things which have changed. You see, so now the new words, new temperamental issues which are emerging, and world is also looking into mental health, which is like equivalent to the traits, personality traits like worry, fear, sadness, and happiness, or normal emotions are undergoing a situation where people are really having a real mental health issue, and their problem somehow diluted, and resources has been taken away to close down, I mean, to down because people sometimes take it as if there's something which is not there. But actual scenario is that people are suffering this mental related issues like worrying, jobs are going, schools are on online, parents are already on stress that whether children are studying or not, or they are, is it good to be online always. So I would like to discuss these things. So I would like to know your opinion about this.
Well, Kanchan, that's actually a very interesting topic, and of course, a very, very serious one as well. And I can only tell you this, that uh, the symptoms that we talk about, worrying, uh, general worrying, concern, getting low and high during the day, multiple times during the day. This was always part of our lexicon, dictionaries for ages. Only now, due to the pandemic, there have been multi-million mental health messages passing through the river WhatsApp every day, plus the messages that is being percolated through the media channels, and each media channel has their agenda, the way they want to portray it. And therefore the mental health as such, which was only pre-pandemic days, a mental health was more about when a doctor certifies, then it would have become a mental health. Today, after the pandemic or during the pandemic, after 1 year, even a small worrying situation can be termed as a mental health issue. And that is where I always feel that it is important to be aware, but it is not important to be over awareness about any subject, including mental health. And therefore, in this pandemic, we all, me, you, and all of us have gone through this kind of anxiety, worrying, job loss, psychological issues, not meeting the family members, not be, and lost some of our key people in our lives. But I think is that it is important, first of all, to look at the right kind of news, right kind of messaging, talk to the right kind of positive attitude people, and who have an alternative, and who talk in terms of solutions and not in terms of problems. And I think if you see all across the world, this mental health, and in fact in India, it has been actually discussed very less, I would say, the way it is being discussed in the outside India. It is important to identify, it is important to talk about it, it's important to find out within our family, sit with the closest people and find out and make a judgment. Do we need the medical help? And I think when we feel that a medical help is required, then only let us judge it as a mental case. Rest everything was always there. It is nothing new. What do you say?
Yes, actually, though I feel, I mean, I agree with your point that we are not discussing this kind of trait which is developing among students, among old parents, because they are also not be able to go out and discuss. Earlier, they used to sit in the park and discuss politics and so many other aspects of the life. But then these are unprecedented time and which require unprecedented responses. Like what I feel is that we should be open on a very basic stage. We should talk. We should have some responses necessary to be done for well-being, and you have to compensate the diminishing space of voice and rebuild connection, and that too from the ground up, not the from the above. And this in this scenario, I feel that communities plays very effective role in this. So I feel there's nothing to worry, because me and you and everybody fear, we have sadness, we are working from home. Many companies even ask their employees to work from home nearly 2 years, maybe till 22 23 9 2023. So now the big question is how to normalize, how to be adjusted in this situation and be normal and be happiness, and have a normal emotions towards everybody. So how can we do that? How can we guide other people? And are we following these traits ourselves in our day-to-day life?
Kanchan, that's a wonderful, observation that you made, and I feel that it is important to keep the mind occupied, keep the physical body occupied, keep the conscious occupied, and do something diverse from what one has been doing throughout the life. So when we were kids, when we were teenagers, we used to have 6 or 7 different subjects to study in the school. Then we had some hobbies. Then we also played sports. And then one fine day, we all got into jobs and we thought job is the only thing in our life. And we only did jobs, 9 to 5 jobs. And then it became 9 to 9 jobs. And in this pandemic, it has become 9 to next day 9 jobs. So you see, we have become, as people are saying, the pandemic has also been used as a fear mongering business. And fear is something which leads to a lot of anxiety, questions, and questioning our own abilities, questioning government, questioning the community, questioning people. So I think it is important to have healthy set of friends, do diverse activities, do some hobbies, and I think it is important to talk it out. But again, not every person is talkative, especially in the adult life. So, as friends, are we talking to our friends related to their personal life as well? I can quote a couple of recent examples where some tragic event happened, and then we do all the post-mortem and analysis. I could have done that, he could have done that, she could have said that. Why are we not doing this before, when we have all the time in this world to talk and all kinds of messaging systems exist? What is your opinion?
Yes, it's a very good, wonderful point which which you're elaborating. We should talk it out actually. So, and as you said that all sort of means of communications are available in on online platform also. So that is good. And then I also feel that parents and children and the grandparents should make a timetable where they can find, because now the working hours are in our control. We can work at night, we can complete on daily basis. So we should come out with a timetable for our grandparents, for our children, for ourselves. And this is how I think we start doing and communicating and gearing up for happiness and gearing up for fruitful, productive day by day activity.
Yes, Kanchan. And if you see children, adults, teenage, office, everything has come back into the home. We are seeing each other in our family members 24 by 7. There's, we are not going out. Of course, this is not as bad as last 7-8 months back, uh, but it's still inside the home. The home has become school. The home has become college. The home has become office, and the home is having a kitchen and a family too. So personal life and professional life has really blended and merged. Probably it will have some interesting memes coming out sometime later. But today it is important to understand these uh, demarcations. When people used to go to office 9 o'clock in the morning, 8 o'clock, they used to leave the home so that the housewife had some 4 or 5 hours of herself to to do the work in her own way and also to relax a little bit and prepare herself for the evening. The kids would go to school and the housewife would have some time. The kids would be spared of some kind of a knowledge sessions from the parents during the school time that is being given now constantly. Similarly, the old people and the old parents in the home, they have so much to cope up with, and in their own past lives and in their current lives, and then they are scared of their comorbidities and the diseases that they have, and they are scared in another way. So the whole social fabric has become cocooned to either 2 bedroom houses or 3 bedroom houses or 1 bedroom houses also. And that's why it is important for us to do something diverse, go out together, even if it is a strolling inside the housing society, and not going to the crowded places. Watch right kind of news. Don't watch those speculative and judgmental channels all the time. Have peaceful conversations, read books. Important is to open up to some friend. And sometimes, even if we don't have friends, it is important to just talk in terms of a third party and say, hey, one of my friend is going through this. Probably you are telling your own story. It's important for us to find out our friends. It's also important for us to find out our own vulnerabilities and talk it out. And I think that is something we need to encourage. And doctors need to also to encourage.
Yes, you see, Sitesh, we all have problems, but we should dilute them and we should take up these anxieties which occur due to our problems, our sadness. So we should dilute them. And you see, there are a lot of things we can do online. There are a lot of hobby courses which are available online. You can do that. But at the same time, I also want to add one thing. Now earlier we everybody used to go office, the children used to go to school, and then there was some free time for housewife. But now you see a father, mother, grandparents, they have lot of time to indulge with the kids at home. So I think that is a plus point, and one should take full advantage of this opportunity to know your kids, to understand your kids, and make them understand regarding our heritage, our culture, how we about the cooking. And both children and parents can take up, even grandparents can take up hobbies or creating any activity, doing any activity at home together, so that will result into more happy family, and I think that will be more productive, isn't it, Sitesh?
Yes, Kanchan. So it is a collective effort, and family was always a collective effort. And more about the, when we see what we are seeing today in the media and what are our Indian family values, there is always a disconnect. There always has been a disconnect. So we need to talk it out. But we cannot enforce in anything in today's children or even adults, because everyone has got a Google, everyone has got an access to the internet. So taking the face value of the word has lost a lot of value, as you just said, diluted. So today I have to struggle to be creative to pass on one message, one simple message. I need to be creative to pass it on to my not only children but also to my colleagues. And that has been but you know what, nothing to degrade or talk, some people really genuinely have mental problems in India. Deepika Padukone has been very vocal about it, and she runs also an NGO around it. There are very less number of psychologists in India as compared to the population. And then I have been always hearing that somebody, if people are suggesting someone that this person needs to see a psychiatrist, then there is something that once you go to the psychiatrist, you will never come out of the trap that they will bound you with, whether it is the medication, whether it is the consultation. So somehow that taboo needs to be broken. And if there is a genuine feeling within the family or friends that this person needs a psychiatrist help or a mental health help is needed, so they should go for it. And people should not say, oh, this is nothing, it used to happen. People have so much of. So it is important to understand it. It is important to identify. It is important to empathize with such people. At the same time, there is a time when our consultations and concerns need to stop and a doctor needs to take over. And that is the important key aspect of this.
Yes, I think our viewers will think about these problems, and they should also be thinking about the remedies to come out of these anxiety related issues. It was so lovely to talk to you, Sitesh, today. We'll meet again with some other interesting topic. Till then, bye bye. Take care.
Thank you, Kanchan. Always love to talk to you.
Bye bye. Take care.
Good morning, friends. This is Chandra from Akulmek Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. This week we will talk about the events which unfolded in our legal system within 14 hours, 14 to 15 hours, during the mayhem and the rioting that was happening in the northeast part of Delhi, soon after Trump left. So this issue is not related to the writing itself. It is related to transfer of Justice Muralidharan. Now let me give a little bit background about this particular judge. He has, or rather Judge Muralidharan has given some of the remarkable judgments which has profound effect on the Indian legal system and Indian society by and large. He is the perfect judge. He has thorough knowledge of the law, and he is also implementing it thoroughly. He is one of the top luminary as far as legal systems are concerned. Justice Muralidharan was transferred after giving a verdict against the Delhi police, and which was then utilized by a lot of political parties, and it was all in the media and so on. So I just want to dissect this particular event so that and give my own analytics on how it happened, and what happened during that 14 hours. So when the rioting was going on in northeast part of Delhi, there is a lawyer. In fact, there are activists. I don't want to tell their complete name. I just use their last name only, surnames, which is father and daughter Mandars. Their surname is Mandars. So the daughter Mandar gave a petition related to the law and order situation in northeast part of Delhi, and there was writing, and petition is about safety security of people. Ideally, this such a petition should have gone to Chief Justice of Delhi High Court, but on that day, Justice Patel was on vacation, and then through the legal process of how the cases are distributed in Delhi High Court, it landed in the court of Justice Muralidharan. So he listened to this argument, and there was, since it was a grave situation in north east part of Delhi, he decided to hear the case in the middle of the night at his residence. So, which is also a normal practice, that in case of emergencies, the judges open cases in their residence, and they call the staff and also sometimes other judges just in case. So Justice Muralidharan heard the case, opened the case, and gave judgment at 1:30 in the middle of the night. And the judgment is about instructing Delhi police to provide protection to people, which is fair. As far as legal system is concerned, this is absolutely fair. And the follow-up date was given on the same day, which is like 1:30 in the night, at around 12 o'clock, 11:30, 12, when the next hearing was set up. And while this case was being heard, just before that, the father advocate Mandar gave another petition related to the same event. So now there are two petitions related to the arson, mayhem, and rioting which is happening in northeast part of Delhi. And hearing all this from the legal standpoint, the justice gave a order or his verdict saying that Delhi police responsibility is to provide protection to people and ensure that these things are calmed down. While giving these things, this kind of a judgment, the judge also used words like unprofessionalism on account of Delhi police, etc., etc., which is also fair. And from legal standpoint, this is what judge felt at that point in time based on hearing both the parties. And the next date was set up, and that means the judge gave 24 hours to Delhi police, since the situation was so grave at that point in time, that within 24 hours you should submit your response saying that why you have done the work professionally and what is the situation. Now at that point in time, we all know, we have heard the news that Delhi police was really having a lot of tough time. They were losing their officers, police officers. In fact, there was so much news about this attack on police officers with acids and stuff like that. So I don't want to talk too much about the mayhem part of it, but nutshell, I want to say that Delhi police was having a really tough time at that point in time, and on top of it, the legal system is basically sort of putting a lot of pressure on Delhi police to give an appropriate response when they are fighting for their lives, and they have so much pressure that they have to bring the calmness. They were basically announcing in that area that announcing and asking people to calm down and go back to their home. At the same time, they were trying to not use lethal options like firing and stuff like that. They didn't do it, and they were losing their officers. So in such a situation, I think Delhi police really played a very vital role in controlling the whole thing, and they didn't want the morale of their officers come down, because if that would have come down, then situation would have become very, very grave at that point in time. So ensuring that the morale of Delhi police is always kept up, the government of India transferred this judge. Now let me take you back a little bit in in time, this judge, Justice Muralidharan, was actually transferred on February 12th, much before all this happened, much before Trump came to India, much before uh, the mayhem started and blah blah. It's like 2 weeks back he was transferred. The process is that the collegium, which is the group of judges in Supreme Court, they decide which judge will work where, and this collegium had decided based on their pressures and what is needed where. Um, the collegium decided that along with three other judges, Justice Muralidharan will also be transferred. So Justice Muralidharan was transferred to Punjab and Haryana High Court in Chandigarh on February 12th. But in order to exercise this transfer, the government had to notify, and they were taking it easy and so on and so forth. And the consent of judge was also taken before the transfer. So it happened as per the book, as per the legal system, as per the consent given by everyone, which is all the senior judges, the collegium, which is a collective of judges, and also the judge who were transferred. So in this case, there are 4 judges who are transferred, including Justice Muralidharan. All of them have given their consent to get transferred. Now, having said that, uh, when this judgment came where Delhi police was pulled up, the government notified the transfer. That means, as per the process, whatever judgment any judge gives on that day, if he is transferred on that same day, all the judgments are null and void. So I think it was on the part very important activity that government of India had to do in order to keep the morale of Delhi police high, is to just make sure that the judgment which is sort of negative in favor of Delhi police does not affect their morale. So they transferred the judge, because anyway the judge is transferred. All they had to do is basically notify this order. They notified, and consequently all the judgments given by in the middle of the night at 1:30 and also in the afternoon at 2:30 on the same day are null and void. Basically, there is no follow up. This particular judge cannot make a follow up. Hence, the Delhi police now get at least 6 weeks to respond, not one day. So now everything is fallen in place. Delhi police has enough time. Delhi police has filed a lot of FIRs. They are investigating, and they can submit a proper response. So, that is what they needed also. So this is what has happened last week with regard to transfer of Justice Muralidharan. Even though it has been politicized, but I don't think the political parties have any legal standpoint. They can just make noise and they can probably fool some people. But as far as legal system is concerned, as far as the process is concerned, there's nothing wrong in doing this. And Government of India ensured that the morale of police, which was very important at that point in